The story kicks off with a bunch of guys in white outfits digging up the dirt. Someone hollered for water like they were in a heat wave. They tossed down some straw like it was confetti at a parade. While some dude perched on a cliff called them slaves, barking orders for them to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, a goblin decided to hitch a ride on a log one of the guys was carrying. In this fella's head, he couldn't shake off the sting of the whips cutting into his shoulders and the mix of blood and sweat decorating his body. He grumbled about the never-ending grind of slavery being more painful than stepping on a Lego. The world's strongest man snatched up the champion title at 27 and has been the undefeated champ for the past 2 years. Back in the day, the referee declared the towel had been thrown in. By then, the champs boasted a pristine record of 23 victories and no losses whatsoever. This dude is the heavyweight champion of the biggest MMA league globally. He nailed his last defense match before hanging up the gloves without a hitch. The fighter Hyunuk from the Republic of South Korea had come out on top. And guess what? That Hyunuk is the star of our little tale. Right after retiring, our buddy Truck __ came knocking, and you know the drill. He met his end from a truck's front bumper. He was bummed about his hard-earned retirement fund disappearing in a flash. This guy just dedicated his whole life to fighting seriously. He didn't even have time for dating. 30 minutes later, he was still being all dramatic. But his mind was starting to do a little shift. He figured that now that he was dead, he could skip training and dodge those pesky defense matches. Plus, he looked on the bright side. No family or friends means no one to mourn his tragic demise. While floating around this astral realm, an arm popped up. It belonged to a stunning angel who apologized to Hyunuk for being late. She went ahead and called him an SS-class hero, but his way of thinking is doing a little dance in a new direction. He's starting to think that since he's kicked the bucket, he can skip the training and wave goodbye to defense matches. And he's really embracing the silver lining of not having family and friends. So nobody's going to be shedding tears over his demise. While he's floating around in this astral plane, a hand just pops out of nowhere. It's a stunning angel who shows up fashionably late. She sweetly called him an SS-class hero. She introduced herself as Rachel. She's a headhunter who seeks out folks whose time on Earth has come to an end. Hyunuk was totally perplexed. The sight of her made him blush, especially in her, chest area. His cheeks turned crimson when Rachel grabbed his hand. Hyunuk begged the angel to break it down for him. Rachel laid out 2 choices. One was to kick the bucket for good and wait for his next life to be a sad old bachelor, or the other was to jump back to life as a hero destined to save the world that's been just waiting for him to show up. The way Rachel presented the choice was hard to resist, especially since Hyunuk was surrounded by a gaggle of gorgeous ladies. Hyunuk replied that he needed a moment. This whole thing was just a bit sudden, and to be honest, Rachel's explanation felt a bit light. She slyly nudged, asking if he was going to pass on the chance of a lifetime. She promised him wealth, glory, gorgeous women, and even the golden ticket of special perks. She kept chit-chatting, but Hyunuk's mind had already zoned out. He was weighing the options like a balance scale because, let's face it, if he became a hero, he'd have to fight again. He just hung up his gloves. Peacefully reincarnating sounded much sweeter to him. When Rachel noticed his lack of enthusiasm, she dramatically ramped up her pitch to grab his attention again. She explained that if he became a hero, the village chief would rush over barefoot, serving him food right off the bat, and that he'd be held in high regard, dodging quests like a pro. In that moment, the village chief would say to the hero that his daughter is practically the hottest thing since sliced bread, thus offering his daughter to him. Hyunuk kept a straight face like he was poker champion. Rachel was starting to sweat with concern over her headhunting commission, so she pulled a plan B. Rachel pretended she was out of options, leaving him to accept the fate of a lone old bachelor. Hyunuk told her to hang on, but then she dropped a bomb. There's no guarantee he'd be reincarnated as a human in the next chapter of his life. That hit our MC like a ton of bricks. As she was about to bounce, he grabbed her leg, declaring he'd take the plunge. She played coy, pretending she didn't catch that. Our dude tightened his grip and yelled that he was all in, ready to be a hero. Naturally, this brought a big old grin to Rachel's face. She then suggested they kick things off immediately. Hyunuk was utterly baffled by what she meant. A magic circle flared up beneath him. He asked if they were really going to do it right now. Rachel told him there was no more waiting, but Hyunuk protested about being sent off unprepared, yet Rachel insisted the stunning new world was just waiting for him. She wished him a wild adventure ahead, while complaining about how he was making this whole process more challenging than it needed to be. In the end, Rachel got a call. She picked it up and reported that prospective hero number 137,421 Hyunuk had completed his transmigration. Meanwhile, Hyunuk was out cold until he heard someone nudging him to open his eyes. He wondered if it was the village chief that the angel had mentioned. He mused about how this whole turn of events was pretty predictable. Suddenly, he was greeted with a punch to the gut to wake him up. He snapped back, asking if this guy had a death wish, but then he froze. This wasn't just any person. This dude was sporting a wild boar skull with horns for a hat. This creature was furious with him for dozing in the slave quarters. Hyunuk was baffled. If this is the... She picked up the phone and said that prospective hero, number 137,421 Hyunuk, has just finished his crazy transmigration journey. Meanwhile, Hyunuk was out cold until someone nudged him awake. He wondered if it was the village chief the angel mentioned. He thought to himself that the signs were pretty obvious right from the start. Suddenly, he got a fist to the gut to snap him back to reality. He was annoyed and fired back, asking if this person had a death wish, but he quickly thought better of it. This guy didn't look human at all, since he was rocking a wild boar skull with horns. This creature looked downright furious at him for catching some Z's in the slave dorm. Hyunuk was scratching his head, wondering if this was the village chief was bragging about how he had the most stunning daughter, but all Hyun could see was a creature that looked like it had just crawled out from under a rock and should probably be put down. Timidly, he introduced himself as a hero, leaving the creature scratching its head in confusion. The creature waddled over and asked if heroes had become dumber in recent times. Hyun started to worry that maybe he had taken a wrong turn somewhere in life, but he clutched on to the hope that a divine being wouldn't treat him this way. He found himself pondering if that cow-sporting creature was actually the quest. Trying to regain his composure, he figured he had to act like a true man from Korea, and that meant doing something. The creature caught him off guard, asking what he'd just muttered. In a burst of unexpected courage, our main character kicked the monster, shouting for it to hit the road. Proudly, he celebrated his impressive kick, only for the thing to grab his foot and ask if he had mistakenly dubbed himself a hero. The creature, quite done with the hero chatter, wanted to know where those jokers were coming from. Hyun's feet felt like they were glued to the ground. The creature shook its fist, telling him that a good nap would set him straight. It also took a jab at Hyun by calling him a wannabe hero. Just then, at the underground prison, someone began banging on the door, screaming for it to be opened like they were auditioning for a horror flick. They demanded another chance at a showdown with the cow-headed beast. The door swung open, revealing a goblin who looked completely fed up. The goblin grumblingly demanded to know who was causing all the racket. The moment Hyun laid eyes on a real sword, he felt a chill. The goblin warned that another squawk would get him boiled into soup, and that definitely got Hyun's attention. He quickly promised to zip it. The goblin glared, making it clear that he was keeping a close eye on him. Hyun saluted, affirming his understanding. But as soon as that goblin stomped away, Hyun began venting about this bizarre new world he found himself in. He couldn't help but wonder how things had spiraled so far out of control. If this kept up, he feared he might end up dying a virgin. Not just once, but twice. From a tiny window, a voice called out to him, asking if he was the latest newbie. Hyunuk squinted and asked who was on the other side. The man replied he was his senior, seemingly a pro in hero training. He casually revealed that they were trapped in the Demon King's fortress, where humans served as the workforce. Hyunuk leaned closer to the window, stunned to see a fellow Korean. He called him Sunbai and questioned how they ended up in such a miserable place to begin with. The man beamed at Hyun's respect and teased if he was really that curious, then yelled for the self-proclaimed heroes to speak up. A bunch of voices chimed in, claiming they were heroes too. This room was like a lost and found for isekai individuals who had a rough initial experience. Confused Hyunuk asked himself what on earth was going on. The man shrugged, simply stating it was what his eyes had witnessed. He explained there were 100 heroes all trapped in this fortress. He pointed out that the red cow head Hyunuk was looking for was none other than the cursed head of this hellish place called Reedrun. He casually mentioned that the cruel guard Hyunuk had dealt with earlier was named Yark, who earned quite the reputation for being merciless. The man urged Hyunuk to watch his back. He added that their unfortunate predicament stemmed from a wicked demon known as Rachel. Hyunuk's face twisted in confusion. The guy mumbled something bitter about wishing that demon hadn't flung them into the wrong spot. Hyunuk was having a mini meltdown, exclaiming in disbelief. Were they not supposed to kick things off somewhere else? The man assured him that was indeed the case. The captured heroes from different zones had given him the scoop. According to the grapevine, there was a special starting area catered just for heroes, and most began their journeys in cities or quaint little villages. He explained that typically heroes walked around without any powers, but none of them were supposed to stumble right into the Demon King's den like they had. Hyun suddenly connected the dots, realizing the real reason he had landed in this nightmarish place was all thanks to that meddling angel. Flashing back to the angel's starry-eyed face a few days later, we check in on the 2nd Slave Squad under the 3rd Battalion of the Demon King's army. Humans toiled away under the watchful eyes of goblins. These poor souls were forced to chant, "Let's crush the humans! Let's devour the humans!" Hyunuk's muscles quivered as he lugged a hefty log while a goblin lounged on top of it like a king surveying his kingdom. Finally, that goblin rang a bell, signaling the end of their torturous day. The goblin grunted at them to scram back home. Hyunuk found himself locked back in his cell, remarking how prison was starting to feel like 5-star treatment. He recalled that angel rambling on about special hero perks. He thought of a catchy phrase people like to use, status window, and voila, it appeared displaying his stats. Hyunuk discovered a little nugget about his strength and abilities. He started murmuring to himself, and his cellmate perked up, expressing surprise that Hyunuk already boasted stamina 1. Hyunuk confirmed it, adding that his strength was a whopping 28. The man recalled Hyunuk's past as a champion, but hadn't expected him to bring anything different to the table. It was impressive that he ranked over 30 stats, even at level 1. Hyun just shrugged it off, still moping about being a prisoner. The man was full of optimism, convinced that if it was Hyunuk, he would surely escape this place and become an actual hero. Hyunuk, however, was not buying it. He faked a yawn, pretending to sleep, as thoughts spiraled through his head about being stuck at level 1 and how that wouldn't help him make a break for it. Night settled in, and as soon as the man was out like a light, Hyunuk quietly got up to check his status window again. He noticed there were 2 promising prospects available: mana, which could grant him superhuman strength, and an unknown hero point. Hyunuk realized those wannabe heroes had no clue about the hero point, and he had never heard of anyone scoring points in the first place. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar glow. Moonlight creeping in at night. Once the guy finally dozed off, Hyunuk jumped up and checked his status window. He found 2 shiny spots that seemed like gold mines, mana that offers superhuman strength, and the mysterious hero point. Hyunuk figured that those wannabe heroes didn't know squat about the hero point, and no one had ever cashed in points like that. He caught sight of a familiar glow. Out of nowhere, the angel showed up flaunting her assets like she was in a pageant and gave him a long, sassy greeting. Seriously, she even threw in a little pout and teased our main character about spilling some secrets he desperately needed. And that's the scoop on hero points. She let him know that these little gems are crucial for making a hero's life smoother than a fresh jar of Skippy. She carried on with her chat until Hyunuk scooped up the pint-sized Rachel in his hands like she was a toy. He looked like he was about to blow a fuse, and told her hero points didn't matter one bit to him. Right then and there, all he wanted was to give her a solid smackdown. Moments later, Rachel was tied up, dangling like bait on a fishing line. She was all apologies, explaining that she never thought her magic circles would crash and burn just because she spilled a little coffee at snack time. While that was going on, she found herself wrapped in soundproof magic. Then Hyunuk asked if she was facing the punishment of becoming his manager. She responded, claiming her gig was to be his personal fairy, sticking by his side to help him take down the Demon King. Hyunuk confessed that he'd totally thrown in the towel on the hero gig. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up with that?" Hyunuk decided he had zero interest in taking down the Demon King. He said he could just live a chill life instead. Rachel nodded, mentioning there were plenty of wannabe heroes who chose to sit back and relax, but he's got that SSS-level potential. Hyun pointed out that having potential didn't come with any strings attached. He admitted he never felt it was his calling in the first place. Rachel tried to argue, but Hyunuk made it clear that he wasn't about to play the fighting game again, like in his past life. Rachel was taken aback. She thought to herself, is he always this clueless? She'd always viewed him as a guy who only knew fighting and flirting. That made her worry about her own fate. When she got the memo, she grumbled about being transformed into his personal fairy. She thought it was downright unfair for someone like her to get stuck with that. Plus, she was told she'd have to stick with Hyunuk until he takes out the Demon King, and the verdict was final. A personal fairy is basically a sidekick to the assigned warrior. You've got to dive in deep, sharing the thrills and spills with them. She was nudged out the door and shipped off to the demon fortress where Hyunuk was hanging out. She was warned not to return until the mission was a wrap. She screamed in protest, unhappy about being tossed into the gritty human world. And just like that, she was zapped back to the current time. Hyunuk figured a personal fairy had to obey their warrior's every whim. With that, he asked her to hop on board his escape plan. She was all in. When a ruckus erupted from the door, Hyunuk suddenly grabbed her. The goblins were waking up the prisoners, Rachel protested, saying she could totally use her stealth. He noticed that even though roll call was done, that troublemaker was still at his door. The Jark told him Raiden called him over to Radran's office. Rain chimed in with what he overheard. Hyunuk had been busting his chops at work lately. Hyun was in disbelief while that Jark chilled on his shoulders. Hyun couldn't wrap his head around the fact that this smelly goblin was giving him props. Redran admitted he thought Hyunuk was just another nutty human at first, but it was refreshing to see him actually put in the effort. That's why Redran floated the idea of making him the head slave. Hyunuk was totally baffled by what Reed was blabbing about. Reed cleared it up, saying he was suggesting this because the pace of work had slowed to a crawl. Rachel kept pestering him, urging him to turn that down immediately. She yelled that a hero shouldn't be bowing down to the Demon King's army. Jark and Redran perked up at the noise and asked what was going on. Hyunuk yelled back to handle it, claiming he'd whip those humans into shape. Then he overly exaggerated his bow, slamming his head onto the desk just to shift their focus. Redran was totally impressed. He confessed that contrary to his first take on him, he'd grown fond of the guy. He told Hyuk to stay on point, and he'd write him a golden ticket to the Demon King's army. With that, he was dismissed. Deep down, he wanted to weep, witnessing his brilliant escape plan going up in smoke. A few days later, the humans were chanting away as they worked. Hyunuk was strutting around, reprimanding a slowpoke. He exclaimed, "Even my grandma could outpace that." With that kind of demeanor, he was clearly fit for the Demon King's crew. The system window popped up showing that after leading the pack for a while, his hidden ability called Charisma had taken a step up. Hyunuk declared that being the head slave rocked. The guys watching him thought he had finally lost his marbles. They gossiped about him. Rachel, on the flip side, scolded him because they'd be asking for trouble if he kept that up. He shushed her and said to trust the process, even told her a little sparrow like her wouldn't get the vibe of a phoenix like him. When a man fell to his knees, Hyunuk lit into him. Suddenly, the system window informed him that Redran's affection for him had spiked. He was just a few steps from hitting his target. Hyunuk saluted and thanked Redran. Rochelle yelled at him, reminding him of his adventurous dreams and escape plans. Hyun scratched his head, explaining he was just following the system's orders. From what he understood, sticking to the system was part of a hero's job description. Rachel argued that buttering up the Demon King's army officials was pure madness. She insisted there wasn't any hero request that looked like that. Rachel argued that buttering up the Demon King's army officials was pure madness. She insisted there wasn't any hero request that looked like that. Hyunuk swore he was telling the truth. Then he asked her if she wanted him to read it out loud. Hyunuk read it like a dramatic play. "You who accidentally joined the Demon King's army fortress due to some bonehead's blunder." Rachel piped up that the wording was just plain odd. The system was like a robot that only spoke in boring neutral tones. Hyunuk insisted it was the truth, and maybe an SS-level hero system is a little more colorful. Last night, Rachel threw a fit. She couldn't believe he accepted the offer so eagerly. Hyunuk squeezed her and grinned, saying he wasn't the crazy one, it was her. Suddenly, a system window popped up directed at Hyun, who found himself neck-deep in the Demon King's army fortress because of some nincompoop's mistake, and might feel as irritated as someone who just discovered there's no toilet paper left. But Hyunuk found a silver lining. He had a shot at redemption. He needed to win over Redran, the Demon King's army officer. A true hero knows how to recruit their enemies, so basically the mission was to woo Redran and rake in 100 hero points. Hyunuk had been taken aback back then. Now Hyunuk got back to work. He commanded the slaves to kick off the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps anthem. Rachel figured out that only the big shots could fiddle with the quest's details. She wondered why they'd want to help Hyunuk so much. Yark suddenly called for Hyunuk. He instructed him to follow because Reedrun wanted to see him in his office. He also mentioned that slave productivity had skyrocketed. Hyunuk replied nonchalantly that it was no big deal. He buttered Reedrun up, claiming it was all because of his brilliant decisions. Rachel chimed in that cheap flattery wouldn't cut it. Reedrun looked like he was holding in a giggle. He appeared absolutely ecstatic. A system window appeared declaring that Hyunuk had met his favorability goal and completed the hero quest. He scored 100 points and unlocked the beginner's heroes store. Both Hyunuk and Rachel were shocked that it actually worked. Everything was rolling along smoothly, and the favorability quest was a done deal. So Hyunuk decided it was time to tackle the next phase of his scheme. He asked if he could kick off training for the slaves. Reedrun raised an eyebrow about that. Hyunuk painted a vivid image of a squad of worker slaves moving in perfect harmony. Slaves so disciplined they could outwork 3 regular folks without breaking a sweat. He added that with these slaves they could finish building the fortress in a week. Reedrun protested, saying humans were too weak to juggle working and training. But Hyunuk kept insisting that the commander would be singing Reedrun's praises in no time. Without a second thought, Reedrun gave the go-ahead. Back in her cell, Rachel put on a melodramatic show, claiming her hero had lost his marbles for rubbing elbows with the Demon King's army, and now he was even training the slaves. She felt like a rain cloud had parked on her parade. Hyunuk rolled his eyes at her noise. He assured her he had a plan. Rachel asked if he was pulling her leg again. Hyunuk had a snappy comeback. He asked her if she thought he was that foolish. Hyunuk revealed that he was plotting to use the slaves to spark a rebellion. He explained there were 3,000 human slaves in the fortress, but the Demon King's army only had about 500 soldiers. Plus, there was a human alliance base not far from the fortress. Amidst the chaos of rebellion, they could call in backup from the human alliance. Hearing that, Rachel's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed that he wasn't as dim-witted as she thought. After that, Hyunuk checked his quest rewards. Rachel asked if he really got hero points, and that the whole quest wasn't just a trick. Hyun replied that it was exactly what he'd been telling her. He even revealed there was now a thing called a hero's store. He hoped the item would be something amazing. Our main character had his hopes up high, since whatever popped up was his ticket to survival. He was pumped to finally score a hero skill. The status window teased him with skills like Hold Your Breath F rank, which is supposed to help him hold his breath better, and underscore holding, which lets him. He thought underscore holding should be an SS rank, especially in public places, while everyone else is cooking, cleaning, and doing laundry. He felt utterly baffled and furious about the skills that a hero supposedly needs. Rachel laughed and explained that it was because the store was only at level 1. She informed him if he racked up more points and leveled up his store, he'd definitely find something useful. Hyunuk let loose his frustration at Rachel, telling her to zip it while calling her a thieving fairy. The next day, the slaves saluted the Demon King. Hyunuk commanded everyone to belt out the 3rd Army Corps tune. He gave the signal, and they sprang into action. The song went something like, "We, the mighty Demon King army, let's conquer the humans. Let's feast on humans. Forget all the suffering as you catch them. Nothing under the heavens compares to the love of the Demon King." Reedrun watched in delight, glad he had let Hyunuk train. Just then, the door to his room swung open. Yark came rushing in with urgent news. He announced that the human army was advancing. To make matters worse, the 8th Division that had confronted them had already fallen into their trap and retreated. The 8th Division was the biggest unit in the area. If they fell, it was only a matter of. He wasn't thrilled about having to part with the fortress when it was so close to being completed. Yark urged Reedrun that there was no time left and they had to evacuate immediately. Rachel chuckled and explained it's because the store is at level 1. She told him that if he gathers more points and boosts his store's level, he's bound to stumble upon something super useful. Hyunuk unloaded his frustration on Rachel, telling her to zip it while calling her a crooked fairy. The next day, the slaves saluted the Demon King. Hyunuk gave the command for everyone to belt out the 3rd Army Corps song. With a wave of his hand, they kicked off the tune, "We, the mighty Demon King's army, let's take down the humans. Let's munch on the humans. Forget all the pain when you catch 'em. Nothing in the great wide world is sweeter than the love of our Demon King." Reedrun watched, feeling pleased that Hyunuk was training the slaves. Suddenly, the door swung open. Yark rushed in with something urgent to spill. He relayed that the human army was on the move, plus the 8th Division that faced them had already walked right into a trap and retreated. The 8th Division was the biggest crew in their area. If they fell, it was just a matter of time before those pesky humans showed up. He was not loving the idea of having to hand over the fortress just as it was getting its makeover. Yark urged Reedrun to hustle because they were out of time and needed to evacuate immediately. But Reedrun piped up and said, "Hold your horses." He mentioned that throughout the ages people have said war is really just a giant game of who has the best snacks. He elaborated that the #1 rule of warfare is to hang on to your best supply officer like they're a last slice of pizza. With that, he gave Jark the green light, saying he'd handle Hyunuk and catch up later. Meanwhile, Hyun was busy giving the slaves a hard time barking at them if they were planning on running at his command. He heard a ruckus and thought, great, another day of combat training canceled thanks to Reedrun's eagle eyes. Hyunuk was scrutinizing the status window when poof Reedrun appeared on the balcony, like he was auditioning for a superhero movie. Hyunuk mulled over how his skills had bumped up a notch, but it still wasn't enough to pull off a coup d'etat. He casually noted that he was waiting for a miracle to level him. Before Hyunuk could finish his thought, Reedrun swooped down beside him like a dramatic sidekick. He gave Hyunuk a friendly pat on the shoulder and called his name, startling Hyunuk out of his daydream. Reedrun was in full-on panic mode, insisting they needed to move like now. Hyuk was baffled, so he asked, "Why the rush and where exactly are we going?" Just then, the commander of the human army called for an attack, claiming victory was just around the corner. The humans lunged forward, spears at the ready, skewering a few brave goblins. Then they spotted the infamous Red Nightmare, and the commander hollered for the soldiers to fall back and let the knights handle the heavy lifting. But Hyun was scratching his head, thinking, why are there human troops here anyway? Then inspiration struck. He could use this chaos to his advantage. He saw a golden opportunity to stab the Demon King's commander right in the back and make a mad dash back to human society. But before he could conjure up a plan, a human charged at him, bellowing for the Red Nightmare to meet its maker. Reedrun, however, grabbed the dude's head and squished it like a watermelon. Hyunuk was left speechless. Reedrun executed his combat arts like he was breaking a piñata 7th movement. Then he slammed the guy's face into the ground, unleashing an explosive wave of destruction that sent the poor human soldiers flying. Reedrun turned to check on Hyunuk, asking if he was okay. Hyunuk saluted back, saying he was fine, but he planned to make an exit. This reminder gave our MC a reality check. He was still hanging around one of the Demon King's top dogs. The buzz in the area was electric, since the humans had taken control. Soldiers hoisted 2 flags at the center, guiding the folks of the Marriott Kingdom and Drossen Empire to sort themselves out. One soldier asked Hyunuk's fellow prison buddy if they were warriors. The reply was a solid yes. The warriors were herded down a separate path because apparently they didn't want to mix them with the regular captives. Then someone popped up to thank the warriors for their arrival. It was none other than Olivan Greer. This middle-aged dude sported red hair and a beard. He held the title of Duke of Dresden Empire and was the leader of the Allied forces. A soldier sidled up to Olivan, announcing that the evacuation was a wrap. Olivan showered the soldier with praise. The soldier also reported they had recruited anyone calling themselves warriors. With that, Olivan barked orders to get rolling. All soldiers were sent to their positions, and a command rang out to wipe the warriors in front of them off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, a carriage was bouncing through the forest. Hyunuk was in a funk, bidding adieu to his adventurous dreams of a second life. He glanced at Reedrun sitting next to him, thinking about how Reedrun had decapitated all their pursuers, ensuring they were no longer being chased. Rachel was trying her best to pep him up, insisting that crises are just opportunities in disguise. She suggested they head to HQ to get a good lay of the land regarding the Demon King's army. Hyunuk shot back, telling her to pipe down. Out of the blue, Reedrun chimed in, saying he had just been snoozing. He asked Hyun if he said anything. Hyun quickly replied no, but added that he was just mumbling about how lucky he was to be riding alongside Reedrun. Reedrun was genuinely touched and expressed his happiness about Hyunuk's feelings. He informed Hyun that they were almost at the 3rd Corps HQ, so he should be excited. Reedrun also shared that upon arrival, he would officially enlist Hyunuk in the Demon King's army. Hyunuk went ghostly pale, but managed to squeak out that it was an honor. Rachel was having a mini meltdown as well. At HQ, a guard called out that Redrun had returned, and it was time to swing open the gates. Redrun told Hyunuk to stick with him, because he'd take him straight to the commander. He claimed it was a major honor to meet the commander quickly. However, his body language was screaming the opposite. Redrun reminded him to watch his behavior in front of the commander unless he was in the mood for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Hyunuk recalled that as long as he kept his wits about him, he could navigate even a tiger's den. He resolved not to fold. At the commander's door, Redrun announced himself with gusto. He was invited in. Hyunuk perked up when he heard a woman's voice wondering if the commander was a human. Lo and behold, the commander was rocking stilettos. She was a sultry woman lounging back in her chair. With long ears and talon-like nails, her eyes were covered, and her jaw and neck had a mysterious hue. She greeted Redrun, noting he'd packed on some serious muscle. This lady was named Hyunuk, the 3rd Corps commander of the Demon King's army. Redrun complimented her, saying her beauty had only gotten more breathtaking. Hyunuk was blushing furiously. He could hardly believe a beauty like her was a commander. He thanked Redrun for the flattering words. He was internally freaking out, debating whether he should also compliment her looks. Redrun expressed shame for not being able to defend the fortress. Hyunuk replied it was the fault of the 8th Division commander and that it wasn't Redrun's issue. She added that Redrun introduced himself once more, earning the go-ahead to enter. Hyunuk heard the soft voice of a woman and started to wonder if the commander was in fact human. He spotted the commander rocking stilettos. She was a sultry woman all the way back in her chair. With long ears and sharp nails, her eyes were obscured, while her jaw and neck sported an unusual hue. She welcomed Redrun and remarked on his growing muscles. This enchanting figure was Hyunuk, the commander of the Demon King's 3rd Corps army. Redrun, earning major points, said her beauty was even more jaw-dropping. Hyunuk's face burned because he still couldn't believe someone like her could pull off being a commander. He expressed his thanks to Redrun for the compliments. Inside, he was having a mini-crisis about what to do next. Should he also flatter her beauty? Redrun confessed he was embarrassed that he couldn't defend the fortress properly. Hyunuk reassured him that it was the fault of the 8th Division commander, deeming Redrun not at fault. She added that she should have fashioned a satchel out of his own skin by now. At this point, Hyunuk's gasping for air. Hyunuk tossed in that the 8th Division commander came back from the dead, but still managed to look like a loser. The pressure on Hyunuk was so intense, it felt like a whole new level of discomfort compared to what he'd faced before. He tightened his fist, trying not to shake like a leaf. She quickly shifted gears and asked about the human he had brought along. He reported that it's Hyunuk, the one he had mentioned earlier. Then he dropped the bomb that he brought him in to sign up for the official demon army. He leaned in and remarked that Hyunuk was quite the cutie pie. She told him she was keen to see how he'd perform, considering he's a talent hand-picked by Ryderun. Hyunuk's face turned a shade redder, but he managed to stammer back that he'd give it his all. He mused that with Hyunuk's physique, he wouldn't last 2 seconds in the demon army. She turned to Redrun and asked if he was on the same page. He nodded, adding that Hyun would probably be dinner for the others. Redrun noted that having humans in the demon army was like finding a unicorn in a junkyard. He requested to train Hyunuk personally, but Hyunuk shot him down with a firm no. She told him that he shouldn't waste his time babysitting a human. Then something jaw-droppingly odd happened to Hyunuk. She morphed. Her head resembled a flower, but one sprouting teeth and a tongue. Hyunuk's jaw practically hit the floor as he watched her shove her arm into her own mouth. Eventually, her face returned to normal as she cradled a little black dog creature in her arms. She declared that Hyunuk would be in charge of taking care of her pet. The creature looked like it could snap a leg off, but Hyunuk cooed over it, calling it Bobo and proclaiming it adorable. Inside, Hyunuk scratched his head, thinking, what kind of pet is this? He pondered whether Hyunuk even realized it wasn't some hellspawn demon. And in my language, Bobo means stupid, which made me chuckle a bit. Redrun chimed in, sensing a huge power from the little guy, despite it still being a pup. Hyunuk lit up, thrilled that Redrun got it, but Hyunuk wasn't so sure. He looked about as convinced as a cat at a dog show. Hyunuk spotted Hyunuk's reaction and playfully prodded him, asking if it didn't tickle his fancy. Hyunuk jumped on the chance, stating it was a privilege to take care of Bobo as a human. This made her smile. She tossed Bobo at him, warning him not to forget that Bobo was growing and tended to get hangry. She added that assigning a new caretaker was a hassle since Bobo had been munching on the previous ones at his place. Rachel nearly screamed in surprised delight when she spied a new hero quest. Hyunuk quickly shushed her, hoping to keep Bobo from waking up. The system window then displayed the hero quest. He was tasked with surviving while earning Bobo's love and wishing for a brighter future. This quest boasted a sweet reward of 200 hero points. Hyun couldn't fathom how he had to win the affection of a commander's pet. Just then the door swung open and a goblin barged in. Hyunuk greeted the goblin warmly, though in his skull he suspiciously wondered if he was being served up as a snack. He inquired about his seniors, to which the goblin revealed he had none left because they were all dead. The goblin then barked that they'd now be tasked with whipping up a meal for Bobo. Hyans asked if that was all there was to it. The goblin replied with a curt, "Yep." Just as he was about to tell Hyun to get his backside in gear, a shadow crept over him. It was Bobo, and he looked like the dark overlord of mischief licking the goblin's head. The goblin freaked out, sprinting to hide behind Hyunuk's leg. He hadn't expected Bobo to wake up and instantly offered Hyun as a snack instead. Hyunuk's annoyance bubbled over. He asked the goblin what it thought it was doing, but the goblin just told him to pipe down. The goblin knew that one of them was about to meet a grisly end. Hyunuk, with a glint in his eye, hurled the goblin toward Bobo, declaring he was the one destined for doom. Hyunuk then offered Bobo the snack, and Bobo seemed mighty pleased. Bobo chomped down happily. Hyunuk and Rachel watched in awe as Bobo savored his feast. Later, Rachel was in a frenzy, running away from Bobo. She cried for help, but Hyunuk just smirked and said they shouldn't run too long. Bobo would get snacky again. Hyunuk spotted something sparkly. An item was up for grabs, an extra-large bone. This bone had the potential to lure up candidate-type monsters. It captivated Canadian monsters and could be snagged for 30 hero points. Hung called out to Bobo, brandishing the bone like a trophy. He tossed it, and Bobo's eyes lit up like it was Christmas morning. Bobo dashed off to fetch it. Rachel was worn out from the whirlwind chase and cursed that he hadn't found it sooner. Hyun couldn't resist bragging about how his intellect doesn't overlook the tiny details. He expected the quest to be a walk in the park until, to his shock, Bobo lunged at him. Thankfully, it only snagged the hem of his shirt. But that's when it hit him. A mere bone wouldn't cut it. Bobo needed fresh meat. Rachel asked Hyunuk if he was seriously considering taking Bobo outside. Hyunuk mulled it over, feeling the pressure to act swiftly or risk becoming Bobo's next meal. Bobo started to show its fangs, making the threat feel all the more real. Hyunsuk remembered a magic word said to calm rowdy pups. He yelled, "Walk!" Just like that, wild Bobo transformed into a happy puppy, bounding over to hug Hyunuk with a wagging tail. They were outside now, and Hyun lost track of the kitchen's whereabouts. He was totally confused about which way to go. Bobo was riled up, and Hyun found it tough to rein him in. Rachel looked around, but there was no food smell in sight. Rachel spotted a goblin and made the suggestion to ask it for directions. Hyun strolled up to the goblin, whose expression was a mix of confusion and horror at seeing a human. Bobo transformed back into his wild self once more. The goblin was shaking in its boots. Hyunuk explained that it was just Bobo's walk time. The goblin asked why a human was tagging along with Bobo. Bobo took that moment to lick the goblin's face. Hyunsuk told Bobo sternly not to eat it. He shouted, "Let's move!" The wild Bobo perked right up, looking positively thrilled. Bobo then rushed over to wrap his arms around Hyunuk with a tail wagging like a propeller. They were outside now, and Hyun was on a quest for the kitchen. He couldn't figure out which way to go. Bobo was bouncing around, and Hyun was having a tough time keeping him in check. Rachel scanned the area, but she couldn't catch even a whiff of food. She spotted a goblin and suggested asking it for directions. Hyun trotted over to the goblin. The goblin looked utterly flabbergasted to see a human there. Bobo reverted back to his wild side, and the goblin was shaking in its boots. Hyunuk explained it was just Bobo's designated walk time. The goblin asked why a human was tagging along with Bobo. Bobo then gave the goblin a big slobbery lick. Hyunsuk scolded Bobo not to chow down on him. Hyunsuk shared that he's on dog-sitting duty for Bobo. Curious about the kitchen's whereabouts, he asked, and the goblin, in a panic, pointed left before bolting off. Hyunuk and Rachel stood there completely bewildered. Once they snapped out of it, they doubled over in laughter. They couldn't believe a goblin was so skittish it raised questions about whether he belonged to the demon army at all. After chuckling for a while, Hyunuk was pumped to hunt down some meat in the kitchen. Rachel checked in with him, asking if he was on the same page about not being a full-time dog caretaker. Hyunuk just blinked, totally lost. It was pretty clear since Hyunuk had his own dreams to chase. Glancing where Bobo had been, he realized the pup was MIA. His face went ghostly. That moment hit him hard. He knew he had really messed up. He shouted, "Where the heck is that dog?" Our hero was already aware that the pooch was a bit of a mess, and even a momentary distraction was enough to land him in hot water. Rachel glanced around nervously. Just then, Rachel pointed to a spot, and Bobo came trotting back. Hyunuk sighed in relief, gushing about how worried he'd been. Bobo looked pleased as punch, but with blood dripping from his mouth and a happy belly. Out of nowhere, they heard the wails about Commander Regis biting the dust. Someone yelled, "Who did this?" and they swore revenge. Hyunuk stood there like a deer in headlights. Rachel hastily pointed out that Bobo might be the culprit. The goblins popped up scattering like roaches. Rachel squeaked, "Are we gonna die?" Hyunuk snapped, "Shut it and run." They raced towards a dead end. The goblins had trapped the human who had taken their commander's life. One goblin proudly announced how he'd treat the human like a chicken wing. Another chimed in, wishing the commander hadn't been gobbled up yet, because he was dying to know how the commander would taste. The third goblin proposed tearing apart both the dog and the human and splitting the goodies. Hyunuk took a deep breath, trying to muster some courage. He hollered, "How dare you?" With the odds stacked against him, he needed to think fast. "Who wants to be the brave one?" he asked, lifting Bobo up. The goblins looked baffled. They all figured it was just an average monster. Hyunuk's temper flared, and he set them straight, declaring that this adorable yet dangerous dog was none other than Bobo. The goblins remembered Bobo as Commander Hemis's pet, but brushed it off. They thought it was a human trick, though some weren't entirely convinced that Hyunuk was bluffing. Hyunuk couldn't believe they couldn't recognize Bobo. It was a disgrace. The goblin looked completely lost. He told Bobo to activate his beast mode, and Bobo happily obliged. Bobo transformed into a ravenous beast, staring down the food in front of him with drool dripping. Hyunuk confirmed that indeed it was Bobo. Then he commanded Bobo to take a bite out of the goblin. Bobo roared, leapt at the goblin, sinking his teeth in, and blood sprayed everywhere. Hyunuk watched, muttering, "A dog without a muzzle is a bloody spectacle," while only bones remained of that unfortunate goblin. Hyunuk inquired if anyone else had doubts about Bobo. The goblins hurriedly apologized, admitting they hadn't recognized him. Suddenly, a system window appeared, telling Hyunuk that due to his newfound charisma, he had subdued many demons. His hidden attribute of charisma had leveled up. Hyunuk was buzzing with joy at getting some acknowledgement. Someone crept up behind him and asked why it was so raucous outside. It was Hemis. She put two and two together, realizing that a cute rookie was up to some shenanigans out there. Hyunuk's face paled at her sudden appearance. She found it hilarious that he used her name and Bobo to wiggle his way out of trouble. Hyunuk bowed sheepishly, admitting his grievous error. She praised him, saying Hyunuk was a clever human, unlike the nitwits she typically hung around with, and that he had some guts too. Hyunuk hesitated, stammering a thank you. Hemis went on to explain that the demon army usually solves everything with brute force, which leads to a lot of chaos. Curious, Hyunuk asked what kind of chaos she meant. She replied that it was something he'd find out soon enough. Then she asked if he'd considered stepping up to an executive role. Hyunuk was bewildered, since he didn't think much of his skills. But Hemis shot back, saying she couldn't let him keep using her name and Bobo. She informed him about a crucial battle ahead that would let him claim a rank. She told him she'd protect him for a month, but after that, he'd have to beat the opponent she selected. For every win, she'd extend her protection for another month. If he climbed the ranks to a battalion commander, he'd really be living the dream. Hyunuk shot back, asking what happens if he loses. She replied ominously that he wouldn't have a peaceful death. He'd wish he had just bit the dust during that battle. Hyunuk had no other choice but to go for it, since she looked like she might end him if he declined. Hemis even picked the opponent herself. Rachel piped up, claiming it sounded like a month of goodbyes for him. He called her out, especially since she was the one who said his potential talent was rank SSS. Rachel schooled him, saying potential is a possibility, not a guarantee. He pointed out that she was a fairy, yet didn't even root for him. Hyunuk caught something unusual. The doors were smeared with blood. Is this really the kitchen, he mused as he cautiously opened the door. The monster inside greeted him, saying he must be the human their commander had mentioned. The red, ogre-like creature introduced himself as Kolkin, the demon army chef. Yet she doesn't even cheer for him. Hyunuk noticed something was off. The doors were splattered with blood. He wondered if this was indeed the kitchen. He gently pushed the door open. Upon seeing Hyunuk, the monster inside grunted that he must be the human the commander had mentioned. The red, ogre-like monster introduced himself as Kolkin, and he was the culinary master of the demon army. He was curious about what had dragged Hyun to the kitchen. Hyunuk, standing awkwardly outside, insisted he was just on a snack run for Bobo. Kolkan's eyes widened as he realized Bobo's babysitter had switched again, and he promptly shut it down. Hyunuk's wish was denied. Hyunuk was taken aback. Kolkan declared there was zero reason for him to lend a hand to a mere human. He added that Commander Hemis had given a one-way ticket to stay hands off. Hyun, desperate for some negotiation, wondered if there was a way to sort things out, especially for Bobo's sake. Kolkan, with a glint of mischief, suggested that if Hyunuk wanted some meat, he'd have to hunt it down himself like every other goblin. Meanwhile, those goblins were wielding blades like it was show and tell time on Butches of the Caribbean. Hyunuk felt his color drain. Those goblins looked more like slashing maniacs than chefs. And when Kolkan threw the hunting thing at him, poor Hyunuk was left scratching his head, not a clue what to do next. Suddenly, he found himself face to face with a gigantic, furious wild boar. It was announced like a bad punchline that it would be his dinner for the night, but first, he had to take it down. As he stood there trying to wrap his head around how he got into this mess, he remembered the boar had already sent poor Morgan to the great kitchen in the sky. They called this a hunt, but the boar was just a wall of charge and chaos. The cooks, hell-bent on avenging Morgan, were ready for some barbecue. Hyun just hoped he wouldn't be on the menu himself. Rachel, looking wide-eyed, suggested they bolt out of there. Hyun chuckled, saying he couldn't outrun a crowd like that, but even Hyunuk had to admit he was in serious hot water. So he plucked up some courage and decided to make a move. Kolkan hollered for him. Hyunuk's reflex kicked in, thinking he should jump in next, but Kolkan waved him off, saying the hunt was already in the books. Hyunuk was flabbergasted since he thought they were just a bunch of wild geese charging around. He wondered how they managed to pull that off. The goblin had reported back to Khan with 12 casualties and an impressive number of wounded. Hyunsuk was mentally tallying the disaster. That was a boatload of damage. Kolkan's reaction was a nonchalant wow. That's quite the show. He added they definitely keep hunting for the next meal after a quick breather. Hyunuk could tell Kolkan wasn't the least bit fazed. While the cooks were elbow-deep in carnage, Hyunuk realized that running away was no longer on the table. Rachel eyed him with an intrigued look, questioning if he was really going to join them in monster hunting. Hyunuk firmly said no. He saw no reason to dive into that madness just yet. He was mulling over how the EXP only ticked up when he leveled up. Ooh, Hyun had a plan. He'd just need a few X's to level up. Rachel nodded seriously, but asked where he'd find any EXP in this mess. Hyan shamelessly grinned and asked if he could still snag the EXP if he landed the final blow. Rachel admitted that yes, he could, but how terribly underhanded that was. This fired Hyans up. He thanked her for that golden nugget of wisdom and resolved to get moving, realizing he was running out of options. His timeline was short. He had a month to beef up because, let's face it, the commander's threat might mean business. As he approached Kolkan, the goblin admitted he'd thought Hyun would scurry off. Hyunuk assured him he'd never run, but inside he felt like Kolkan had peeked inside his brain. Our main character boldly declared he wanted in on the next hunt, ready to join the ranks of the brave demon army. Kolkan shot him a look that screamed, "Are you serious?" It rattled Hyunuk a little, wondering if he had overstepped, even though he sensed Kolkan enjoyed this surge of courage from him. But much to his relief, Kolkan just grinned and said he liked the spirit. Hyun thanked Kolkan, lavishing him with flattery, which surprisingly led to Kolkan handing him the golden ticket to lead the next hunt. Kolkan emphasized how leading was the pinnacle of honor for them. Typically, newbies got the back of the line, but hey, Hyun was a special case. Humble as pie, Hyun delicately told the chef he wouldn't dare step in front of the noble demons amid thoughts of the grumbling cooks if he took charge. Kolkan merely gave him a thumbs up as their chat was cut short. An urgent voice called for the chef's attention, which made Kolkan jump. He asked what the fuss was about, and the cook reported a monster invasion. Kulkan's ears perked up as the monster's wails rang out, signaling an urine herd had arrived. Hyunuk fretted if they were in peril. Nah, Kulkan shrugged, but the meat's pretty terrible. Snatching a knife from his back, Kulkan rallied everyone to grab their weapons. It was time to hunt a few urines to spice up their dinner menu. Hyunuk could feel opportunity knocking. All he had to do was stick around and nail the last hit. Rachel then tossed him something which triggered a system prompt announcing a slight boost to his health and strength for 3 minutes. With a confident grin, Rachel told him he didn't need to thank her. But instead of gratitude, Hyun groaned about why she never used it on him before. Determined, he dashed in for the final blow. While doing so, he reminded himself of something important. He replayed his dreams in his head, a lovely blonde noble lady, and no less than 5 adorable kids that looked like fluffy bunnies bouncing around. Fueled by this vision, he sprinted faster, leapt into the air, and readied his attack for the sake of securing his retirement. No way was he dying again as a virgin loser. Now he was fired up and focused. He threw a punch at the urine, and down it went. To his shock, his level shot up with a whole slew of notification windows erupting, marking 4 levels gained with 1 measly hit. With that pace, he could reach level 20 in a single-day score. Elated that he was finally gaining strength, a cook approached the slain urine, trembling like a leaf. He raised his butcher's knife high in the air, but Hyunuk elbowed him in a whoops-my-bad kind of way, and he couldn't help but chuckle wickedly. Every kill belongs to him, and he couldn't get enough of it. Moments faded into a flurry of monster hunts. Rachel looked up exhausted, asking if the madness was finally over. Hyans cheerfully praised his buff buddy while surveying the carnage. They'd taken down every creature, and the cooks had practically turned into butchers in their frenzy. But as he checked the score, cooked up a storm, tossing in the excuse that his elbow slipped. He cackled maniacally, announcing that every single dish in the world was his to claim. After a few moments, they bagged a whole bunch more monsters. Rachel asked if they were finally done. She looked like she'd run a marathon. Hyans complimented his buff bot. They'd wiped out every monster, and the cooks appeared to be wrapping up the butchering. But when he checked, the cooks were already indulging in the meat feast. One ambitious chef even begged for a bigger helping. Hyunuk stood there utterly flabbergasted. Kulkan snapped him from his reverie, asking what had him so captivated. Hyunuk decided to inquire if they were really allowed to munch on the army's grub like this. Kulkan informed him that it was part of the chef's perks, especially since monster meat has a tendency to spoil quicker than milk left out in the sun. He added that normal soldiers like them getting fresh meat was nothing short of a miracle. Kulkan mused that the delectable meat was pretty much his reason for living. Rambling questions flooded Hyunuk's mind, like what on earth this privilege. Just then the chef offered him some meat, claiming he earned it being a brave warrior. With a bit of hesitation, Hyunuk stared at it, pondering how much the cooks risked their lives for that hunk of food. He took a bite. To his surprise, it wasn't all that bad. There was a strong odor, sure, but it added a little something to the flavor. Unfortunately, it ended up being bland, and South Korea would be pulled from the shelves faster than a bad reality show. Then it hit him. Those cooks risked their necks for this lackluster meat. What if he whipped up something tastier? Suddenly, our culinary hero realized he could win them over and become the supreme ruler of the kitchen. He opened the hero shop, catching Rachel's attention. With 70 points left after snatching Bobo's toy, he decided to splurge. He spent it all on a particular skill, and suddenly something sparkled in his palm. Rachel couldn't hold back her curiosity about his big purchase. He felt pumped to show those clueless demons what he's got. Now, our boy Hyunuk boasted a cooking skill of rank F, needing 50 points, along with a seasoning. Rachel scolded him for treating salt like it was gold. Hyunuk countered, preaching about the bigger picture, and told her to open her eyes, saying seeing is believing. He explained how salt dances on the tongue with deliciousness. With a flourish, he sprinkled salt over the meat. Voila! The meat now smelled divine and was juicy. Hyunuk couldn't help but think of himself as the god of the new culinary realm. He offered some to the chef, but Kulkan, already stuffed, politely declined. He suggested saving it for later instead, but Hyunuk insisted, claiming he poured his heart and soul into this masterpiece. Kulkan decided to give it a try. The flavor washed over him, taking him straight back to his childhood days. He recalled being shy and his mother asking if he wanted meat for dinner. Nostalgia kicked in, and before he knew it, he was misty-eyed. After that, Hyunuk proudly took home a bag of meat. The chef reminded him it stays fresh for a whole 2 days, inviting him back to Bobo's house if he craved more. As he opened the door, Bobo charged at him like a runaway freight train. The surprise made Hyunuk's eyes pop out like a cartoon character. He immediately handed over the meat, and Bobo's mood transformed faster than a sitcom character getting a promotion. Hyunuk encouraged Bobo to indulge to his heart's content. Rachel couldn't resist making a cheeky remark about how Hyunuk had officially become a dogmaster. Hyunuk pulled out everything from the bag, and Bobo devoured it like it was the last meal on Earth. He even told Bobo to save room for more tomorrow. That little gesture boosted Bobo's friendship level. With that, they wrapped up the hero quest and scored 200 hero points, just as Hyunuk had plotted. Rachel noticed the quest. He eagerly saved those 200 hero points as his emergency stash. He had a whole heap of bonus points saved up too. Rachel peeked at his screen and pointed out something that could bump up his stats. She raised an eyebrow, asking why he hadn't used it yet. Hyunuk argued that he would hang on to it because he was clueless about what it did, and he blamed it on a certain dunce who skipped the tutorial. Rachel countered, saying they could still tackle it, and with that she launched into a mini explanation. Basically, Hun could invest bonus points in 4 essential stats: strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Strength boosts power stamina, UHAS endurance, and grit agility, ramps up reaction time, while mana is what he imagined as his magic superpower. Hyunuk asked about charisma. Rachel explained it's a secret stat, so no leveling it up with bonus points. The only way to boost it is through proper training. She suggested leveling them evenly. Hun doubted that, thinking it'd be smarter to just bulk up on strength. Rachel looked taken aback by his logic. She shot back, explaining that while that may work early on, mana becomes crucial as one progresses. Obviously, a body enhanced with mana would outmatch a muscle-bound powerhouse any day. Hun adjusted his points, asking Rachel if his changes were good. She deemed it not bad before instructing him to traipse over to the shop and snag the fundamentals of mana control. Hyunuk asked what mana control even is. She casually replied that it teaches him how to harness his mana. Rachel estimated it would cost around 100 hero points. Scrambling to find it in the shop, Hyunuk came up empty. Rachel was flabbergasted, pointing out it was a basic item that should be in stock. Feeling disheartened, Hyunuk exclaimed she wasn't being helpful at all. Rachel stood her ground, saying it's supposed to be available. Fast forward 3 weeks later, and this champ Hyans reached level 100. It took longer than he anticipated. Rachel remarked that the experience caps increase as one levels up. He pondered if any other heroes were grinding as hard as he was. Rachel casually pointed out that he was already a walking sin, a cure for boredom perhaps. That didn't sit right with Hyunuk. He reminded her how many times he almost kissed the big goodbye that day. Rachel explained that normally hitting level 100 would take half a year. She wistfully declared that she wanted to be buddies with him, but Hyunuk shot back, declaring she asked for it. And just like that, the door swung open. His stats. She asked why he hadn't put them to good use. Hyunuk huffed that he wasn't going to use them because he was clueless about what they did, all thanks to some nitwit who skipped the tutorial. Rachel countered that they could still make it work. Rachel began to explain. Essentially, Hun could splurge bonus points on the 4 foundational stats: strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Strength amps up his brawn. Stamina boosts his endurance and grit. Agility cranks up his speed and reflexes. And mana, that's his magical mojo. Hyunuk blinked and asked about charisma. Rachel said it was a hidden stat and he couldn't boost it with bonus points. The only way to pump it up was through the right training. She urged him to level them all evenly. Hyun had his doubts, thinking it was a great idea just to beef up strength. Rachel was taken aback by that logic. She explained that while it might work, at first mana becomes super crucial later on. It's pretty clear that a mana-infused body packs more of a punch than just a muscle-bound one. Hyun shifted his points around and asked Rachel if that looked good. Rachel said it was pretty decent. Then she told him to hit the shop and grab the basics of mana control. Hyunuk questioned what mana control even is. She told him it was basically a class on how to wrangle his mana. She guesstimated it would run about 100 hero points. Hyunuk began his search for it at the of mana control. Hyunuk asked, What in the world is mana control? She explained that it's all about wrangling his mana like a rodeo champ. She thought it might cost around 100 hero points, like, pocket change for a hero. Hyunuk started scouting around for it went to the store, but it was a no-show. Rachel was totally baffled since it's one of those items you expect on the shelf. Hyunuk wasn't having it. He was all bummed out. He thought she'd finally come through. He even had the nerve to ask how she could be that unhelpful. Rachel insisted it was supposed to be there. Fast forward 3 weeks, Hyan's reached level 100. It took him longer than he expected. Thanks a lot. Leveling system. Rachel chimed in that the experience caps get more brutal as you level up. Hyunuk was curious if any heroes were grinding as hard as him. Rachel told him he was already a sinecure. That didn't sit well with Hyunuk. He squashed that notion while reminding her how many times he narrowly escaped death that day. Rachel explained that it typically takes about half a year to reach level 100. She sighed, saying she wanted to be friends with him, but Hyunuk was quick to argue that she kinda asked for it. The door swung open. A goblin named Hyunuk called to let him know that the commander wanted to have a chat. When he stepped into Hemis's office, she greeted Hyunuk and casually remarked that he looked way better than last time and had obviously been hitting the gym. She noticed his mana had doubled. Hyunuk mentioned that he had been busting his chops to deliver top-notch meat to Bobo every day, but Hayes chimed in about how he was getting way stronger, way too fast. She wondered if it was due to that level-up shenanigan for heroes. Hyunuk was taken aback that Hemis even knew he was a hero. He pondered how she found that out. She laughed it off, saying she figured it out the moment they first crossed paths. Curiosity sparked. He asked her how she knew. She said it was because she's got a buddy who's absolutely obsessed with heroes. She leaned in and asked why he thought she called him in the first place. Hyunuk pondered this for a moment. Then he brought up their past promise. He asked if she remembered it. She said yes and pried again about his questionable behavior. He morphed into a flower-munching monster. She was fuming, baffled by how fast he was leveling up. She told him to buckle down if he didn't want to kick the bucket. It was all for her entertainment, of course. Hun recalled that the crowd goes bananas not for a dazzling act or a smashing victory, but for a jaw-dropping plot twist. He knew she had thrown him into a situation he could never win and wished the odds would stack against him. Since he already got the warning, he realized he was already an underdog. Rachel, in a dramatic flair, asked what his game plan was. He told her to chill and let him put his thinking cap on. Hyunuk declared it was smarter to learn about the enemy before battle day. He needed to figure out how strong the opponent was. Rachel argued that all they had was a name. She asked how he'd even nail down his face. He mentioned he wanted to snag something from the hero shop, a combat power meter. It's this nifty gadget that measures a target's strength, stamina, agility, and mana. It runs for 50 hero points. Hyun planned to use it to scope out the power level and train against a cook with a comparable power level. Rachel sighed and teased him for only being a genius during times like this. Hyunuk fired back, insisting it's better than being totally useless all the time. They decided to check Rachel's combat power, which totaled 375. She couldn't tell if that was impressively high or ridiculously low, so she suggested they measure Hyunuk. Hyunuk passed the meter to Rachel, but she looked puzzled. He asked if she saw anything. Rachel was in disbelief, insisting the gadget had to be broken, as there was no way he could be stronger than her. Hyunuk had 1,560 strength. He simply asked her if she was absolutely sure she wasn't the weak link here. Rachel felt bummed since she had a strength of 10,000 just a month ago. Hyunuk inquired if everything was working fine. They checked Bobo's strength, and the pup had a shocking 47, 422 strength. Rachel felt even sorrier realizing they were both outmatched by a dog. It was pretty hilarious how Hyunuk toyed with the thought that maybe this dog was on some serious steroids. He stepped outside and checked the levels of the other orcs. He figured the weakest members were goblins, while most others had stats similar to his. Suddenly, someone announced Captain Bulkman had arrived, and everyone snapped to attention. The captain strolled past Hyunuk, who noticed the captain was packing 14,300 strength. He pieced together that everyone boasting a strength higher than 10,000 was at least a commander level. Hyun confirmed with Rachel that his opponent was a platoon leader. Rumor had it he was an orc with the brains of a pig. Hyunuk guessed a platoon leader should weigh in at around 3,000 strength, giving him a slim chance if he leveled up. He began looking for the guy. When he finally spotted him, he found Kirkin's strength was 6,671. Rachel remarked that it basically screamed for Hyunuk to just roll over and die. Hyunuk received a hero quest. The system chimed in, saying his chances of defeating the pig were nearly non-existent. Still refusing to throw in the towel in a hopeless situation the reward was 300 hero points. Hyunuk exclaimed that the timing of this quest couldn't have been better. It even made him suspect that it was spying on him. He officially accepted the challenge because it was do or die anyway. He resolved to hunt down his observer, or Hemis. Hun was fueled with a new motivation to stay alive. The next morning in the kitchen, Hyunuk declared his presence. Kulkan told him to step on in. Kulkan took note of Hyunuk's goggles and remarked how intriguing they were. He inquired where Hyunuk snagged them. Hyunuk simply stated he saw someone else wearing them and thought he'd copycat. Kulkan wondered if this was the new trend among the youthful crowd. Anyway, Hyunuk was instructed to gear up for the hunt. Hyunuk sized up Kulkan's strength, clocking in at 35,230. He pondered why it was so sky high. That was no ordinary captain's strength, and it wasn't just him. Hyunuk spotted the other cooks. Their combat strength was also impressive, courtesy of their brawls with demonic beasts. Hyunuk realized that if he sparred against someone with strength on par with Kirkin, he could gauge where he stood. Hyun approached Kulkan, asking to spar with one of the cooks, explaining he wanted to enhance his skills and become a bigger asset. Kulkan replied that he was strong enough for a human, so there was no need to rush. Hyunuk casually threatened Kulkan, stating that if he didn't allow it, he'd be eating all the meat himself. Kulkan reconsidered and asked who he'd like to spar against. A bit later, the cooks were puzzling over what was happening as hunt time approached. Hyunuk realized that if he sparred against someone with strength on par with Kirkin, he could gauge where he stood. Hyun asked Kulkan to spar with one of the cooks, explaining he wanted to enhance his skills and become a bigger asset. Kulkan replied that he was strong enough for a human, so there was no need to rush. Hyunuk casually threatened Kulkan, stating that if he didn't allow it, he'd be eating all the meat himself. Kulkan reconsidered and asked who he'd like to spar against. A bit later, the cooks were puzzling over what was happening as hunt time approached. He had plans to devour the meat solo. Kulkan changed his mind and asked whom he wanted to spar with. A little while later, the cooks were scratching their heads over what was happening since it was almost hunt o'clock. Hyunuk realized that if he faced someone with strength comparable to Kirkin, he could gauge his own level. Hyun asked Kulkan to duel with one of the cooks. He explained he wanted to beef up his skills to lend a bigger hand after picking up a trick or two. Kulkan shot back that he was strong for a human, so he didn't need to rush into anything. Hyunuk dropped a not-so-subtle threat by saying that if he didn't let it happen, he would just munch on the meat himself. Kulkan had a sudden change of heart and asked who he wished to spar against. A little while later, the cooks were still trying to figure out what was happening since it was getting close to hunt time. They discovered that Hyunuk is in a showdown with Golbak. They couldn't help but wonder if Hyunuk's number was up that day. Some goblins were feeling a bit salty because they were fans of Hyunuk's meat. Golbak had a whopping strength of 2,620, so the goblins concocted a plan to take out Golbak instead. Kulkan overheard their chatter and told them to pipe down. He reminded Golbak to play nice and avoid offing Hyans at all costs. He advised him to keep it simple and not go overboard. Golbak may have looked a bit slow, but he nodded like he was on the same page, even though Kulkan clearly thought he was just playing dumb. They kicked off the spar, and Hyunuk was fired up like a rocket. Golbak gave himself a pep talk to keep from turning Hyunuk into a pancake. Hyunuk charged like a bull, but Golbak's punch missed him by a mile. Hyun noticed Golbak's fists were relying on instinct rather than skill. Hyunuk lunged at Golbak again. This fight felt like deja vu to him, and he'd always come out on top. They declared Hyun the victor. The goblins were dumbfounded at Golbak's rapid loss. It all happened so fast that half of them had no clue what went down. Hyun was still in shock over how Golbak got floored by a single kick. He started to believe that maybe he actually had a shot at victory after all. Up in the north part of the Black Fortress in the Great Forest, Hyun couldn't shake off the disbelief that he knocked out an orc with double the strength stats with just one kick. He mused on the idea that combat strength was just a number, nothing set in stone. He figured if he beefed up just a smidge, he'd easily score a win in the next battle. A goblin rushed in to report to Culkin that a gang of Talus showed up ahead. Culkin grumbled about how annoying that was. He wondered if they were on Talus turf. Hyun was curious about the fuss. He asked if it was because Talus tasted bad. Culkin shot back that their meat isn't half bad, actually. In fact, their bone marrow is considered a delicacy. Talus roll in packs. They're fiercely protective, so if anyone lays a finger on their young, it'll be a world of hurt for the aggressor. Hansa guessed that the hunt would wrap up there. Culkin decided to go after them since their meat is tasty. He rallied everyone to attack because they were having Talus meat for snacks that day. He ordered everyone not to let a single Talus get away and to take them down alive. There was this creepy-ass monster that looked like a spider with a skull plastered on it. Hyunuk nudged a goblin, acting like it was an accident. He seized the moment to deliver some final blows and level up. After a bit, they managed to collect several Talus. Hyunuk finished off the last one and leveled up. Rachel praised him for being a pro at snagging final blows. Hyunuk took the compliment in stride, saying it's why he enjoyed working in the kitchen. Suddenly, he felt an intense pressure surrounding him. He was perplexed and turned around. Just then, someone let out a scream that the Talus Queen was on the scene. She was furious upon spotting a heap of dead Talus. She let out a deep growl. Hyunuk was curious how powerful she really was to cause such a ruckus. With the goggles on, it displayed her strength as off the charts. And the darkest twist, they just mercilessly wiped out her babies. Hyunuk quickly spun around to ask the chef what their game plan was, but his eyes widened in shock when he saw the chef hightailing it. The chef shouted for everyone to run for their lives and promised they'd meet again. Hyunuk thought about just how irresponsible that little rascal was being. A loud commotion seized Hyun's attention. Someone shouted for everyone to scatter. The feeble goblins were getting taken out left and right. One was desperately looking for the head chef. The Talus Queen was enraged. Her scream pierced through the air. It was so deafening that Hyunuk had to cover his ears just to survive the sound wave. Rachel told him to look behind him. When he turned, he saw hundreds of Talus charging toward him, even the towering queen. And naturally, our boy made a break for it. Simultaneously, the other goblins were crying for help. Hyun knew that if he even paused for a second, he was a goner. The shouts and wails continued to resonate. Eventually, Hyunuk stumbled upon a cave. He questioned if it was a safe bet. Rachel assured him it was empty. She'd checked before. Deep down, Hyunuk remained skeptical. But he figured it's got to be safer in here than the forest, where he'd be an easy target from all directions. He noted that the cave was pretty deep. He asked Rachel if it was a natural formation, but she admitted she didn't know. She did mention how high the cave was, even saying it could accommodate the Talus Queen. An idea sparked in Hyunuk's mind. He spotted a sticky substance on the wall. Rachel insisted it couldn't be a Talus hideout, since the chef assured them that no groups of Talus were in the area. But the gooey substance had Hyunuk's curiosity piqued. He wondered if those were spider webs. Then he caught sight of eggs. He immediately pieced it together that it must be a Talus nest. Realization washed over him that this place wouldn't be safe after all. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared. It popped out just as Hyunuk decided to skedaddle. A fully grown Talus was hot on his heels. He bolted as fast as his legs could carry him. Rachel asked if they were heading in the right direction, but he had no idea since this was his first time here as well. He felt something slippery beneath his feet. Hyunuk slipped. Panic surged through him as he grabbed the nearest object he could find to use as a weapon, then hurled it at the Talus. The projectile whacked the Talus right in the chest. It made a grab for the egg. Hyunuk noticed that it halted its pursuit. The distraction must have worked as it got sidetracked trying to catch the egg. He asked Rachel what kind of bizarre behavior the Talus was showing. Rachel theorized that the Talus must have thought what he tossed was a tasty treat since it was round, moist, and smooth. She pointed out that it resembled a Talus egg. Totally liked what he tossed her way. It was round, moist, and smooth. She pointed out it resembled Talus's egg. Hyun had a light bulb moment. He snatched another egg while telling Talus he had no time for its nonsense. The Talus panicked, and that's when Hyunuk knew his master plan was a go. He struck a pose and tossed the egg. The Talus scrambled to catch it. Rachel noticed that its physique could outshine a gym rat. Maybe that's because it's a monster. She asked Hyunuk what his next pick was. Hyun shot back, asking what he could choose from when there were still over 100 eggs hanging around. The teasing continued, with Hyunuk braving to roast the talus when the egg cracked open. He told the talus he could handle a better catch than it could. Hyunuk commanded Rachel to fetch him an egg, but she broke the news that it was the last one left. Hyunuk went ghostly pale. He knew he really messed up. The talus growled loudly. It charged right at them. Hyunuk yelled at Rachel to buff him up pronto. The talus queen was fuming. Hyunuk knew it was already run down from chasing the eggs. He reminded himself to stay on track, and that victory was his only option. The talus queen surged towards him. Hyunuk geared up for his ultimate move. This bad boy was called Paradise Reincarnation Shot. Instead of running for the hills, our champ stood his ground, and boom, the attack hit. The talus was taken down. Several system notifications popped up like confetti, letting him know he'd leveled up. Rachel asked if he was okay. Hyunuk replied he felt like he was on the brink of passing out. He suggested they go somewhere less death-inducing. Hyunuk was shocked to learn Rachel had healing magic too. He raved about how worth it was to invest in mana points. Rachel downplayed it, saying her magic mostly just stops blood. He added a point to his stats and decided it was time to head back. Currently, Hyunuk sat at level 108 with 56 plus and 27 charisma. He felt pretty great now that his mana and other stats were all balanced. Not quite sure how to utilize it yet, but he saw it as a future investment. Out of nowhere, someone in the cave recognized Hyunuk's voice. It was Kulkan, and he was stoked to see Hyun made it out alive. Hyunuk quizzed him on why he was there. Kulkan shared he stumbled in after spotting a cave while skedaddling away. He remarked how lucky they were, but then froze when he realized it was the talus nest. He spotted some things lying around. Hyunuk revealed it was the talus's eggs, and that was where it laid them. Upon hearing those were talus's eggs, Kulkan's eyes lit up like a kid in a candy store. It was a rare, super scrumptious meal that only top-tier folks could dream of feasting on. Yuns hollered at him to get it together since they needed to skedaddle. Kulkan answered he figured the talus queen that was on their tail earlier would already be inside the cave. He added that he needed to be at least division commander level or above to catch the talus queen making the egg his last supper. Suddenly they heard a ruckus from the entrance. The goblins rolled in and spotted the chef. Kulkan acknowledged those who barely made it. He told them they were lucky to get a taste of the egg. Hyun pondered if it was really his last meal. He wasn't about to let that be his fate, especially with that 5-side dish meal from his wife still untouched. Hyun vowed he wouldn't go down like that. He was set on getting out of there alive. In Hemis's office, someone strolled in to greet the commander. She noted how he was stiff and formal like always. She asked if he had wrapped up the mission he was assigned to. Readrun reported that he successfully nabbed the next Saints of the Holy Empire as instructed. She beamed with pride for Readrun. He managed to bust through that crazed cult in just 3 weeks. She ruffled his hair, making Readrun blush like a tomato. Out of the blue, a knock came at the door. She told them they were interrupting a perfect moment. The goblin informed her there was an urgent report about the cooks, who went out to gather ingredients since something went down. He casually replied that it was just another day in the office. She pressed on, asking why there was such a commotion. The goblin reported how the situation was a big deal, who went out on a little scavenger hunt for ingredients after some shenanigans. He shrugged and said, "This kind of stuff happens every single day." She raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what's with all the drama?" The goblin chimed in, sharing how the scale of the issue was gigantic, like, "They're not coming back with snacks, that's for sure." It turns out the Talus Queen just decided to drop in out of nowhere, and now most of the kitchen crew, including the top chef Kulkan, are either pushing daisies or playing hide-and-seek in the afterlife. He asked about Hyunuk, and the goblin sheepishly admitted he was MIA. Readrun caught wind of that, and let's just say he wasn't jumping for joy. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, the goblins were raising a toast with eggs, their way of throwing a fiesta while waiting for their impending doom. Kulkan even waved a farewell. Hyun gave him a playful whack on the head and told him, "Get a grip." Kulkan's face screamed, "What in the world?" Hyunuk chirped in, that he appeared to have fallen under some nasty enchantment, so he kicked it up a notch and used his secret weapon. Hyun revealed his latest acquisition, the Beast Encyclopedia Demonic Beast Edition. It's basically an all-you-can-eat buffet of info about demonic beasts. It costs 50 hero points to browse. He set his sights on Talus, a spider-like demon that likes to roll with a gang and has legs as tough as nails. To take Talus down, They should target those squishy spots like the torso and noggin. And let me tell you, Talus's goo is about as flammable as a barbecue lighter, and those eggs, they're like little grenades. Plus, the caves made with Talus's spit aren't exactly fireproof, so he needed to play it cool and not go waving around any fire magic in there. Hyunuk asked if Kulkan could throw down some fire spells. Kulkan said, "Sure, but I'm talking baby flames here." Kulkan let out a huge sigh and told Hyunuk to just forget it. He clarified that Talus's shell was not something his magic could just BBQ to a crisp. Hyunuk piped up that it was fine since he wasn't planning on roasting the Talus anyway. Hyunuk gathered everyone around and announced he had a bright idea. He declared that they needed to make it out alive to feast on more heavenly goodies like eggs. But the goblins shrugged it off, thinking it was a lost cause. Hyunuk sweetened the deal by promising unlimited servings of high-end gourmet demonic beast meat as a post-survival feast. The goblins, he knew it was a lost cause. Hyunuk dangled the bait, teasing them with a promise of an all-you-can-eat buffet of fancy demon meat for survival celebration. The goblins were drooling at the thought, turning their eyes into little cartoon hearts. Now pumped up, Kulkan pointed out that if they wanted to feast like kings at a buffet, they first had to not become cave snack food. With eyes sparkling like a disco ball and drool practically pooling, Kulkan eagerly asked what their game plan was. Hyunuk was on cloud 9 feeling victorious. He reminded everyone to stick to the plan and to keep their feet moving without hitting the brakes. They needed to take off running until they were outside, and then they were off like a shot. They came face to face with a horde of Talas. Hyunuk shouted for Kulkan to get his fire carrier ready. Kulkan flung the flames at his cue, and the cave erupted with a bang. Rachel noticed everyone darting towards the walls like ants on a sweet crumb. She asked what he was up to. Hyunuk explained that if the fire spread and the cave caved in, the remaining eggs would be history too. So he left a few eggs deeper inside on purpose just to be safe. They made a run for it while the Talus were busy with their distractions. He yelled at the goblins not to glance back and to keep charging ahead. He instructed them to toss an egg to keep the creatures occupied. Their main focus was plain and simple survival. Now Hyunuk was clutching the last egg, and they had to find the exit before having to use it. Rachel spotted a glimmer of light. Hyunuk led everyone towards their escape route. Just a tad bit more, and freedom would be theirs. They dashed ahead like their shoes were on fire. Upon reaching the light, they thought they had it made, but the relieved smile on Hyunuk's face quickly twisted into a frown. There it was, a queen Talus ready to throw a wrench in their plans. Kulkan noticed it too. It was blocking their escape route. Hun gripped the egg tightly. The Talus queen spotted it and looked furious, as if it just had a bad hair day. Kulka exclaimed that she was back. He figured this had to be the end of the line, but Hyunuk refused to throw in the towel. He observed that the queen wasn't attacking them, which probably meant something was up. Drawing her attention, he told Kulan to light something up for him. He informed the queen that it was the last egg in existence. He warned her that if it blew up, everyone, including her precious little ones, would be toast too. He showcased the egg with the cloth ablaze, asking the Queen Talus to kindly step aside. The Queen Talus pondered over her options like she was deciding on a menu item. With a firm nudge, Hyun urged her to move it along. The Queen Talus lifted her leg and it screeched like a banshee. Rachel asked what they should do next. Hyun ignited the egg in a panic. He had no clue what to do. He just launched the flaming egg. It slammed into the wall and flames erupted. They felt the ground rumble like a hungry giant. The goblins were in full-on panic mode. The cave was coming down around them. Hyunuk shouted for everyone to make a break for it. Their priority was to get outside. But as he ran for dear life, Hyans froze like a deer in headlights. The system window popped up, informing him he leveled up. Rachel shouted at him, questioning why he was just standing there. If he didn't book it, he would be buried under the rubble. He spotted the Queen Talus getting squished under falling rocks. Hyunuk got another notification about leveling up. A flurry of system windows appeared, letting him know he leveled up again. It felt like he was in speed leveling heaven. Hyunuk could only gasp, "Huh?" His expression a mix of confusion and awe. Then he figured it out. All the Talus must have gifted him some XP as they bit the dust in the collapsing cave. He was curious if his epic cave crashing skills were the cause, but for now, he asked Rachel for a little boost. Rachel obliged. He emerged from the chaos, though escaping with the queen blocking the path was still a tall order. They needed to draw the queen's attention elsewhere for a moment. Culkin whipped out an egg and yelled that it was a gift for the queen. He offered the egg as a trade for their escape route. Hyunuk seized the opportunity. He bolted forward with every ounce of determination. The queen spat out some gooey green stuff resembling spider silk. Hyunuk wondered if that was the end of his story. Suddenly, a pair of red hands clutched a trunk. The owner of those hands asked if Hyunuk was holding up okay. At that moment, Hyun was being yanked away. Hyunuk's eyes went wide when he saw Redrun. Redrun was thrilled to see our hero alive just as he suspected. He announced he'd handle things from here. He brought the trunk crashing down on the Talus Queen, making her roar like a banshee. Redrun struck a badass warrior pose. Hun was in awe. He exclaimed that Redrun was ridiculously awesome. The Demon King's army chefs numbered 105, but only 6 remained alive. 99 had either kicked the bucket or gone MIA, including poor Kulkan. Back at the Black Castle in Bobo's room, Bobo whimpered like a sad puppy while clinging to Hyunuk. Hyunuk consoled the giant baby, promising he came back from the dead just to see him. Rel remarked how lucky they were to return alive thanks to their cowhead companion. Bobo kept gleefully licking Hyunuk's face like it was a popsicle. Hyunuk told Rachel they should soak in every moment, or they might just end up getting squashed soon. Rachel asked why. Hyunuk explained it was because finals were creeping up like a ninja. Rachel believed Hyunuk had really come a long way. He acknowledged that it was true. Thanks to the cave collapsing, he skyrocketed 75 levels in one fell swoop. His level shot up to 200. Rachel chimed in, saying it felt a bit underwhelming. Hyunuk shared her sentiment, especially considering they were up against opponents boasting over 6,000 battle power. Rachel hit Hyunuk with a pop quiz. She asked if he would gain orc-like strength with that kind of battle power. Hyuk answered that it wasn't just about battle power alone. He was spot on. That kind of strength had more to do with strategy and magic. So Rachel informed Han that if he wanted to face that foe, magic would have to come into play too. Hans quickly countered that making magic happen was no walk in the park. Rachel pointed out how Hyans had wielded magic in the past. Hans was oblivious to that fact. Rachel admitted that it was so lame it could hardly be called magic at all. Hans chimed in that it wasn't going to be a cakewalk. Rachel reminded them of how Hyans used magic before. Hans was completely out of the loop on that. Rachel sheepishly confessed it was too lame to be categorized as magic. Hyunuk figured out that the unexpected surge of strength he felt was magic. The door swung open, catching them off guard. It was Redrun. Hyunuk inquired about what brought him to this dump of a place. Redrun replied that he wanted him to come along to meet the big boss himself. In Hemis's office, Hemis asked what brought Ryrun there. He was told that Ryrun wanted to meet her for some personal issue, which was totally out of the ordinary. Redrun requested the commander's blessing to teach him how to battle. Hyun looked baffled and asked why. Redrun explained that Orc Karkin is a platoon leader, but he'd been seeing things differently lately, believing Kirkin deserved the title of Deputy Battalion Commander. If things keep going this way, Hyunuk is totally going to lose. Redrun mentioned that Hyunuk has immense potential, and he's curious to see where Hyunuk's future leads. Hyunuk's eyes nearly popped out in shock. There's no way the commander would agree to this. To his surprise, Hemis did. Redrun expressed his gratitude, and Hemis pointed out that if they were finished chatting, they should move it along because she had work to do. Hyunuk thanked the great commander for her kindness, and couldn't help but notice how much stronger Hyunuk has gotten since they last met. She found it entertaining to meet someone who grows so rapidly, but at the same time, it irked her that he was leveling up way too fast. She realized that if Redrun aided Cho Hyunuk, Kirkin could actually be in serious trouble, so she figured she should give Kirkin a little something to level the playing field. Redrun escorted Hyunuk to his private training grounds. Hyun took in the vastness of the area, recalling how Hemis had always admired Redrun. Redrun stayed quiet, noticing the oceans of mana swirling in Hyunuk's body, but he still couldn't tap into any of it. He realized that Hyunuk was getting powerful way too quickly. His best bet would be to teach him the fundamentals, but the battle was in 4 days. Talk about cutting it close. Redrun was deep in thought. The only way might be the only way. Just as he was about to punch Hyunuk, declaring that pain was part of growing up, he urged Hyunuk to keep his focus. His fist connected with Hyunuk's face. As Hyunuk hit the ground, he couldn't help but think this guy must be out of his mind. He was laying a beatdown on him and declared he was going to train him. Hyun shouted to pay attention, or he'd end up as a pancake if he didn't block with mana. Hyun braced to block Riden's strike with his forearm. He jumped back to create some distance and went for a kick. Ridrun found it odd. Hyunuk's sheer strength wasn't anything special, but his reaction time and vision were on par with a seasoned knight. He recognized that Hyunuk had a remarkable spirit. Ridrun realized it wasn't a fluke that he missed Husk's kick. It was because Hyunuk's combat instincts were impressively sharp. For his next move, he decided to trust Hyunuk's instincts more. Ridrun reminded Hyunuk of the wager he made with the commander and told him he couldn't beat Kirkin without any mana. He told Hyunuk it'd be better to bite the dust there than lose face in front of everyone. Then he smacked Hyunuk, tossing him through the air. Hun suddenly realized Ridrun wasn't joking and that he could very well die if he took another hit. He got lost in thought about his unfulfilled dreams of getting married and raising adorable kids. Ridrun chased after him midair. Hyun found himself with two choices: kick the bucket or try to block the next attack. Hyunuk was gearing up to throw a punch, praying to God for help. Suddenly, someone crashed down to the ground. The impact was so immense it wrecked the landscape. That was Hyunuk. Rachel started to panic. Ridrun approached the wreckage, telling Hyunuk he had just learned to control his own mana. He asked if Hyun had noticed that. Hun raised a hand and gave a thumbs up cheerfully, exclaiming that God answered his prayer. He looked utterly ridiculous. Ridrun told him if he kept it up, he would win. Ridrun grabbed his arm, warning him to stay still because he was going to heal him. But suddenly, Hyunuk felt excruciating pain. He groaned as he clutched his neck. Ridrun had entirely forgotten that dark mana acts like poison for humans. He totally spaced on the fact that Hyunuk was a human. He quickly apologized to Hyunuk while hoisting him up, urging him to just hang in there. There were counterspells to all the powers swirling around in that world. Dark mana beats mana beats divine power, and divine power beats dark mana. Mana is meant for humans, dark mana belongs to demons, and divine power is reserved for those who worship God. The Church of Tusus, boasting the biggest crowd, had sparked wars and put every religion under their thumbs. They transformed into the divine empire known as Gatran, who decided who could hear God's voice and heralded her as the saints. Somewhere deep in the Demon King's lair, someone caught wind that the saints were locked away in a chamber. The next saint of the divine empire caught by the demon horde is none other than Abelson Marriott. They were gossiping about how she hadn't prayed for days. This sparked doubt about whether she was truly saintly, but they trusted that Ridrun wouldn't make any mistakes. In Abelson's mind, praying to God was pointless. She thought she was better off outside the confines of the church. Ridrun barged in, cradling Hyunuk like a bag of potatoes. She scolded him for his rudeness. Ridrun insisted she needed to heal the humans since Hyunuk's head was pounding. He wondered what Ridrun had done to him. It was pretty funny how he couldn't admit that the last hand he held was a guy's hand. He regretted not taking Rachel's hand instead. He opened his eyes to see a silver-haired beauty. He thought to himself that he must have kicked the bucket again and landed in some random spot. He figured he must have done something worthwhile in his previous life. Hyun wailed, promising he would never forgive that angel. He declared he'd rather become an archmage by age 30. He'd even prayed to send Rachel straight to eternal torment because she was a demon in an angel's disguise. Hyunuk's head throbbed again. He couldn't recall what Ridrun had done to him. It was amusing how he wouldn't admit that the last hand he had held was a guy's hand. He regretted not holding Rachel's hand instead. He opened his eyes once more to find himself staring at a silver-haired beauty. He thought it must be true he died again and landed in a random place. He figured he had actually done something significant in a past life. Hyun sobbed, vowing he'd never forgive that angel. He declared he'd rather become an archmage by the age of 30. He prayed to cast Rachel into eternal hell, for she was a demon donning a mask of an angel. Then he declared he had one last wish before he reincarnated. If the angel was looking to make him a hero again, she'd better pop the question first. Absin threw in a zinger, calling him pathetic. Hyunuk's eyes widened in surprise. Ridrun, thrilled to see him awake, practically yanked him out of his shirt. Hyunuk couldn't decide if he was confused or just out of it. Ridrun pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. Hyunuk moaned that he was being suffocated again. That's when it hit him. Wait, I'm not dead. He turned to see if the angel was a real person, all while recalling the embarrassing things he'd said in front of her. Redrun asked the saint if Hyunuk had fully recovered. The saints replied that he wasn't back to 100%, and Redrun must have noticed that the dark mana was still hanging out in Hyunuk's system. She had no clue what that meant for him. Redrun probed if she couldn't just zap it away with her divine mojo. Ableson warned that poor Hyunuk could bite the dust if things went sideways. The dark mana could fade away over time, so she suggested playing the waiting game. Redrun sincerely apologized and promised to make it up to him with some hardcore training and growth. Hyunuk felt like he was being crushed, but squeaked out that Redrun didn't need to treat a lowlife like him so special. Redrun dragged him out, but Hyunuk hollered for him to hold up. Ableson had her curiosity piqued about Hyunuk since he was a human being schooled by a demon. A few hours later, Hyunuk finally made it back to his room. Bobo was right there, teething on his head. Hyunuk thanked Bobo. He heard that Bobo had transformed his house into a buffet and had even chomped on the poor soldier delivering his food. Once again, Hyunuk expressed gratitude, because if it wasn't for Bobo's separation anxiety, he'd still be stuck in training. He confided in Bobo about how that day was a roller coaster that brought him to tears. To top it off, the dark mana was still tagging along. He asked Rachel if he was going to kick the bucket. Bobo kept licking Hyunuk until he called out to Rachel again since she wasn't responding. Rachel was in tears over how her hero had been tainted. She told him he wasn't the same hero anymore. Hyunuk was confused and thought he should be the one crying over all the craziness. After a bit, Rachel settled down, admitting that all the trouble was her fault. She pointed the finger at the dark mana in their MC's body and the near-death fiasco. Then she added sarcastically that it was all because she was a demon in an angel's disguise, a total maniac who deserved an eternal timeout in hell. If you remember, these were the things Hyunuk spilled to the saints when he woke up. Hyunuk knew he had really messed up, so he jumped in to cheer her up. He even threw in that there's no buff item like her in this universe. Rachel shot back to quiet down since he didn't mean any of that. All our MC could do now was sit tight while brainstorming ways to make things right with her. He thought he might just go bonkers. 3 days later, we spot Hyunuk face-planted on the ground, sobbing over all the training he had endured with Redrun. Absin was there to patch him up afterward. Hyunuk sweet-talked her, calling her beautiful as always. Absin was left reeling at this so-called hero, clearly disgusted, but still worked her healing magic on him. Hyunuk asked her for a little favor before his big showdown tomorrow. While scratching his head, he sheepishly requested Absin to pray for him to avoid a one-way ticket to the underworld. And if it wasn't too much trouble, could she come to watch him in action? That little request completely took Absin by surprise. A day passed, and the fateful battle that would seal our MC's destiny had finally arrived. The whole audience wanted to know why someone would. That remark completely threw Absin for a loop. One day had zipped by, and finally the showdown that would decide our main character's fate was about to kick off. The audience was buzzing, wondering why anyone in their right mind would even think about going against the commander, especially for just a regular human. And of course, Hamus and Redrun were there hanging out. Hamus dug the vibes and leaned in to ask Redrun who he thought would take the crown. Redrun exclaimed that Hyunuk would snag the win. The dude tried his hardest, and he's got skills that'll blow your mind. Hamus then nudged Redrun and proposed a wager. If Hyunuk clinches the victory, Redrun gets to keep training him. Redrun chuckled at the unique proposition. He then prodded, "What's the catch if Hyunuk flops?" With a sly grin, Hamus hit him with the bombshell that Raider Run would have to take down Hyunuk himself. That's the price for his bold words. Redrun felt a twinge of unease, but like a deer in headlights, he had to agree. While glancing at our main character, Hamus squealed that it's been ages since she felt this giddy. The announcer jumped in to hype up the competitors. Hyun was mentally prepping, knowing he was in peak form. Not a hint of nerves in sight. The announcer hollered his name like a hype man on steroids. This is the current deets of Hyunuk. He was practically oozing confidence at this point, having leveled up significantly and snagged a shiny new skill and trait. He knew he was packing more power than ever. Here's the scoop on his new skill. All that training really paid off. Read-run-style combat comprising 10 unique forms. Sure, Hyun's only got an 8% proficiency, but he hoped that'd be enough to get him through. The poor dude thought he really needed to win this showdown to snag a date with the silver-haired Saint Tess. But his daydreaming got derailed when Rachel called him out on his thoughts. Meanwhile, his challenger was getting introduced. This beast was named Kirkin, and he was primed to teach Hyunuk a lesson on humility. Just one look at Kirkin, and both Rachel and Hyunuk sensed something was off. He looked different from the first time they laid eyes on him. Reedrun was equally taken aback by Kirkin's transformation. He quickly reminded everyone that backing out of their wager was not an option. Kirkin growled so ferociously that it sent shockwaves through the air, his combat level clocking in at 10,573. Apparently, Hyunuk used his fancy goggles to check that out. Kirkin growled with such intensity that it sent shockwaves racing through the area. His combat level was cruising at 10,573. Apparently, Hyunuk had pulled out his goggles to check it out, like a nerd with a calculator on test day. He couldn't believe it when he said it shot up over $10,000 in just a few days. Rachel's jaw dropped too. She figured this beast was definitely up to no good. But hold on a sec. Hyun clenched his fist and said, "Hey, nothing's ever a walk in the park." The moment the fight kicked off, Hyunuk charged straight for Kirkin. But Kirkin was 2 steps ahead and had his weapon poised for our main character. Hyunuk realized that one whack from that colossal club could spell his doom. Kirkin swung big and missed. It was a predictable move, and Hyunuk thought, calm down, dodge, and wait for the right time. Our guy landed a solid hit. The announcer chimed in, claiming that must have hurt even Kirkin. Hyun readied another punch. The blow was enormous. But when you took a closer peek, Kirkin didn't even budge. Hyunuk realized he had goofed up when a blurry object zipped toward him. That thing smacked into his side. He quickly put some space between them and noticed his left arm was totally wrecked from that one hit. To top it off, Kirkin seemed unfazed by the damage he took earlier. Hyunuk thought Kirkin looked perfectly fine with his moves still pretty straightforward. In his head, our boy was thinking he had endured a whole lot worse than that before. He reminded himself to keep his cool and recalled what he learned. Combat arts mix mana with martial arts, which lets you smash the ground or crush a rock with just one punch. That was Reedrun's wisdom. He mentioned that combat art isn't all about raw strength either. It's a technique designed to send your opponent packing. Back during training, Hyunuk was told he couldn't take Kirkin down with just that. The reason he lacked the killer instinct, without a solid intention to eliminate his punches, were just fluff. Fast forward to now, and Hyunuk remembered that nugget of wisdom. Kirkin was gearing up for another swing, but instead of dodging, Hyunuk plowed forward almost like he was volunteering for a counterattack. This time, his strike had a serious edge to it, and there it went. Hyun's punch connected as he roared, "Die already!" Unlike before, this one actually drilled right through Kirkin's muscle. Say hello to the Reedrun-style first form instant obliteration, and as the name suggests, the arena went kaput. When the dust settled, Absin was on the edge of her seat, wondering who'd come out on top. As the haze cleared, Kirkin's form appeared with a gaping hole. "Welcome to the Donut Club, you ugly beast." With that, the victorious fist shot up in the air. And you guessed it, our not-so-mighty human Cho Hyunuk emerged the winner. After his epic triumph, his body shook like a leaf, realizing that Reedrun's crazy skills could flat-out obliterate him if he used them again. Meanwhile, Rachel was over the moon celebrating. She told Hyunuk, "You went straight through Kirkin's heart." Our boy was still pinching himself about winning. Then suddenly a dark red aura wrapped around Kirkin's body. Something didn't seem right. The announcer couldn't wrap his head around it, shouting it was a miracle. Yeah, right, this wasn't a miracle. Hyunuk watched as a crimson object burst forth from Kirkin's frame. It was wild. Kirkin was still moving after Hyunuk had jabbed his heart. He figured Hemis must have had a hand in this. Reedrun even suspected Hemis shared her dark mana with Kirkin, tagging him with a curse of undying. He couldn't help but wonder what her game plan was. She had her eyes on Hyunuk, mastering combat arts so quickly. Thought his skills were spectacular, but still within her playbook. Hyunsuk asked if Kirkin was alive. Rachel shot back no, asserting that Kirkin was just a puppet of that curse, and it wouldn't last much longer. Kirkin roared like a beast and charged again. Hyunsuk thought, here we go again, but oddly, he got too relaxed. As he took a step, a sharp pain hit him like a truck. That gave Kirkin the perfect chance to grab him by the neck and start knocking him around like a rag doll. Hyunuk was gripping Kirkin's arm for dear life, trying to crush it. And he was feeling a little success with that Kirkin shot him a fierce glare. Hyun's sock was shaking in his boots because Kirkin aimed his club right at him. When he hit the ground, it was like thunder crashing. It was the same gut-wrenching feeling he had when he nearly bit the dust. It felt like every bone in his body was shattered. Then someone told him to get back up. It was Abson. He looked up to see her, and Abson was mouthing something encouraging. He got the message that he could still win. Hun found a new spark and figured the fight's not over just yet. He knew he had to hold it together in front of the girl he was trying to impress. He wrapped his broken bones with mana, giving himself a makeshift armor. Our boy was dialing up his version of Luffy's second gear. His mana management shot up from an F to an E, and then from an E to a D. He charged at Kirkin while shouting his invite for a date to go out with him to the Saint test. He walloped him with a mana-covered fist. Kirkin crumpled to the ground. Even with blood trickling down his face, he struggled to get back up, looking confused like he just couldn't. Instant obliteration creates serious shockwaves. Hyunuk focused all that force onto Kirkin's head, and it seemed to be doing the trick. Hyans unleashed another punch at Kirkin. The crowd fell silent. He turned to Reedrun, asking if he had taught Hyunuk that trick. Reedrun replied with a no, claiming he'd never seen anything like it before. Hyunuk was gasping for air, pushing through because he was dreaming about that 2-day dinner and hotel deal date he had envisioned. Hamus chimed in that Reedrun should watch his back as Hyunuk's 2-day dinner and hotel deal date he had envisioned. Hamus reiterated that Reedrun should keep his guard up because Hyunuk was an absolute beast, a hero among the demon crew. It seemed like Hyun had sparked some memories for Hamus. Daydreams of dinner and a hotel stay that were flashing through his mind. Hamus shot a warning at Reedrun to be on guard because Hyun-suk was a total beast, a hero in the demon army. It seemed like Hyun stirred something in Hamus's memory. Daydreams of dinner and a hotel stay that were flashing through his mind. Hamus shot a warning at Reedrun to be on guard because Hyun-suk was a total beast, a hero in the demon army. It seemed like Hyun stirred something in Hamus's memory. She thought it was a real hoot. Later on, Hyun leaped out of bed like he saw a ghost, totally disoriented. Rachel chimed in, telling him he was in his cabin. He inquired about the fight and what kind of wild ride he just had. Rachel filled him in that he was the champ, and the Saints worked their magic to heal him, and then split. Hyunuk scrambled to check his stats, practically bouncing off the walls. He leveled up like it was an Olympic sport. Rachel mentioned she could have healed him too, but Hyunuk was too busy basking in his glory to notice. He zoned in on his stats, realizing he shot up by 12 levels, and all his other numbers got a nice boost as well. Even his mana control bumped up by 2. Rachel looked wide-eyed, shocked like she just saw a unicorn since she'd never witnessed that kind of jump before. Hyun quipped that she was making a mountain out of a molehill again. She asked for clarification, and he casually explained that mana control isn't something that just improves on a whim like other skills. That night, Hyunuk stumbled upon a tiny note left on his bed in Abelson's prison. She mumbled it was totally unnecessary. She found him to be a real oddball. He figured out mana in just 3 days and managed to learn combat skills. He'd need at least a month to accomplish that much work. She realized that your average Joe can't pull off those feats, which led Abelson to believe Hun has some hidden potential. But his personality, oh boy, she found it super weird. She wondered if maybe the divine took pity on her or if it was just pure talent on his part. But honestly, she was over it. She figured his fate had flipped upside down thanks to that little victory. Abelson was crossing her fingers, hoping he was the beacon of hope she had been searching for. She knocked on the door. The guard outside asked what she was after. She said she needed a little favor. She wanted to go for a stroll. The note hinted that Hyun should meet her in the courtyard after sunset. Hyun read that as a top-tier SSS-level invitation for a date and couldn't help but blush. He was definitely feeling the excitement. It was a full moon, and to him it felt like a proper romantic evening. He pondered what his first move should be. Should he have asked for her number first? But then it hit him that in this world it would be like being pen pals. Rachel, not having any of it, snapped at him to ditch the note and just camp out in his room. She grumbled about how he always disregards her advice. Out of the blue, Hyunuk yanked Rachel and hit her. His eyes popped out when he spotted Abelson and her team of guards. He asked her who those folks were. She explained they were her protectors since she couldn't wander out alone. Hyunuk felt a wave of disappointment, but upon reflection it made total sense since the Saint Tess was nabbed by the Demon King's crew. The Saints invited him for a stroll, which made Hyunuk's heart race, having the big guys tailing them. His mind went blank. The saints asked if he was a hero. Hyunuk was taken aback. He asked how she knew. The saints replied that in their realm, only heroes or demons rock black hair. Ableson could see a million questions flitting through his mind, so she urged him to fire away. Hyunuk felt all warm and fuzzy inside, despite being shy, and asked if guys like him could even exist. Ableson looked totally grossed out. They were interrupted when Ridrin came barreling toward Hyun, and Hyunuk felt a twinge of disappointment that he crashed the vibe. Ridrin informed him that the commander was eager to chat, so he really should follow him. Hyun could only ask if it needed to happen right then. Ableson muttered under her breath, raising her eyebrows at the trustworthiness of someone like him. He informed him that she loved watching their duel and witnessing how he kept. Hyunuk nodded, recalling that if he fought her chosen opponent, Hemis would have his back. He dug deeper, and Hyunuk added that it came with a catch. He was to become an executive and serve under her. Hemis admitted that the executive gig was tossed out as a joke since she thought he'd kick the bucket soon, but then she had a change of heart. She also mentioned how Ridrin claimed that Hyunuk had the chops to lead the Demon King's forces. So this time around, instead of another duel, Hemis wanted to shake things up. She declared they couldn't leave such talent to rot as just a basic platoon leader. She brought up the cooking crew taking a heavy hit, meaning there was a major meat supply crisis for the higher-ups. If things kept going this way, they might end up having to resort to cannibalism. Hyun nodded, yet he was dying to know why she was spilling this tea to him. She appointed him as the squadron commander. To be specific, he was now the cooking squadron commander. She said he could handpick any cook he fancied. By the day after tomorrow, he needed to get the kitchen back in working order. She had high hopes for him. Hyunuk took a deep breath and promised to give it his all. Rachel was not thrilled that Hyunuk became the commander of the Demon King's kitchen brigade, even after being hailed as a hero. She sarcastically asked if he was over the moon about it. Hyunuk, feeling a hint of annoyance, shot back that he was so thrilled he could just roll over and die. He pointed out that Rachel still seemed to be holding a grudge. Rachel just scoffed in response. Hyun-Sok decided it was time to dive into the commander duties. He called over one of the crew, referred to him as a punk, and asked what he was up to. A creature that looked like Gollum wasn't too happy with being called a punk and shot back, asking if Hyun-Sok was a mad meat-drilling slave. Hyunuk was fuming at being called a slave. He corrected this punk and let him have it, delivering a punch that sent a clear message he'd better address Hyun-Sok as commander. He ordered everyone to assemble. The average combat power of the cooking squadron was hovering around 2,000, with the biggest guy clocking in at about 3,500. However, Hyunuk noticed the ranks appeared thin. Hyunuk felt the pug-nosed annoyance again at being labeled a slave. He reiterated that the punk had it all wrong. He gave the creature a good whack while explaining he should be addressing Hyun-Sok as commander. He told everyone to gather round. The average combat power of the cooking squadron was still around 2,000, and the strongest hung around 3,500. Yet Hyunuk was still unnerved to see there were fewer members in the group. The cooking squadron's average combat power is around 2,000, while the heavy hitters tip the scales at roughly 3,500. But Hyunuk noticed that the numbers were dwindling. He thought there were about 300, but turns out there are fewer than 20. But hey, he had no choice. Otherwise, the commander would be sending him on a permanent vacation. He told the knuckleheads to raise their hands if they recognized him. Those knuckleheads chimed in saying, "He's Choi Hyun-Suk, BBQ machine." One goblin couldn't help but brag that they were all mistaken, because Hwan-Sok is just a scrumptious human. In a flash, that guy got a powerful kick from Hyunuk. He declared himself their commander and ordered them, as the chief chef commander, to treat him like royalty from that moment on. He then announced that anyone who knows why they have a skeleton crew in the kitchen should stand up and spill the beans. One brave soul replied that the others took off hunting without permission and got chewed up by some nasty beasts. Hyunuk sighed, saying that made sense since those hotheads always charge in without a clue. Then he asked who among them was the top chef. They all echoed in unison that it's Gallum. Yep, that alien-looking punk from earlier. Gallum was left stunned. Hyunuk appointed Gallum as the second in command. He asked if anyone had any objections. They all said nope. Then Hyunuk let them off the hook. They needed at least 200 for the kitchen, and Hyun was racking his brain on how to assemble that many in a single day. He found himself with just one option. The next day, Rachel was taken aback to see Bobo tagging along. He asked Husach if his plan was to intimidate them with Bobo. Hyun insisted it was just Plan B. Only one rule for selecting cooks here. The replacements are those expendable folks who wouldn't dare defy Hyunuk. He booted someone right in the face, branding him a mole and signing him up to be a chef. This dude wasn't thrilled about being labeled a mole. He had a lot to say, but then his jaw had a brief encounter with Hyunuk's foot. Hyunuk told him to cut the act. Hyunuk proclaimed him the first recruit. He explained that the military runs on seniority and a bit of harassment, so if he joins now, not many will outrank him. So Hyunuk advised him to go recruit some juniors to absorb the beatings in his stead. This lightweight was utterly confused. Hyun told him to fetch some buddies, which he did, bringing along 5. When the others catch a beating 10 times, this guy will only take it once. That was Hyunuk's master plan. He was relishing the peaceful vibe, praising the elegant meal as evidence of it. But tranquility was shattered when a panicked subordinate burst in with news that trouble was brewing. Duras wished his subordinate had a pinch of elegance. He asked what the fuss was about. The subordinate reported that most of the battalion members are MIA. He wondered if they had bailed on their post. He lamented how those guys didn't even have real jobs just dishing up for him. The subordinate clarified that it's because all the battalion members had been rounded up as cooks for the army. Duras knew the top cook soldier is a human Hemis has a soft spot for. Duras just wanted to tell them to be more careful next time and leave it at that. But his subordinate insisted they can't sweep this under the rug, since 200 soldiers had been drafted as cooks. The cooks were already gathered. The subordinate announced to Hyunuk the hero that they had successfully assembled over. Hyunuk looked pretty smug, claiming that's the perk of being smart. Hyunuk announced they'd be closing recruitment, but he got sidetracked when the colossal Das strutted in. Hyunuk sensed trouble. He didn't know what exactly, but it was clear Das was fuming about something. Hyuk donned his goggles, but the measuring device couldn't handle anything over 50,000 combat power. If pushed beyond its limits, it risked going haywire. Hyunuk recognized things were going awry, so he decided to wrap things up and skedaddle. Duras was on the hunt for Hyunuk, the one who rolls with Bobo. Bobo barked, drawing all eyes. Hyunuk respectfully inquired what he was doing there. Duras introduced himself as the commander of the 3rd Separate Battalion. Duras demanded to know what kind of thinking went into snatching away all his battalion members. He realized those little rascals had brought their pals along from their own unit. Duras ordered him to follow him to his office for a chat. Hyunuk had no choice but to tag along. Hyun pondered over it. It didn't surprise him since everything was flowing way too smoothly. Duras confirmed with Hyun that Hyunuk didn't orchestrate this chaos on purpose. Hyunuk replied absolutely. He explained that he just rounded up the bravest soldiers, but they oddly all belonged to the mighty 3rd Battalion. In Duras's mind, the Army Corps commander shows favor to the human, so he figured it was best to let it slide peacefully. Duras wore a smile and simply admitted he couldn't do much about it. He suggested that Hyunuk take full advantage of the personnel he chose as he pleased. Hyunuk was overjoyed. He was feeling on top of the world, but his grin vanished when Das hit him with a condition. Hyunuk instantly sensed it would be a doozy. Duras proposed that Hyunuk take one of his soldiers. Hyunuk was suspicious, thinking Das was foisting a loser on him. Duras asked what was wrong, his menacing aura creeping in as he questioned Hyunuk if he didn't want to do that after he snatched all his soldiers. Hyunuk fibbed, insisting he was thrilled. Duras went ahead with the introduction. The soldier's name was Usaru. Duras explained that Usaru is a hybrid born from an ogre and an orc. Duras checked in with Hyun and confirmed that Hyunuk didn't pull that stunt on purpose. Hyunuk nodded, saying he just picked the bravest of the bunch, but it just so happened they were all from the mighty 3rd Battalion. In Duras's mind, the Army Corps commander must have had a soft spot for the human, so he figured it was wiser to just let things slide without a ruckus. Duras smiled and casually mentioned that he couldn't do anything about that. He suggested Hyunuk make good use of the crew he selected. Hyunuk felt a thrill of excitement, but his enthusiasm quickly faded when Das dropped the bomb that there was one catch. Hyunuk felt a knot in his stomach. Duras suggested Hyunuk take one of his soldiers. Hyunuk was dubious, mentally preparing for a letdown. He couldn't shake the feeling that Das was trying to pass off some dead weight to him. Duras inquired about his dilemma, and there was something menacing in his tone as he grilled Hyunuk about not wanting to go through with it after he took all his best troops. Hyunuk faked a smile and insisted he was all about it. Duras introduced the new recruit, whose name is Usaru. Duras said Usaru is the hybrid and ogre-orc combo. Usaru checked in and let the world know he had arrived. Poor Hyunuk, though, couldn't figure out his combat power. Duras chimed in, declaring Usaru was an absolute beast and that Hyunuk better use him wisely. The only hitch, the dude was about as sharp as a marble. Usaru was so massive he couldn't even squeeze through the door. He even talked about himself in the third person, mentioning he banged his head. Just watching him gave Hyunuk a serious case of the hiccups. Hyunuk gathered up the cooks like a proud dad and reintroduced himself. He claimed the title of caretaker of Bobo and the new head chef for the army. For some soldiers, it was their first time laying eyes on Bobo. Bobo was practically drooling when Hyunuk dangled a bone in front of him. He said he was going to shake things up around here. He whipped up a fresh roster and told everyone to check it out and line up like they were in kindergarten. Rachel asked what his criteria were for this roster. Hyans, assuming all the soldiers were on the same intellectual level, lined them up by combat power. The weak ones and those with extensive cooking experience got slapped with kitchen duty. Once they wrapped up, they hollered for Hyunuk to come check things out. The culinary squad stood on the right, while the battle squad stood on the left. Hyunuk assumed no one had an issue, urging them to speak now or forever hold their peace. One soldier timidly raised his hand, saying he had a problem. This dude rocking a sweet haircut insisted on going hunting too, because he wanted to chow down on some fresh meat right then and there. Hyunuk groaned it was a headache. He summoned the soldier up. The soldier shuffled forward, only to be met with Hyunuk's foot, who announced it was his entrance exam. And since he couldn't handle it, he failed. The soldier cradled his jewels, tears streaming down his face, as he mourned the tragic end to his dreams. The system pinged to Hyunuk, applauding his top-notch leadership skills for reorganizing and stabilizing the unit. Because of this, his hidden charisma meter shot up along with his leadership. He called out if there were any other takers. No one budged. Hyunuk cleared his throat, and now that everything was settled, told them to grab their weapons. It was time to hit the hunting trail. Up north near the Black Fortress lay a big old forest. Hyun noticed it was unusually silent, not a demon in sight. Rachel figured it was probably because of the presence of Bobo or Usaru. She thought their sheer strength scared the demons away. Hyunuk didn't disagree. Those two were top-tier soldiers. Yuna wasn't about to leave them behind. Rachel proposed using bait to lure in the demonic beasts. Hyunuk fired back that if they had meat to waste on that, they wouldn't have rushed out for a hunt. Rachel clarified, explaining she wasn't talking about ordinary bait, but instead bio-bait that would attract the demonic beasts from far and wide. She pointed at the soldiers around her while grinning. That idea made Hyunuk sweat bullets. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth led to his kid growing up with such wild ideas. He commanded numbers 14, 3, 143, and 7 to step forward. Rachel curiously asked how he picked those numbers. Hyunuk sheepishly admitted they were just the serial numbers from a lottery ticket he had left behind on Earth. What a laugh, really, as he tried to shield his red face. Then he rallied the troops, telling Usaru to grab number 14. Usaru snagged number 14 with one hand, and that poor dude went flying thanks to Usaru, who chucked him like a greased cannonball after Hyunuk yelled, "Go Intercontinental Ballistic Goblin!" Hyunuk figured if they threw the weaker ones as bait, it would definitely attract the beasts. He instructed another soldier to light a fire so the wandering comrade could spot the smoke and find his way back. Rachel pointed out that guy was going to end up in the belly of some beast if thrown like that. Hyunuk countered, saying that 1 out of 6 might actually make it back in one piece. Then he told Usaru to keep the throws coming without stopping. The soldiers were turning pale. They figured their human head chef had completely lost it. They thought about bolting, but then Bobo made his grand appearance, causing them to retract their runaway thoughts and pledge their loyalty to the Demon King's army. Someone cried out for help. Hyun didn't spare a thought for that guy. He was just waiting for the first guy to return. But what do you know? He was taking his sweet time. Suddenly the ground shook, and the Intercontinental Ballistic Goblin was back, sprinting like his life depended on it, with the beasts hot on his trail. He shouted for help. Ions was thrilled that he had returned. Now it was the soldier's turn to spring into action, while he planned to deliver the final blow. His eyes almost popped out when he saw Usaru charging. Unfortunately, by the time it was over, there was nothing left of the beasts smashed to a pulp, not even usable for dinner. Rachel was amazed that it only took Bobo and Usaru one punch to take down the majority of the monsters. Hyunuk thought about going back the next day, sans those two. Rachel reminded him that only one day remained before he had to get back to his head chef duties, asking him if he was sure about his plan. Hyun's made the call to head back and ordered everyone to meet bright and early the next morning in the kitchen. Rachel queried Hyun about his post-hunting adventure. Hyunuk replied that he just wanted to check if the mangled meat could still be salvaged. Clearing his throat, he boldly kicked the door open and summoned the slackers who were lounging about to get their butts in gear. Galro went into panic mode and rushed over to him, asking what the fuss was all about. Hyunuk wanted to know if Galram had managed to snag the hunted meat. Galram responded that they did bring some back, but it was in pretty rough shape. Hyunuk gave a... Hyun's decided it was time to head back, commanding everyone to gather bright and early in the kitchen tomorrow. Rachel asked Hyun why he went there right after returning. Hyunuk replied that he was curious if the damaged meat might be useful. Hyunuk cleared his throat, then kicked the door open like an action hero demanding order from his lazy crew. Galro freaked out and rushed over asking what the ruckus was about. Hyunuk quizzed Galrom on whether they managed to snag the meat they hunted. Galrom said they got it, but it wasn't in the best condition. Hyunuk let out a reply that he was curious if the damaged meat might be useful. Hyunuk cleared his throat, then kicked the door open like an action hero demanding order from his lazy crew. Galro freaked out and rushed over asking what the ruckus was about. Hyunuk quizzed Galrom on whether they managed to snag the meat they hunted. Galrom said they got it, but it wasn't in the best condition. Hyunuk let out a threatening vibe as he pointed out how picky the craftsman was with his tools. Gallam got spooked and just said, "Yes, sir." Hyunuk looked down on Gallam because with his military chef experience, he figured Gallam had no clue how to prepare minced meat. Gallam explained that the cooking squad's top priority is just to procure ingredients. So unless he's cooking for the bigwigs, dreaming of a gourmet meal is just wishful thinking aside from grilling meat. Hins felt for them, realizing they had it pretty rough too. He nodded and waved Gallam off. Gallam shouted for his team to get the firewood going stat. Hyunuk realized that everyone below the rank of battalion commander was surviving on those bland meals. He thought that if he played his cards right, things might not be as tough as he assumed. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Hyunuk. The Saints welcomed him in. Hyunuk said he'd just popped by to see him. Rachel figured that Hyunuk sauntered into the kitchen just to catch a glimpse of that woman. He then served her a delicious meal, thinking she hadn't had dinner yet. He told her it was thanks to her support that he snagged the final match. As a gesture of thanks, he wanted to treat her to a meal. She thanked him and happily accepted. Right when she was about to take a bite, she sniffed the dish and was pleasantly surprised by the aroma. She wondered if she could get her hopes up that it might actually be as good as it smelled. She took a bite and was blown away because it was way better than the castle grub. It had such an astonishingly scrumptious aftertaste. She half expected it to turn into one of those intense food wars moments. Hyunuk grinned, noticing it seemed like the food really suited her since she devoured every last bit. Now that she was done, Hyun would have taken off, but Absin stopped him. She asked what plans he had for his future after leaving this place. Hyunuk simply replied, "Marriage." Abels looked crestfallen. She told him he could leave then, but Hyunuk added there was something else he wanted to do. Then he turned the tables and asked what Absin planned on doing once she left. She was stumped more, like she didn't want to do anything at all. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Garden Divine Empire, Gratium, ruled by the Pope of the Dukas Church, a priest reported to the Pope that they had tracked down Ablis and Marriott, the next saints. He added that the saints were reportedly being held at the Black Fortress, where the glutton was located. The Pope wondered how the saints ended up in such a dodgy place. He asked if there was any news from the Demon King's army yet. The priest replied there was nothing. They couldn't figure out why. They'd take her without making any demands. The Pope stated that in the epic saga of humans and demons, there had only been a few instances when humans breached the Black Fortress. And even then, it almost always happened when Hemis the Glutton was out for lunch, so charging in head first would be pure madness. The Pope covertly ordered a rescue team and to summon their hero, Lord Oseld. This order was issued by none other than the Emperor of Garden and Pope of Dukas Church, Orvin IV. Back to our main character, Hyun and his crew had gathered in the woods. What Absin said about not wanting to do anything kept echoing in his mind. He found the perfect spot and called the platoon commanders up front. He pulled out something for them to munch on. It was meat on a stick. They were trembling, wondering if it was some weird bribe or leftovers from last week. Since everyone was paralyzed and not moving, they asked if they were going to eat it. Once they finally dug in, they were over the moon about the flavor. To them, it was pure ecstasy. They knelt and swore loyalty to Hyunuk if he would just allow them another nibble. Hyunuk smirked and told them their chance to eat was now history. Then Hyunuk instructed them to head out with the condition that only the platoon that captured the most demonic beasts alive would get to share a meal with him. That fired up the soldiers to move faster than a caffeinated squirrel. Hyunuk felt victorious as he murmured to himself that he was spot on. All living beings were slaves to their appetites. His clever plan was working like a charm. He leveled up from chopping that meat. He kept slicing away, and before he knew it, he had hit level 10. The platoon commander asked who the champion was. Hyunuk proudly declared that the winner was the Wolfkin platoon. With that, they would get to enjoy an amazing meal with him. The others asked what would happen to them. Hyunuk shrugged and said they could just pick through the leftovers. He ordered everyone to pack up and haul all the freshly slaughtered meat to the kitchen inside the Black Fortress. There were plenty of corpses laying around while a mysterious individual strolled through casually. Someone knocked at the door. Absin muttered to herself that she shouldn't have spilled the beans to Hyunuk, but deep down, she knew there was no keeping it a secret forever. Her door swung open. The man in the black robe called out to her. This blonde dude was here to rescue her. Ableson was taken aback to see Sir Jian. She asked if the Pope sent him. He chuckled and replied, "You bet." Absin gripped the table and declared that she wasn't going back and told him to scram. The blonde guy said he wanted to head back too, but he had some business to take care of. Ableson reminded him that the glutton dwelled in that fortress, and if she got snatched, Sir Jian asked her what would happen then. Ableson shot back that she'd have to use her holy powers to summon the glutton. The man clutched Ableson's neck and stressed that what he was doing was a mission. He wasn't standing in front of her as a prince, but as a soldier. He told her to sleep tight, because when she woke up, she'd be in the capital. Then he choked her. Sir Jian asked her what the consequences would be. Ableson replied that she would call upon her holy power to summon Glutton. The guy grabbed Ableson's neck, emphasizing that what he was doing was a mission, and he stood before her not as a prince, but as a soldier. He told her to get some shut-eye because when she woke up, she'd find herself in the capital. Then asterisk, boom, asterisk, he choked her. Ableson was scratching her head, totally confused about how this dude was throwing around holy powers like they were candy. No way was she going back there again. Suddenly, a knight in shining armor popped up and told the blonde guy to back off. Hyunuk couldn't hold back and threw a punch like it was a game of dodgeball. Sergeant spotted the magic spark in that fist, but the attacker looked just like any regular Joe. It made him curious about who this guy really was. He commented that the attacker's moves were surprisingly slick, especially for someone packing that kind of magic. Hyunuk was fuming while this guy kept running his mouth. He barked at him to keep his paws off Ableson. The blonde dude kicked Hyunuk right in the chest. He said it wasn't part of his plan, but they could use a little extra muscle, so he was taking Hyunuk along for the ride. Hyunuk coughed and groaned like he just ate a whole pizza. Both Ableson and Hyunuk were out cold. The blonde guy grumbled about how these pesky little critters were really starting to annoy him. Rachel watched from a distance, her jaw on the floor. This guy took out a hero with one hit. She was in a panic, trying to figure out what to do next. The thought of dragging Bobo into this mess crossed her mind. Just then, she felt a presence. Sir Jian muttered to himself that he didn't see this coming, but what can you do, right? He whipped out a scroll. To snag another person along for the ride, he had to tweak the scroll a bit. Just then, someone else arrived, wondering if something was amiss. It was Hemis. She asked if he needed a hand. Sir Geffen instantly went into panic mode. He was shocked because he thought he had sealed off Saint Tess's holy powers. She just teased him, saying he should call her Gourmet while he was at it. This guy was scratching his head because he felt zero magic vibes from her. He pondered if the reason was their level difference. Hemus, the Gluttony. The rumors about her munching through thousands of soldiers in a single day were starting to sound legit. Hemus unleashed her power, declaring she'd show off how talented the guest really was. The whole room was engulfed in her energy. Guyan told himself to keep it together and focus on dodging her moves. He thought wait for the right moment to grab the Saint test with him, but he started feeling like he was floating. He felt dizzy and quickly realized it was all thanks to that punch from Hyunuk. He knew he was running out of time. His arm had taken a nasty cut. He muttered something about her enjoying his writing, and she pushed him to make the show more entertaining for her. The man chomped on the scroll, and at his current state, he decided going solo was the best plan. He accepted his fate mission failed. Golden light engulfed him like a bad TV show ending. He sighed, saying the guest bolted even when she quite literally asked him to spice things up. But hey, she was cool with it because the real show was just about to kick off. The glutton, the ancient monster, and the ageless witch stood ready. All these names were just some fun little jabs thrown at Hemus, the third corps commander of the Demon King's army. Through an endless parade of time, countless demons came and went. But just like a bad penny, the Demon King and Hemus stuck around like two stubborn rocks. However, that unending stretch of time had dulled a lot of things. That's why earlier Hemus was all giddy about the fun stuff, feeling that boredom was way too harsh for any living creature to deal with. Meanwhile, the next day, Hyunuk was getting his clock cleaned. Reed Run told him his attacks, and even the way he tossed around his magic, were still too basic. He needed to bend like a pretzel. Reed Run advised him not to trap himself in a stiff box. Hyunuk nodded, pretending to take notes. Reed Run threw another nugget of wisdom. No matter how buff Hyunuk got, there'd always be someone beefier. So he better not hold back if he wanted to snag the win. Reed Run reminded him that a fair victory is like hitting the jackpot. Only the genuinely strong get to reap those rewards. He gave Hyunuk a leg up, praised him for a job well done, and wrapped up their training sesh. Hyunuk just watched him leave, still catching his breath. Then he plopped down on his behind. Rachel asked if he was okay. Hyunuk groaned about feeling like he was on the brink of death and begged her to heal him. Rachel did her magic, and finally Hyunuk could breathe without sounding like a steam engine. Rachel quipped that it seemed like she was turning into his personal potion. Hyunuk had a thought brewing in his head. Ablison told him he needed to get strong because only the belief in his own power could save him. Hyunuk agreed he was all in on getting stronger. Rachel rolled her eyes, annoyed that he was still stuck on that woman when she nearly kicked the bucket thanks to that saintess witch. Hyunuk warned her that she might land divine punishment for saying that. Rachel fired back that the assassin used holy power, so if Ablison was truly a saintess, it puzzled her why she was targeted. Hyunuk agreed, saying it was definitely strange since the next saintess should be a prized possession, but he decided to drop the subject. Rachel asked why he was so conflicted, wondering if he was infatuated with that woman. She goofily called him a love-struck moth. Hyunuk, covering his ears, told Rachel he had enough of her jealousy. Rachel grinned and joked about putting him out of his misery. A little while later, Hyunuk was having a pity party, moaning and groaning. Bobo looked on worried. Hyunuk was being overly dramatic, claiming his life was officially over. He wished he could come back as a pampered cat in a rich family next time. Han saw Bobo's concern for his fool of a friend, so he started spilling the beans about what had gone down 30 minutes ago in Hemus's office. Hemus revealed she was in a pickle because she was bored and wanted some entertainment. Then she threw down the gauntlet, giving him 1 month to take down the battalion commander. She asked if something was wrong and if he couldn't handle it. She even wondered if he needed help, like how she assisted Kirkin. Hyunuk flat out refused her help, insisting he could manage all by his lonesome. And that's how the cookie crumbled. Now Rachel nudged Bobo to say goodbye to Hyans since he might be on a one-way trip soon. He dove into the details of what had happened 30 minutes ago in Hemus's office. Hemus confessed to having a huge dilemma. She was just plain bored and itching for some action. She then slapped a 1-month deadline on him to take out the battalion commander. She asked him what was up and if he was struggling. She even pitched the idea of helping him out like she did for Kirkin. Hyunuk waved her off, saying he could totally handle it himself. And that's how things went. Now, Rachel was telling Bobo to give a proper farewell to Hyans, since he might not be around for long. Told Hyunuk that it's about time he faced the music. She asked him how he thought he could beat a battalion commander who packs a punch with combat power, hitting just 9,000. Hyun got really annoyed with her, seeing as he was already having a meltdown over it. Rachel pointed out that he had drastically leveled up, but the battalion commander was on another planet altogether. I mean, the average battalion commander rocks combat power in the high 40,000 range. He was fully aware that there was no way he could catch up to that kind of number in just a blink of an eye. Imagine if their beloved dog could jump in and fight for him instead. Bobo's combat power off the charts. Hyunuk was convinced that Bobo could go toe-to-toe with the battalion commander, perhaps even take him down. But the big showdown was supposed to be a one-on-one duel. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. He asked Rachel what the corps commander had said. Rachel informed him that Hemis had declared he would have 1 month to take down the battalion commander. Hyunuk bounced back all chipper again because, hey, Hemis never said anything about a main event fight. Rachel was left speechless. So for Hyunuk, that meant as long as he managed to take that guy down, it didn't matter how he did it. In his wild imagination, he pictured himself pulling out a sword, a bow and arrow, and, oh yeah, poisoning the battalion commander. Rachel raised an eyebrow and asked if he was interpreting it how he wanted. Hyunuk had figured he'd lure the battalion commander out, then ambush him with the help of Bobo. Rachel shot back, "Are you being clever or just playing the coward card?" She wanted to know how he planned on luring him out, doubting that someone as disorderly as Hyunuk had anything up his sleeve to convince the battalion commander. Hyunuk declared with confidence that he totally had a plan, all thanks to his recent run-in with the guy who he described as a pig that adores fancy meals. So, guess what? Hyunuk had a recipe ready to roll. It's the ultimate braised short ribs recipe with some urine meat he had saved up. First, he had to soak those short ribs in some water with honey to squeeze out all that blood. Once the blood was out, he tossed the meat into a pot and gave it a quick boil. While that was bubbling away, he chopped up mushrooms and green onions like a pro. Then he added water, sugar, soy sauce, and garlic. And the garlic makes a fun little sound when you peel it. With a combat power of 80, and then he squeezed some fish for its juices, which clocked in at 30 combat power. After that, he mixed it all up thoroughly. Hyun threw everything into the pot with the meat and let it simmer. After at least 30 minutes of boiling madness, he and Bobo raced guess what Hyun was left in the dust and felt utterly humiliated. Rachel called out to Hyunuk, letting him know the pot was ablaze. And just like that, the short and tender urine short rib stew was ready to roll. Hyunuk then plated it up, all fancy sprinkling finely chopped green onions on top. The secret to winning over the battalion commander's heart, the ultimate short rib stew served up and ready to impress. The table was set, and Doras was all smiles. He remarked that it had been ages since he savored such an elegant, peaceful meal. He mused on how genius it was to pass Usaru onto Hyunuk. Just then, his subordinate barged in and informed him that the cooking squadron was there to see him. He quickly told his subordinate to get Hyunuk in and make it clear that handing back Usaru was a no-go. The subordinate clarified that wasn't why Hyun came. They explained that Hyunuk wanted to offer a dish to Das as a little thank you. Upon hearing the word dish, Das perked up because he had heard that Hyunuk's cooking was finger-licking good. He wondered just how good it could really be. Someone knocked, and he said to let them in. Hyunuk swaggered in with a tray balancing in one hand and a rose in his mouth. Duras turned red with delight, but he collected himself and soon mentioned that he heard Hyunuk was there to say thanks. Hyunuk shot back that it was all thanks to Das that he snagged a title in the kitchen. He apologized for not expressing his gratitude sooner and admitted he may still be a novice, but he poured every ounce of his heart into those urine ribs as his gift of gratitude for him. He really hoped Das would enjoy it. The sight and scent practically made Das drool. Before digging in, he took a whiff and exclaimed how amazing it smelled. Hyunuk, grinning like the devil himself, thought this dish would make him a kitchen god. He was eager to find out if Duras would fall under its spell. Doris shouted that it was incredible. He asked how he made it utterly shocked that a human could whip up something so divine. Hyunuk felt goosebumps as he simply replied that he was thrilled Doris liked it. He was all in for experimenting with new recipes in the future. Duras was definitely on board. Hyunuk then took his leave with Rachel holding back laughter. Duras remarked that it was no wonder Hyunuk was in the Corps commander's good books. Hyunuk trembled while gripping the doorknob and saying his goodbyes. He quickly slipped out the door. These two exchanged a brief look before he and Rachel burst into laughter, saying they couldn't take it anymore. Rachel praised his guts of steel. Hyunuk replied it was all part of the grand plan to keep feeding Das, fatten him up, and when he least expected it, bam, he would take that pig out. Duras looked completely satisfied with his meal. 1 week later, Duras was back at it again. He told Hyunuk that he had zero appetite for some reason and shared that he had a duel tomorrow for the position of battalion commander. He grumbled about how he was now a big deal with people looking down on him. Hyunuk raised the question about what would happen if Das lost. Duras agreed, stating that he'd lose his title as battalion commander. But then he stated there was a saying, even a ghost that bites the dust after a meal still has its charm. Hyunuk's face fell. He realized he was completely toast. He had spent an entire week pouring in all that time, effort, and money on ingredients for nothing. Even a ghost who bites the dust after snacking doesn't lose its flavor and charm. Hyunuk suddenly realized he was in deep trouble. He recognized that all his efforts, time, and ingredients from the past week had gone down the drain. Duras invited him to check out the duel tomorrow if he's got some free time. He sees Hyunuk as his lucky charm, like a rabbit's foot, but less hairy. Hyunuk said yes and wished him good luck. The next day was the big duel in the battalion commander showdown at the Grand Training Ground. Rachel was cheering for Hyunuk, dreaming up scenarios where Das might just level up into a super-duper SS rank boar. But Hyunuk couldn't picture that, seeing as Das could barely waddle after gorging himself on all that food he whipped up for him. So, needless to say, he doubted Das would snag a win in the duel. Just then, he called for both the challenger and the defender to step into the arena. The challenger looked like a dude with a human body but a skull of an animal sprouting horns. And then there's Das, who looked ready to take a nap after conquering those stairs. He smiled when he spotted Hyun Sok in the crowd. Royer, clearly in a hurry, grumbled that he's got important places to be and they should. Duras shot back that he couldn't care less about being rushed. Duras seized the challenger's weapon like a toddler grabs candy. The challenger was struggling big time. Duras had the weapon clamped tight, and then boom! An explosion rocked the place. The crowd felt the aftershock wave hit like a bad comedy punchline. It was just a blink, but now Hyunuk was certain the fight was on its last legs. Royer popped out of his chair like he was on a pogo stick and declared Das was in the lead. Jess announced that Das was the champion and it's time to pack up and go home. Later that night at Bobo's pad, Hyunuk was deep in thought, realizing Bobo alone simply wouldn't cut it. He needed to rethink the whole plan to hunt the battalion commander. He pulled out his monster encyclopedia and a hand-drawn monster distribution map. Rachel recognized it as the map Hyunuk uses for his monster hunts. Very high-tech, if you ask me. According to his findings, tough critters like Queen Talus have their own stomping grounds. Thanks to the previous munchies, Rachel had a sneaky suspicion about his plans. Hyunuk told her there's a saying back home in South Korea about using your enemies to bring down another enemy, basically pitting barbarians against each other. If Das is a heavy hitter, Hyunuk figured he just needed to throw even tougher monsters into the mix. 3 days later, in the Great Forest, Rachel was griping about how Hyunuk pointed out that's exactly why he suggested they share the workload. Rachel asked for the map before she lost her lunch. The first target was just a kilometer ahead, looking like it had skipped leg day and morphed into a giant worm. Rachel recognized it immediately as a surfib, the ancient tongue's term for a forest worm. She mentioned there are also spit anastumbias that appear similar to it. She ruled out targeting the surfib since, in comparison to its size, it's not particularly aggressive, meaning it wouldn't pick a fight. Rachel was feeling pretty proud about her insights. She turned to Hyun Sok and proudly asked. Hyunuk's response was about as thrilling as a soggy sandwich. In his mind, he was thinking about how a fool could actually prove useful. A soldier approached him, asking if he had picked the next hunting spot yet. He told them to hang tight. Hyunuk quizzed Rachel about those dragon-like monsters with tough-as-nails scales. This got Hyunuk pondering the unavoidable confrontation ahead. He rallied the cooking squadron, informing them they'd be cleaning up the area. He said they wouldn't bother capturing any monsters that day. They were free to slay to their heart's content and chow down on the spoils immediately. The soldiers were pumped, even claiming their commander had finally seen the light. They couldn't contain their excitement at the thought of eating until they burst. They jumped right into the monster slicing action. Eventually, they piled up the meat like it was the centerpiece of a barbecue. Hyunuk noticed they caught quite a haul, but waited. Where was the boss monster of this territory? The platoon commander made sure the order was followed, but then, out of nowhere, something showed up. Hyun's instincts went haywire at the sound. Was the monster finally making an entrance? The birds scattered. Hyun glanced up at the sky. A dragon's eye was glaring down at them. It was a monster called Nidrak. Its combative strength was off the charts. One of the soldiers totally freaked, yelling that a dragon was here. They bolted like their pants were on fire. The dragon lit the area up like it was a bonfire night. Hyunuk was all smiles, knowing with this disaster they could be on their way to whipping Duras at Hemis's office. She turned to Redrun and mentioned that something felt off. She shared her worries about Hyun-suk, saying it had been 3 weeks since she'd heard from him. She suspected Redrun could be whipping him into shape for something mind-boggling. Redrun clarified that they were just sticking to routine training. Then she asked for his take on Hyunuk's chances of taking down the battalion commander. Redrun shot that down, saying there weren't any. He then mentioned noticing that Hyunuk had been cozying up to the battalion commander recently. That threw Hemis for a loop. She remembered Hyunuk claiming he'd whipped the battalion commander, yet here he was, getting buddy-buddy. This made her wonder what Hyunuk was really scheming. Over at Das's office, he was devouring food like it was going out of style because, as we all know, Hyunuk's grilled meat is the best. He thanked him for the scrumptious meal. Hyun sighed heavily, and Das picked up on it. He asked if something was bothering him. Hyun played the pity card and admitted there was a major problem with the squadron, and it might be the last time he treats Das to a meal. They were so pumped that they could chow down until they burst. They took down the monsters to get the meat. Eventually, their spoils piled up. Hyunuk noticed the heaps they caught, but the owner of the territory still hadn't made an appearance. He began to frown, fearing they might have gone through all of this for nothing. He commanded everyone to stow their weapons since they were calling it a day. The platoon commander was all about following orders when suddenly, boom! Something popped up out of nowhere. Hyun's ears perked up, his eyes wide as he thought, is that the monster finally making its grand entrance? And just like that, the birds were out of there, like they had a hot date somewhere far away. Hyun's gaze shot up to the sky, and guess what? A dragon's eye was shooting daggers at them. Meet Nidrak, the ultimate monster with combat power that's off the charts. The soldiers lost it, shouting like they'd seen a ghost at the sight of a dragon. Without wasting a second, they all made a break for it. The dragon decided it was a great time to turn the place into a barbecue. Hyunuk was ecstatic because with this fiery creature, they could finally take down Duras at Hemis's office. She leaned over to Redrun and said, "Something's off here, my gut's ticking." And, oh boy, did she mean Hyun-suk. 3 weeks had passed without a peep from him. She figured Redrun must be whipping him into shape for something big. Redrun jumped in, saying they were just doing the usual training, nothing out of the ordinary. Then it hit her. "What's the chance Hyunuk beats the battalion commander?" she asked. Redrun just chuckled, "Zero nada." Then he spilled the tea that Hyunuk had been getting pretty cozy with the battalion commander lately. Newsflash, Hemis nearly dropped her coffee. Didn't Hyunuk once boast about whooping the battalion commander, but here he was making besties instead. Oh, the plot thickens. This got her mind racing. What was Hyunuk really up to? Meanwhile, in Das's office, he was chowing down like there was no tomorrow, raving about Hyunuk's grilled meat being the bee's knees. He thanked him like he was giving a Nobel Prize for dinner. Hyun let out a heavy sigh. Einstein's theory of discomfort. Das perked up, asking what was bothering him. Hyun put on his best sad puppy face and explained that the squadron was in deep trouble, and this might be the last meal he gets to treat Das to. Das was in a tizzy. He asked what was going on. Hyuk said the corp commander was craving some fancy monster meat, but the monster they're after is way too tough to handle. After days of chasing, they still haven't caught the darn thing. Then he dropped the monster's name. Duras had a hunch about it since he'd heard about cooks getting messed up lately. He was itching to know what kind of nasty critter it was. The name Marbling. Duras said he'd never heard of it. Hyan said he wouldn't fib, especially with their lives on the line. He even offered up some soldiers to lend to Hyunuk. Hyans joked that not even 100 useless soldiers would catch that jerk, but if it were Das himself, he'd handle it like a pro in no time. He added that the corp commander would definitely hear about Das's little heroics. Duras imagined Hemis saying he's not a pig but a total charmer. The thought made him blush like crazy. Hyun promised to spill the beans to the corp commander, since they're like best buds. Duras pretended to act coy, saying it sounded kinda annoying, but agreed to help Hyun since they were pals. Hyun questioned if he was being serious. Then he expressed his gratitude, but Hyuk had a mischievous smirk on. The next day at the meeting spot, Hyun and his crew were all gathered up. Rachel asked if he had the map committed to memory. Hyun confidently declared he was basically a walking GPS now. He then leaned into Bobo and whispered that they were on the hunt for that pig. Then he directed Usaru to follow his lead. Bobo barked back like a good boy. Usaru, being a bit simple-minded, knew he just had to give it his all. And off they went, their mission pig hunting with the prize being a shiny new promotion to battalion commander. In the heart of the vast forest, the soldiers were completely clueless about their direction. All they knew is they were after a monster that could pack a punch. Duras complained that the outside world was downright ugly. He asked Hyunuk how much longer they had to trudge along. Hyunuk replied they were almost in marbling territory. He had to keep a close eye on Duras since the dude was tougher than he looked, plus he'd brought 500 soldiers from his battalion. He trusted that Nidrak wouldn't let them down. Birds were flapping around in a panic. Hyunuk warned Duras that the troublemaker was approaching. Duras put on his serious face. Nidra let out a growl. Duras wondered if that was the marbling. Duras felt like he'd seen it before. Hyunuk shrugged it off, saying all monsters kinda looked the same. Duras agreed, saying that to him all monsters are just monsters. He announced that his battalion was going to handle that beast, and Hyunuk just needed to make sure the Corp commander heard about his epic victory. Duras commanded his troops to charge, while he himself strutted toward the dragon. The soldiers noticed the monster was moving sluggishly. Things got chaotic fast. Duras charged again, unleashing his meatball attack. Hyunuk thought that if this kept up, the pig could really take that monster out. He didn't expect Duras to toss his soldiers into the fray like that. Das's men were taking all the hits for him, which was not how Hyunuk envisioned it. Duras warned Marbling that he was putting an end to this right now. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to Das, panting, and informed him another monster was on the way. Hyunuk went pale, realizing they were in Nidra's territory. They decided they needed to retreat ASAP, but then a giant worm with a massive mouth showed up. It was the Surfib. Hun didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was harmless, but it sensed the ruckus as a threat. Doris ordered a retreat. Rachel freaked out, insisting they couldn't just let Doris go. Hyunuk was left with no choice but to react. He called out to Duras. Duras yelled back that all the monsters were charging in his direction. He unleashed his read-run-style combat first form instant obliteration. He struck Das while saying it wasn't his fault. He insisted that they had to fight, urging them to fight valiantly like the demon warriors they were. He inspired them by saying they would all meet in Valhalla, their brave demon comrades. Things just got wilder. Duras felt pain and heard sounds that made him question if he was betrayed by a primitive human. That really ticked him off. He called out to Hyunuk, deciding to risk it and get Hunuk's attention. He unleashed his skill, full bloom. Hyunuk was completely clueless about what Duras was doing. Rachel yelled for him to run, but Hun had no escape route. Suddenly, he was struck by something that felt like lightning, nearly knocking him out. He had no clue what that skill was, but he could see Das holding his ground in the chaos. Duras claimed he was going to shred Hyunuk into bits while he was still breathing. Hyunuk realized he was in serious danger. He began to wonder where Bobo and Usaru had disappeared. When Rachel scanned the area, she noticed everyone was caught in Surfib's mayhem. Hyunuk feared he was left all alone to take down Duras, who was absolutely fuming at Hyunuk. Hyunuk saw that he was coughing up blood. Hyun had no idea what skill it was, but it was clear Das was overdoing things. He figured he'd better buy some time. Hyun sprinted as fast as he could, telling Rachel to give him the details of the monster cluster from the map she showed before. He instructed her to list everything, just as she saw it. At 11 o'clock, if Hyun Sik moved straight ahead, he'd reach the Warhound haunt. Duras scoffed, asking if Hyun really thought he'd live by running away like a scaredy cat. Duras charged forward, completely ignoring all the monsters in his path. Hyun Sikok knew that while regular mobs tend to shy away from the strong, if there are little critters running around, that definitely changes things. Duras mentioned that the cockroach Hyun Sikok was trying to pull some weak little stunts, but he was dead set on squashing him. At the very least, he was determined to make sure the little cockroach didn't get away. He whipped out a level 3 technique, the falling flowers. Duras had immense power because, let's be real, climbing the ranks is like having a demon's favorite secret weapon. He was convinced he would take out Hyunuk, but there was something funky feeling in his body. He coughed up so much blood that even Hyunuk had to pause and watch the bloody spectacle unfold. Rachel pointed out that Doris's demonic energy was tanking. Doris realized that he probably hit his limit right after unleashing those falling flowers. He knew he had burned way too much energy trying to nab those pesky demonic beasts. Doris turned around, prompting Hyunuk to ask where he thought he was off to. He replied that he wasn't exactly happy, but what could he do? He told Hyunuk to hold on tight. He'd be back to finish him off as soon as he charged up his strength. He shouted that he wouldn't forget this humiliation if his body managed to bounce back, but Hyunuk chimed in, calling him a pig. He said he could waltz in whenever he felt like it, but it didn't mean he could just skip out at his own convenience. Hyunuk was called foolish for thinking a punch could bring him down. Hyunuk geared up for a move. Ryan Combat Art's 7th movement, the explosive destruction wave. Hyunuk was taken aback that Ryrun didn't crumble under that onslaught. Duras commented that Hyunuk underestimated him, but then someone showed up and piped up about what they were witnessing. It was Hemis. She asked what all the fuss was about in front of her castle. Then there was a big boom. Hyunuk was sent flying and collided with a tree. He held his head, baffled as to what had just happened. Duras begged the Corps commander to rescue him. His argument, he hadn't lost yet. He claimed it wasn't the final showdown. Hemis told him to zip it. She wondered how dense he had to be for a human to rough him up that badly. The fact that someone like him was a battalion commander while they were at war with humans was giving her shivers. She wasn't going to let him get away with it. Hun rushed in as fast as he could and announced to the Corps commander that he'd just whipped the battalion commanders behind. Hyunuk landed a kick on Das. Blood sprayed all over Hemis's face. She agreed they had a wager. She invited him to tag along because it looked like they had plenty to chat about. As they discussed it, Hemis found out that even a Surfib came charging in at the end. Hyunuk said he didn't see that coming either. He was intrigued about what was swirling around in Hyunuk's head. She suggested they slice it open to find out. He pointed out that Hun had used her own against her, but she found it kind of sneaky. She wasn't thrilled about it, but decided to give Hyunuk a pat on the back for his success. Although she warned him there wouldn't be a next time. Hemis told Hyunuk that if he caused any more trouble or tried any sneaky moves again, he knew what had happened at Bobo's place. Hyun was flat on the floor, worn out from the whole ordeal, but somehow he managed to stagger out alive. Then Hyun asked what Das's polymorph was and this whole promotion deal. Rachel replied that it was probably a martial art exclusive to demons. She suggested asking the cowhead about it. Bobo barked and Hyuk nodded, acknowledging that Bobo must have had a rough time sidestepping those monsters. But the Corps commander mopped them up in one go. Hyun felt a tad sorry for Das because he wasn't that awful of a pig, but Rachel had to point out how Hun swooped in to steal the final blow and grab all the experience points. Jans replied that he was sorry. Rachel asked if he really meant it, but Yansuk had a hand over his face, which was hiding a wicked grin. Then Yansuk checked on how much he leveled up. He had shot up quite a bit, but saw some question marks in the status window. He thought it must be some sort of glitch. Rachel thought he was talking trash, but Hyunuk was deadly serious. Rachel replied that there couldn't be an error in the hero system, so she figured Hyunuk must be pulling her leg. Hyun decided to let the convo slide. Then Rachel mentioned they should check Hyun's combat power to celebrate his 48 level up. Rachel peeked at the Googles. Hyans's combat power now sat at 13,936. Hyansok felt proud since it had increased so much. He stated that it felt like only yesterday he couldn't even handle a goblin. Rachel had a surprise for him. She pulled out a beer. They toasted, cheered, and celebrated. And right there it struck me that this was the calm before the storm. Hyunuk's daily routine goes something like this. Sleep, gear up, hunt, eat, cook, train, and then hit the hay. Repeat it all, like a broken record. And no matter how strong he became, he couldn't shuffle the schedule. He figured he'd head over to Absen after his day's training, because there were still some mysteries he was itching to unlock. Reedrun showed up and noticed he was early. Then he congratulated the champ for taking down Doris. Hyunuk thanked him, but then he jumped right in, because he had some questions about that battle. So he asked if Reedrun knew the technique called promote. Reedrun explained it was an ancient, unstructured martial arts trick. Reedrun clarified that martial arts usually split into two major categories: formal martial arts with structured movements and the non-formal ones that are more of a free-for-all. Compared to formal martial arts, non-formal ones were a rarity. Not only were they hard to come by, but they were also closely guarded secrets. Hyunuk realized that's the distinction between an attack skill and a buff skill to pump you up. Read run. Martial arts can be broken down into stiff practice drills, and then there's that wild, no-rules style, basically. It's like comparing apples to oranges, right? While formal martial arts are common, the non-formal ones are like unicorns, rare and magical. Hyunuk had an epiphany about the whole attack and buff skill dilemma. Read run jumped in with some wisdom. Mentioned that promote was this ancient martial art passed down like bad jokes at family reunions. Any demon with a demonic key can give it a whirl. Even so, it's about as unsafe as juggling flaming swords, so hardly anyone takes it for a spin. Not to mention the side effects pack a punch. It made Hyunuk wonder if he could pull off learning promote since he had a bit of that demonic chi vibe going on. Raidun clarified that it can't actually be called his demonic chi. It was more like unwelcome confetti hanging around his body, but it wasn't really his. Hyunuk asked if that meant he had even less to stress over, and if anything went sideways, Oblisson could swoop in for a rescue. Read run just stared blankly, unable to respond. Noticing his hesitation, Hyunuk started throwing a little tantrum, saying he'd kick the bucket without promote. He rambled about how the commander treats him like a circus act, arranging fights he can't possibly win, only to get annoyed when he doesn't bite the dust. He convinced Read Run to give him a chance, promising if it flops, he'll just wave the white flag. Read Run finally gave in, if only to stop the incessant whining. Hyunuk shot up like a kid who just heard the ice cream truck. Seeing that grin, Read Run felt like she'd just been outsmarted. But a promise is a promise, so off they went. He instructed Hyunuk to stick close. Meanwhile, in the Holy Empire, Gatran Underground Cathedral Prison, or IV, casually dropped by Gan's cell. He asked if Gan was awake. Gan wasn't expecting the Pope after being told he was done with him. He wanted to know what was up. Or IV stated he was offering a once-in-a-lifetime shot at redemption. Before God, the door to hell wasn't permanently locked. Gan wondered what the catch was. The Pope tasked him with taking down Absin. Gan's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't wrap his head around why the mission had flipped. He was curious about how the church thought they'd benefit from a saint biting the dust. Oren Irth shrugged and said that was above his pay grade. Gan was sweating bullets because the glutton was still lurking around. But Orphan 4 reassured him that knights were on standby and the glutton would be occupied for a while. So all Gan had to do was nail this, because failure was not on the menu for glory seekers. Back to Hyunuk at the training grounds where he was feeling like he'd just run a marathon through a thorn bush. Oblisson tried to soothe him while having a go at him and Read Run for roping a human into a demon-only martial art. Hyun's eyes were rolling around like marbles and his mouth was frothing like he'd chewed on a beehive. Read Run argued that Hyunuk promised he would pull through, and enough time had passed that not much demonic chi should be left. She lectured him that they were not priests and didn't have the right to decide if he would be fine when none of them were experts. She made it clear that the treatment she performed only unleashed it under the pretense of controlling and utilizing it. Raid asked what happened next for Hyunuk. She knew he wouldn't last much longer in this setup, and sealing the demonic key again was no longer an option. She began to adapt his body to accept the demonic chi instead. Spreading the condensed demonic chi with holy power, she made it thinner and easier to work with. Think of it as training to build up an immunity to poison. Read Run asked if that was genuinely doable. She confessed that she was unsure, especially since she had never attempted it before, and there were no case studies for reference. There was also a chance the magic could backfire against the holy power and cause a colossal mess. But if things were destined to go downhill, she'd at least give it a shot. The holy light was then cast over our main character as Absin attempted to work his magic. Later on, Hyunuk jolted awake like a toaster popping up toast. He felt like he'd been through the ringer. As soon as he sat up, Rachel and Bobo rushed in like worried mother hens. They were freaking out because he'd been out cold for 3 days. She asked if he recalled anything. His memory only stretched to the point of learning promote. He was taken aback when he saw his status panel. A demonic key was added, and he practically leapt when someone chimed in. It was Hemis, followed by Read Run. He scrambled out of bed to greet her properly, but she halted him with a wave, saying it'd be best if he'd just stayed put. In his current state, crawling might be his best bet. She knew everything from Read Run. The premise was that a human dared to use a demonic key. She found this hysterical. Then she mentioned that the Sanus did some impressive work worthy of her title. Hun got puzzled why she brought her up, but to her the binding was a total snooze fest. So she decided to personally lend him a hand because he was, as she quoted her dying aunt experiment, he should consider himself honored. Then a dark, eerie aura swirled around Hyunuk's body. He was once again in extreme agony when she infused him with her powers. Redrun freaked out, but Hyos assured her that Hyunuk would be all right after catching some Z's, and they made their way back to the office. The Demon King had summoned her unexpectedly, something urgent to assign to him a few days later at Bobo's house. Eblisson wrapped up Hunzok's treatment. Ever since that magical energy mishap, she'd been swinging by daily to patch him up. He expressed gratitude for the treatment. She replied it was nothing special because ultimately overcoming it all was down to his own determination. Then she muttered he was her only hope. He didn't catch that clearly, so he asked her to repeat, but she just smiled and said she was taking off since the treatment was done. Hyunuk didn't fully grasp all the quirky things Absin tossed around, and he had a million questions about what was going on in this strange world. But he knew he was merely a spectator. He had no choice but to wait until she felt like sharing more. Later that night in Redrun's office, Hyunuk was getting schooled in energy manipulation theory by Redrun. Hyunuk often found himself scratching his head at the cryptic mumbo-jumbo Absin loved to throw around. He had a million questions about the shenanigans happening in that world, but alas, he felt like a fish out of water waiting for the day she'd decide to enlighten him. Later in the evening, Hyunuk was knee-deep in energy manipulation theory with Redrun. Totally felt like he was just a visitor in someone else's world. He had to sit tight until she decided to spill the beans. Later that night in Redrun's office, Hyunuk was diving into the nitty-gritty of energy manipulation with Redrun, who was probably filling his head with scary smart theories. Redrun realized he had been overdoing it a bit. He shrugged and said he was fine considering he had been awake for 3 days now. As long as he steered clear of using any magic or magical energy for the time being, he'd survive. It had been 4 days since Hemis hopped on the road. Hyun popped the question about when the Cowan clan's tournament was coming up. The yearly gathering at the Demon King's castle was a regular affair, but Redrun had a nagging suspicion this year was going to be a doozy. Hyun shouted his name, giving him quite the jump scare since he was deep in thought. Hyunuk figured he must be swamped with all the responsibilities that came with being the acting commander. He offered to lend a hand. Redrun chuckled, saying he was fine since the real commander was on his way back. The annual gathering was happening earlier than usual, but it didn't really change much. So he advised Hyun to stop stressing about him and focus on his own self-care. He couldn't help but notice how Hyunuk was beefing up day by day. As magical energy was flowing into his body, his physical skills were leveling up too. If it kept up like this, he would be growing like a weed. While Redrun pondered this, he sensed a jolt of holy power. That made him sit upright faster than a cat on a hot tin roof. Hyunuk looked at him like he had seen a ghost. Redrun grabbed his weapon and admitted he had sensed another presence lurking in the castle besides the saints. With their holy magic meaning, someone had slipped in unnoticed. He needed to scope things out, so he ordered Hyunuk to hang tight. Meanwhile, 4 shady figures in black robes were strutting through the hallway. They clearly had an easier time. Suddenly, alarms went off in his brain. He jumped to his feet, startling Hyunuk. Grabbing his weapon, he announced he felt another presence lurking in the castle. Cue the dramatic music, because it was clear someone had crashed the party. He had to check it out, and told Hyunuk to stay put. Meanwhile, saints wielding holy power. Oh boy, that means someone's sneaking around. He needed to scope it out, so he told him to hang tight. Meanwhile, 4 dudes cloaked in black robes slipped through the hallway like they were on some kind of ultra-sneaky mission. Getting in was a piece of cake for them. One of them asked Lord Gon if their smooth entry was due to the glutton being absent. Gon hissed at him to lower his voice, reminding him that even if the glutton wasn't around, there was still another beast in the castle known as the Red Nightmare. Redrun popped up and asked how they figured out Lord Hemis was missing. One of the intruders nearly fainted at the sight of the Red Nightmare for the very first time. Gone, they were on the hunt for the monster in the castle known as the Red Nightmare. Redrun rolled up looking suspicious and asked how they got the scoop that Lord Hemis wasn't around. One of the infiltrators was shocked to realize they were gunning for the next saints, and her holding room was just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Taking on 4 humans wouldn't be a walk in the park, but keeping 2 from escaping while dealing with the other 2, that was a whole other kettle of fish. Out of nowhere, Hyunuk called out to him. It sounded urgent, so he followed. He asked if everything was all right. Hyunuk, clearly anxious, and even though Redrun had explicitly told him not to tag along, he was thankful anyway. He informed him that the target was the next Saints. He instructed him to whisk the Saints away immediately. He handed him a necklace. Hyunuk raised his brows, completely clueless about what to do with that. Redrun told him to use it as a golden ticket to gather the high-ranking officers from their division and rally them. Hyunuk got it and hurried off. Gon was in a frenzy, shouting at his men to stop Hyunuk, but Redrun wouldn't let them cart off the Saint without Hemis say so. Raid launched into a flurry. He ordered the guy to grab the Saints and hightail it out of there, handing him a necklace like it was some secret agent ID. Hyunuk was utterly lost on what to do with it. "Just show this to rally the troops," he said. The high-ups in the division need to get their act together and show up." Hyunuk was on it and dashed off while Gon lost his cool, barking orders at his crew to stop Hyunuk. But Redrun wasn't having any of it blocking their way like a pro. It informed him that evil humans were after Abelson Marriott's life. As the hero, it was his sworn duty to protect the next Saints. Plus, who knew if he played his cards right, he might end up finding love in the process. The gist of it was his mission was to safeguard the Saints, and he could potentially pocket a cool 1,000 hero points for his trouble. However, he couldn't shake off a hunch that the reward sounded a bit too generous. He was starting to wonder just what in the world was happening. He flung open Abelson's door, shouting that they needed to get out right this second since humans were raining down havoc. Ableson asked what the heck was going on, but truth be told, he didn't have the full scoop either. He burst through Abelson's door like he was coming in for a dramatic reveal, shouting about the human invasion. Ableson was confused, asking what the heck was going on, and honestly, he was just as in the dark. He just had a hunch that those cats from last time were back for round 2. Outside the room stood 3 cowhead guards, and those 2 black-robed clowns. The cowhead officers instructed Hyun to just stick to Redrun's orders while they held the line. They told Hyun to grab the princess and hightail it. He told Hyun simply to stick to Redrun's commands while they held down the fort. The order was clear. Hyun needed to snag the princess and evacuate. Hyunuk lunged for Absin, and she freaked out, but he scooped her up and sprinted like it was an Olympic event. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's Army 3rd Legion headquarters meeting room, they were having a good old chinwag about the no-good Doris who had fallen out of favor with Lord Hemis. One of them muttered that Doris must be weak sauce to lose to such a puny human. This demon was Royer, the commander of the Demon King's Army 3rd Legion. He ordered everyone to get their act together before she A demon called Royer, nothing but a wannabe villain from the Demon King's Army, was sulking about how to fix everything before she got back. He was fuming about it all, too. He demanded to know what was going on. The goblin revealed that the human cook had shown up carrying Redrun's necklace and that humans were staging an attack to take out the Saintess. Royer thought that was a load of nonsense and felt a rising irritation. He stormed out, and Hyunuk confirmed he was indeed the commander. Meanwhile, a cook waltzed in brandishing Redrun's necklace, screaming that humans were raining down like they were in a horror movie. Royer rolled his eyes, clearly amused. What a load of nonsense. He stepped out, and Hyunuk was quick to confirm if he was still wearing that commander title. He nodded and ordered a detailed report. Hyunuk relayed that Redrun had sensed some holy energy. He rushed to share the news that humans were after the Saintess' life. Royer was baffled as to why humans would want to off the Saintess. Seeing how frantic Hyunuk was, he told him to take a breather. The Saintess on his radar, Royer couldn't believe humans would actually target her. Watching Hyunuk come apart at the seams, he told him to breathe and chill, dude. Just then, a faint noise tickled his ears, capturing his attention. Without missing a beat, he hollered at everyone to duck. It turns out humans had initiated an attack. Royer called for the signal fire to be lit. Since the Saints were the target, they had to protect her at all costs. Royer couldn't wrap his head around how humans could be so audacious as to try and take out the Saints. The black-robed thugs lunged at Hyunuk and Absin. He hollered at them to ensure the Saintess was safe. Royer strove to reach them with his biological restraints, but they were too far out of reach. Hyunuk then unleashed an unorthodox combat technique Form 7 known as the Explosive Destruction Wave Technique. He socked a dude in a robe. Our hero was dead set on keeping Absin safe. Meanwhile, during Redrun's match, he decided to put the man in the robe in a chokehold using Gon. He couldn't believe he was using his own sidekick as a meat shield, just like he guessed the guy was tough. Even with divine power being the kryptonite to demonic energy, Redrun figured he was at least hovering around division commander level. Now he finally grasped how strong the so-called heroes were among the humans. Gon remarked that the terrifying red nightmare that once sent Drawson running was actually just a run-of-the-mill demon. Redrun couldn't help but notice how chill Gon was, even though he knew victory wasn't in the cards. Gon felt confident because without the glutton around, the only powerhouse left in the castle was the red nightmare himself. So his little strategy was simply to keep that guy busy while he waited. He had faith that his buddy would handle the smaller goons just fine. Redrun was fuming knowing Lord Hemis was MIA and had even sized up the officers hanging out in the castle. It had him curious about how much dirt had been dug up on him. Redrun got Sirius ready to throw down and end this tussle quickly. Gon challenged him, asking what he could possibly do when their powers clashed so dramatically. Redrun schooled him, emphasizing that true strength could bulldoze incompatibility. At the same time, a guy who was throwing fists with Hyunuk just found out there was a hero amongst the Demon King's ranks. He hadn't seen it coming that there were 3 fallen humans Hyun's saints in that traitor. Hyunuk informed this guy that he had flopped, and soon all the forces in the castle would unite. So no matter how strong he thought he was, he stood no chance against an army all on his own. He urged him to save his breath and just give it up. But the guy wasn't ready to wave a white flag just yet. Royer pondered when the human chef could have learned Redrun's combat aura. Yet thanks to that, he managed to snag one of them dressed in black robes. But the captured dude didn't bat an eye. He offered his body up to the flames to return to God, praying for the strength to crush evil. Divine magic blazed a technique that would set one's own body on fire. Not exactly a move for the sane. This was a high-ranking Holy Knight's divine flame barrier. Even a feather-light touch would turn most creatures into crispy critters. The man facing Hyunuk let him know that even the top-tier demons outside wouldn't waltz through those flames. He told him to give up on the saints and surrender. Hunsaw couldn't wrap his head around why he was gunning for his fellow humans. If they wanted to take him out, that'd be one thing, but Absin was supposed to be their ally. The guy was baffled by this nonsense. Absin chimed in and revealed that the Holy Empire ditched God ages ago. He frowned and asked what she was talking about. She clarified that all they craved was a puppet who would obey, not caring whether that puppet was the genuine saint or not. The guy slammed his sword down on the ground, trying to grab their attention and cut the melodrama. He challenged the hero to attack him in 10 seconds and started the ticking clock. Hyunuk shifted into serious mode. He only had one option left. He pulled off the first stage of Promote Bloom. Ableson freaked out, realizing he was trying to tap into demonic energy. His body would go kaboom if he continued. But he thought if they kept treading this path, they'd both kick the bucket anyway. He had no other choice. He kicked it up to the second stage of Promote Full Bloom. During training, Redrun Ha drilled into him that Promote had 3 stages, blooming full bloom and falling petals. Each stage upped the danger factor. Until he nailed the first stage, moving to the next was a no-go. He'd heard that so many times it was stuck in there like gum on a shoe. So in this moment, he felt bad for Redrun, knowing he was about to push himself way past his limits. The countdown was already at 4. It felt like his heart was about to explode. His body was practically yelling at him to cut it out. Rachel called him a lunatic for even attempting Promote. He tuned them out, zeroing in on himself until he reached the 3rd stage, Falling Petals. He told Rachel to keep that barrier coming. The guy noticed him using Promote. He realized that this wasn't an average hero. Hyun was primed for a strike. He charged ahead. The blackened body was proof that he had pushed Promote to the max. The man had no clue how a human pulled off a demon's combat aura, but he was aware that the power would run dry in a few minutes. He blocked the incoming attack with his sword. His plan was to ride it out, banking on that leading to his victory. But then, Hyunuk swung his fist. The sword barely skimmed him. The guy was so taken aback, he redirected the sword with a flick of his wrist, a move he had never witnessed before. He got socked in the gut. He was annoyed this punk resorted to cheap tricks. He asked if he wasn't embarrassed to fall victim to demon temptations. At that moment, Hyunuk could barely hear him. He was nearing his breaking point, but if he went down, Ableson would bite the dust too. Reedrun's voice echoed in his head about promote. It pushes your body to the absolute edge. If he stacked combat aura on that, his body would be beyond saving. Even so, Hyunuk struggled to stay upright and keep his form, and that was driven by one thing. He was way more worried about the silver-haired beauty with the icy demeanor shedding tears in front of him. So, death, it didn't faze him because our dude really didn't give a __. His body was on the brink of collapse. But even if he stopped, he knew he wouldn't be able to keep himself from crumpling. So with no way to pull back, he decided to go all in for the win. Absin noticed his state and grew anxious. But even if he stopped, he knew he wouldn't be able to keep himself from crumpling. So with no way to pull back, he decided to go all in for the win. Absin noticed his state and grew anxious. Mana and divinity were like oil and water. If she went on a divine power spree with Hyunuk, he might just pop like a balloon. All she could do was send a quick prayer to the big guy upstairs. Hyunuk was squaring up, looking ready to throw down with some Reedrun-style martial arts. The dude couldn't believe he was laying right on top of the aura. Who knew self-harm was in his playbook? With a step like that, he practically turned the ground into confetti. He went full-on form, one total obliteration. The man was ready for the hit. Hyunuk swung at him, but he blocked it and threw some shade, calling Hyunuk a loser. Hyunuk wasn't done yet, though. He still had a few punches left in the tank. So he threw another punch. This time he switched gears. He unleashed something called chain strike form. In Reedrun-style martial arts form, one was total obliteration, followed by a flurry of strikes. The guy was left speechless. Not only did he layer that aura, but he had turned it into something so intense it blasted through the roof and shot into the sky like a firework. The pain made the dude's eyes roll back like a slot machine. Finally, he was down for the count. But then, Hyunuk took a tumble. Ableson and Rachel freaked out as he dropped to his knees. Ableson rushed to catch him and was stunned by how rough he was, barely hanging on by a thread. She promised she'd help him out, but he had to keep hanging in there just a little longer. The catch. The hero was back in the game, saying he totally underestimated Hyunuk. Ableson flinched at that. Then the guy went on about how Hyunuk was off the charts in power. If he lived, he'd be a serious threat to the Empire someday. So before that could happen, he planned to take him out, but before he could finish, someone seized his head. It was Reedrun, and he was apologizing to Hyunuk for being the late show. Ableson watched in shock as he squished the guy's head like a grape. He tossed the body aside like old laundry. He realized Hyunuk ended up using aura after all. He asked her if she could save him. She was dead set on trying and told Hyunuk not to kick the bucket. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord's waiting room, it was day 5 of the Legion Commander's regular meeting. Hamus grumbled about their long trek, only to be hit with horrible snacks. Someone across from her told her to quit being so picky and just munch on what was there. That was Park Hyen, the 4th Legion commander of the Demon Lord's army and a former hero. He wondered when she'd finally get a clue about respect. She shot back, saying if there wasn't a rule against Legion commanders facing off, she would have wiped the floor with her 100 times already. Suddenly, a bipedal hamster bolted into the room to deliver urgent news to Hamus. She asked what was up. The hamster told her the Gaitron Empire attacked the Black Fortress. 4 knights were in on it, one of them being a hero, and many soldiers had met unfortunate ends. She went silent for a moment, realizing the regular meeting got moved up without a heads up, and in that window, the humans swooped in. She shot a glance at Hu, commenting on how it was quite the coincidence. Meanwhile, at the Black Fortress, Hyunuk was waking up. He was stunned he had made it through once again. Rachel was not having it launching an attack, as if that was the way to celebrate. He hollered that he was still patient, and seeing he was still a mess, it made Rachel realize he really had survived this time. Hyunuk admitted he honestly thought he was a goner. Rachel agreed. He managed to tap into the aura, but miraculously the dude still lived after taking his hit. Then she recounted a cow head popping in, saving Hyunuk, and resolving everything in one swoop. After that, the saint and the cowhead took turns nursing him back to health every other day. While she and Bobo kept an eye, Ableson and Reedrun both said it was a miracle he survived. She scolded him for almost giving her a heart attack. She was so worried she felt like she was going to keel over from all the anxiety. He pointed an accusing finger at her. She freaked out, fearing another round of beatdown was coming. She argued everything she said was right, which took an unexpected turn when he petted her, apologizing for making her worry. He even recognized all her hard work. She turned beet red. A few hours later, Reedrun and Hemus showed up. He was being schooled by Reedrun and was down on his knees while Hemus was busy playing with Bobo. Reedrun lectured him, saying the successful aura wasn't just his doing. Hyunuk interjected, saying it was all thanks to the mana Lord Hemus had planted in him last time. He had heard that line 189 times already. Reedrun acknowledged his talent, but made it clear there would be no more reckless moves. He grilled him on how many lives he thought he had left. He repeated that if not for Hemus' setup, he'd be 6 feet under already. Hyunuk pleaded for him to cut it out already. He totally agreed that enough was enough. She was getting bored with all this. Hyunuk then inquired how the Legion meeting went. She couldn't believe this kid was actually worried about that. She replied it didn't matter when her little minions were getting their butts kicked in their main base. She had come back without a care about any meeting. Hyunuk was in disbelief. She admitted the Demon Lord might be a tad angry. That sent shivers down both Hyunuk and Reedrun's spines. But for Hemus, it wasn't what mattered right now. Sure, she infused her mana into him, but for a mere company commander-level human to wield it as if it were his own was a whole different ballgame. She couldn't help but find Cho Hyunuk interesting. Just a quick flashback. Hemus asked the Demon King if he recalled when they bailed out to that world and he decided to team up with someone. She had always followed his vision because she understood what he was protecting. Demon King Tegrid asked what she was driving at. This was also the first time we got eyes on the current Demon King in this world. Hyunuk was in disbelief, confessing that the Demon Lord might have been a tad miffed. A chill ran down both Hyunuk and Reedrun's spines, but to Hemus that was merely background noise. Yes, she had planted her mana in him, but for a lowly company commander to wield it as if it were his own, that was some next-level stuff. She found Cho Hyunuk to be a real curiosity. Flashback time, Hemus asked the Demon King if he too recollected their escape to that other realm and his decision to team up with someone. She had always been loyal, following his vision, because she understood what he was protecting. Tegrid the Demon King inquired what exactly she was hinting at, and just like that, we finally get a glimpse of the current Demon King in this realm. His determination, because she knew exactly what he was standing guard over. Demon King Tegrid asked, "So what's the big idea you're trying to spit out?" And just like that, we were meeting the current Demon King of this world for the very first time. Hold on to your hats. Back to Hemus. She let him know that he was putting her in a bit of a pickle. The Demon King then called her out for being all high and mighty. It looked like she was telling him to take a hike. He remarked that maybe she had lived so long that her brain had turned to mush. She totally saw that coming. Not wanting to start a spat, she decided to make her exit. But before she could waltz out, she turned around and asked if he was really sure it was her who'd lost her edge over the years. This was her last nugget of advice for him as her longtime partner. With that, she said her goodbyes. Meanwhile, at Bobo's crib in the 3rd Legion, Hemus and Reedrun were saying goodbye to Hyunuk, and our lad wished them a safe trip back. As they ambled along, Hemus gave Reedrun a big ol' congrats. He was like, "What's that about?" She pointed out that he took down a hero-level human all on his own and suggested it might be time for him to level up and shoot for the stars. He appreciated her words but felt it wasn't his moment just yet. She probed why not. He replied that he still wanted to see Hansa grow a bit more and get in some extra learning under her to level up himself. Her response was a grin from ear to ear. She figured she'd switch it up and mentioned how the castle got totally smashed up by human invaders. Reedrun offered a heartfelt apology for that. She remarked that even though they weren't on the front lines, everyone seemed to have gotten a little slack. So for the whole 3rd Legion, they were gearing up for a huge commander selection tournament the next day. Hyunuk was deep in thought. Even after his hero shop got bumped up to intermediate, he still had 950 points just sitting there. It felt like a crime to let them collect dust, so he browsed for something worth purchasing. Oh, and he bagged an extra 1,000 points for clearing a quest. Just because it was intermediate didn't mean it was all that fabulous. He noticed some shiny new items and different categories popping up. He thought about snagging some new gear, but the armor looked too bland and not worth the bucks. Plus, last time, a squad leader crumpled it like a soda can with barely any effort. Accessories came with a bunch of wild effects, but sorting through them was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. He decided to start with his combat power analyzer upgrade first. This gadget measured the target's total combat power by checking things like strength, endurance, agility, and magic. It showed the target's combat power and cost 150 hero points. he spotted an item that had an aura and magical generation. It piqued his interest. Rachel piped up, explaining that it wasn't really an item, but more like a one-of-a-kind system. For instance, if he turned a kick into a skill and leveled it up, that kick would pack a bigger punch. He teased that she sounded like a salesperson. 500 hero points were deducted, and the aura generation kicked off. The system monitored and recorded his magical and physical moves for a set duration. The start and finish points were up to him. He was blown away by how it could turn the simplest actions into skills. It got his blood pumping. The system began to capture his movements and magical energy. Starting with a solid kick, the recording wrapped up. It generated aura, optimized his body balance and magic flow. Then it got his balance just right. He was in awe of the tech. He was finally feeling like his life was morphing into a legit Isekai power trip. But then the system fired off a warning. It clued him in that the aura generation had tanked. He was instructed to follow the procedure. He couldn't believe his eyes. He did everything it said, and still nothing. Rachel threw out a theory, saying that the system can't recognize a bugged user using demonic energy. The hero system had the best security in existence. It was all on him for dabbling with demonic energy. That really got under his skin. So he snatched Rachel and gave her a little shake. He was already feeling irked, and this was just pouring gasoline on the fire. The system even poked fun at him for squandering 500 hero points. He yelled at it to cough up his points. Later that day, inside Reedrun's training hall, Hyunuk pleaded with Reedrun for a hand. Apparently, our lad was itching to develop his own aura. Reedrun had to mull it over before finally agreeing to help him. He'd already planned to train him that day anyway. "Let's go," he said, and thus their training began. He pushed himself to the max, even getting patched up by Absent afterward, but he felt great having achieved the task. After all his hard work, even if his body was shaking like crazy, he completed the hero quest, crushed his limits, and broke free from the usual constraints. A special reward came his way. His combat power was being assessed. He was ecstatic to finally have his own aura and a unique Reedrun-style martial art. He couldn't help but smirk. A few more days rolled by, and then the big tournament day arrived. Once again, Jacques was the host. It was a colossal tournament meant to pick one regiment leader and 13 battalion leaders. There were over 1,000 participants. The tournament was set for 3 matches and would run in a brand new format compared to the usual commander selection battle. The very first match, eagerly awaited by all, was just an hour away. The contestants were buzzing with excitement. It was the road's notorious outlaw known as Killer Run. As Hyunuk stretched, Hyuna sidled up to him. She had been watching him for a while now, and it made her pretty sure he was human. With that black hair and a combat power scanner, he looked like an average hero on the outside. But there was a funky, demonic energy swirling inside him, making her think he was one of... As Hyunuk was stretching like a cat post-nap, Hyuna strolled over. She had been sizing him up for a while and was convinced he was human. With that black hair and combat power scanner, he looked like every stereotypical hero out there, but she sensed some weird demonic energy lurking inside. It had her thinking he might just be one of the spot. Black hair and rocking a combat power scanner. He looked like your average Joe hero from the outside, but there was a mysterious demonic vibe oozing from within him. This made her wonder if he was playing the double agent game. Reedrun swooped in like a superhero and told Park Hayen, the 4th Legion commander, to step aside for a bit. He had a direct order from Hemis for the poor mess hall captain. She couldn't believe there was actually a direct order for that guy. Sighing, she backed off to respect the command. The whole idea that the cow-headed, dog-snouted freak kept a human around was mind-blowing. And not just as a snack, they actually gave him a title. She was suddenly excited because this visit might just have some valuable intel after all. Once she left, Reedrun chatted with Hyunuk, saying Hana might be a little off her rocker. But she was definitely a 4th Legion commander, and like him, she had a history of heroics. She had come by the Demon King's decree to check out the tournament, but let's be real, Hemis preferred to use the word surveil. So he advised Hyunuk not to get too comfy. You could sense something was fishy, and Hyunuk got the memo. He nodded and asked what Hemis' message was anyway. Reedrun relayed that Hyunuk had to make it to the top 8 of the tournament. Failing that would earn him a ticket to the 2nd Legion's lab as rare materials. Talk about motivation. 2 hours later, the tournament kicked off. Royer, one of the show hosts, laid down the law. The first event, a race. Get to the finish line by any means necessary. And hey, if you accidentally take out your rivals, no biggie, just for today. A goat-faced dude named Holgot leaned toward Hyunuk and made sure he got the memo that killing was totally fine. He warned Hyunuk to steer clear if he didn't want to end up as roadkill. Hyunuk nodded, totally agreeing. The host proclaimed the race was on. A flying squirrel laughed down at its competition from above, like it had a personal grudge. Meanwhile, a goblin almost choked Hyunuk by accident. Hyunuk hollered for Rachel to throw up a shield. He was getting attacked from all sides, and he knew if things kept going like this, making it to the top 100 would be like trying to swim with weights. Spotting Hyun still in the game, Holot decided to make his move. Rachel perfectly covered his back. That just made Holgot crank up his attack, concentrating like he was about to launch a fireworks show. Hyunuk was confused because it seemed weaker when Holgot split it. He thought this goat boy was all bark and no bite, but Holgot's plan was sneaky. He yelled that the human attacked with some fancy area of effect nonsense. Hyunuk called him a crazy jerk, but didn't have time for distractions since other demons took that chance to gang up on Hyunuk. Holgot taunted him, running in circles like a kid on a sugar high, saying Hyunuk should catch him if he could. Hyun cursed this insane goat jerk, promising he'd serve up some payback once he caught him. He turned to Rachel, asking how many were ahead of them. She reported that 76 had crossed the finish line. That meant 24 spots were still up for grabs. Just then, they got tackled from behind by a hobgoblin. Things were looking pretty bleak for Hyunuk. He remembered Reedrun saying that the aura techniques he picked up weren't really made for a human like him. I mean, come on. His martial arts were basically designed for demons. He needed to craft his own thing. He had whipped that up earlier. The demonic energy given to him by Hemis teamed up with his own magical mojo. It was his signature aura technique, a power that only he could channel. This aura radiated a royal purple, typically a color for royalty. That's why he dubbed it Noblesse. When the moment was right, he activated it. His magic control shot up from rank D to C, and his demonic energy control zoomed from rank E to C. The system buzzed with the details on Noblesse born in that classic purple hue. In ancient lingo, it meant of noble birth, a fresh power stemming from the blend of two ancient forces, a purple aura technique crafted by Hyunuk himself, merging magic and demonic energy. His mastery was only at 6% though. Its first form. Royal stride, he barreled through foes while yelling, "Get out of my way," leaving behind only a sparkling trail of light, because why not look fancy while you're at it? At this point, only 95 players had checked in, and 5 spots remained. Holgot was shocked he had caught up. Hyunuk thought, perfect timing. He activated Reedrun's martial arts style form, 3 Furious Charge. Wham! He smacked Holgot from behind, jokingly saying, "Oops, didn't mean to kill you." That sent Holgot tumbling into the walls. By that time, the 99th and 100th participants had crossed. Surprise, surprise, both were Holgot and Hyunuk. Hyunuk breathed a sigh of relief while Holgot fumed at him for ruining his day. Royer kicked Holgot to shut him up, saying the match was a wrap. Hyunuk watched all this unfold with a smirk. The 100 who cleared round 1 would meet again in 3 days. After that, the crowd dispersed. That night in the woods near the Black Fortress, Han asked Hemis if she was really going to release something during the tournament. He greeted Motum since it had been ages. A portal swung wide, and a gladiator strutted out. He grinned, saying it had been exactly 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days since he last laid eyes on her. He asked, "What's your wish?" Motum was totally Hemis's fanboy. He had a combat power of 198,532. Hemis told him to snatch all the participants' flags, but she didn't want him to just go charging in like a bull in a china shop. "If you see someone decent, ease up on them a bit," she instructed. Hana overheard and teased her, saying she was getting soft. That's what she called Hemis. Hemis shot back, asking why she thought demons were losing to humans. The truth, it was because they insisted on playing fair. Demons just assumed brute strength would solve everything. If they lost power, they lost the fight. If they lose the brawl, it's lights out for them, and they accepted that as just the way life goes. But humans, they play by a different rulebook. When they're in a pickle, they dodge the duel. Plus, they've got a knack for coming up with sneaky tricks to outsmart the heavyweights. That's why the Demon Lord's crew kept getting schooled by weak teams were thrown together at random, each one having 4 members and 2 flags to play with. After a whopping 48 hours, the top 10 teams with the most flags get to strut on to the next round. But if a team ends the day with no flags bye-bye, they're out, no second chances. Hyunuk had a meltdown when he found out they were Team 9. Their crew consisted of Holgat Ikigli Fedasan and Hyun-seok. With just 25 minutes on the clock, they were sitting on 4 flags. They just needed to hang tight until the round wrapped up. At this point, Hyun-seok was about to blow a gasket from all the cockiness he was witnessing. The rankings showed Team 5 sitting pretty in first with 9 flags. Team 8 was in second with 7 flags. Team 24 claimed third place with 5 flags, and Team 9 fluffed its way into fourth place with 4 flags. Meanwhile, Team 1 was busy hanging out in fifth with 3 flags. Team 9 was floored that they'd climbed to fourth place. Then, just like magic, they jumped to third. While peeping at the scoreboard, Hyunuk heard some metal clanking and got jumpy. Modem made his way over to them. Hyunuk suddenly thought he might be the one goofing up the scoreboard. Holgat wanted to know what his deal was. They looked down on him, thinking he was just a fancy golden goblin. Naturally, they dove in for an attack. Hyunuk hollered at them not to charge in all wild, but they brushed him off, calling him a coward. So they told him to pipe down. Holgat was itching to snatch Moten's flag, but they all got sent back reeling after taking a hit. Moten had swiped their flags. Hana urged Maui Hemis to let go of any hopes, stating there's no way those guys could ever outplay Mim with their lack of skills. Hemis just kept quiet. Time was running low, just 11 minutes and 32 seconds to go. Team 9 plummeted to 25th place with 0 flags. With 59 seconds left, Hyunuk yelled for the armor to halt. He instructed his teammates to charge at his cue. He gave the goat a heads up to stay smart. He was well aware that those who lost their flags before were acting recklessly. He ordered the goat to whip up some magic. Holgat was ticked off at Hyunuk for bossing him around, but he went along with it anyway. Suddenly, boom! An explosion sent smoke everywhere, blinding Modem. Then Hyunuk called out to Ikigi. Ikigli took to the skies over Modem, already in the know about the game plan. It swooped down over Modem. Modem spotted it coming in hot, chuckling at the pincer move. They were the first team to throw tactics into the mix, which he found quite refreshing, but he was still quick enough to nab Ikigli by the neck and hold him back. All their moves were way too slow and straightforward, and their magic lacked punch too. Hyunuk dashed towards him. As he got closer, he called forth the centipede. It slithered up from the ground and wrapped itself around Modem. Hyun concentrated power into his foot like a boss. Then he unleashed noblesse from one king's step. He was over the moon about swiping that flag. Modem grabbed him while nodding in approval, calling it a pretty sweet combo. It wasn't half bad for a last-minute improv, but that's where the fun ended. He slammed Hyunuk's face into the ground. With just 15 seconds remaining, the power Hyunuk unleashed was like nothing Modem had encountered before. Curious, he asked what that purple glow was all about. They were almost out of time, only 10 seconds to go. Hyunuk shot back that if he wanted to find out so bad, he might as well take a direct hit. He unleashed Mana Burst Devour, and a brilliant purple light swallowed them. Only 5 seconds remain now. Hyunuk staggered back. As the countdown hit 2 seconds, Moten was wobbling dangerously, but at 1 second he steadied himself. The host declared the match was over. Modem was floored. Hyunuk had released that mana like it was nothing. It felt like a self-destruct move, but the impact was a soft. The host kicked off the flag count. Hyun called out to this tin can and told him to check behind. Holgat managed to grab one flag when Modem was busy wondering when the heck he got there. Of course, Hyunuk wouldn't just blow himself up without some crafty planning. He had calculated everything along the way. What a wild playdate that was. The host announced a tie for 7th place between teams 4-15-21 and one more team. Hyunuk crossed his fingers that he wouldn't run into Modem again. The host verified that Team 9 had officially passed round 2. Hyun's shiny new skill was Mana Burst, a technique using the explosive nature of crashing mana energy and magic power. It bashes mana and magic within the body and throws it outward like a cannonball. His skill level was sitting proudly at 11%. After the tournament wrapped up, Hemis asked Modem what he thought of Hyun-seok. Modem noted that even though Hyunuk was human, he was mixing demonic energy with mana in a way he'd never seen before. Hemis asked if he noticed anything else. He replied that Hyunuk was quick on the uptake and crafty too. Plus, he had the guts and good judgment to match. If Modem was keeping it real, Hyunuk was a cut above most demons he'd seen. Hyunuk was the fresh breeze they needed to shake things up. Hemis conceded it would be a blast in its own right. Meanwhile, at the Holy Empire of Garton, Orvin IV got the scoop that Gon had flopped even after all that fuss. He lost a hero-class talent in the most useless way. His underling was curious about what he planned to do about the Saints. Orvin scoffed, saying that no matter how adored the Saintess was, she was still just a princess from a minor kingdom. He decided that Absin was... It was a first for him seeing something like that. Hyunuk asked what else had caught his attention. He replied, "Oh, Hyunuk's super talented and quick on the uptake. Not to mention he had guts and made wise decisions." To be honest, if Modem was speaking straight, Hyunuk might just be better than the majority of demons he'd encountered. Hyunuk was the breath of fresh air they needed to shake things up. Hemis agreed. Well, this'll definitely be a wild ride. Meanwhile, over in the Holy Empire of Garton, Orvin IV got the shocking news that Gon completely flopped. Despite all that hype, he lost a hero-level talent for absolutely nothing. One of his underlings asked what his game plan was for dealing with the Saints. He shot back that no matter how adored the Saintess was, she's just a princess from a little kingdom. He boldly declared that Absence proclaimed that the newly minted saint title was about to be yanked away. He ordered an announcement labeling her a heretic who was in cahoots with the Demon King's crew. Then he smoothly glided to the next item on his agenda. Word on the street was that the glutton was up to his old tricks again. His sidekick chimed in, saying she had been shuffling around troops and swapping out leaders like they were trading cards. They were even planning to pick new officers based solely on who could win a wrestling match. Tournament. Orvin IV perked up, asking if there was any way to intervene. The sidekick said they tried pulling in the Demon King for backup, but he gave them the cold shoulder. Apparently, the Demon King wasn't keen on ruffling the glutton's feathers. Orvin IV pondered whether sending one of their legendary fighters might turn the tide. He wondered if Kinley had what it took to take the glutton on evenly. The sidekick piped up, saying they got a scoop that Hai the traitor was chilling at the Black Fortress. Not only that, but she was an up-and-comer in the legend tier, so squaring off against both of them at once would be like trying to juggle chainsaws. Bad timing seemed to be Hai's favorite hobby. Orvin IV needed to verify that the Demon King wasn't cozying up to the glutton. His sidekick suggested scrapping the operation altogether. But Orvin IV shot him a look that could curdle milk, and reminded him of how the Dukas Church and the Drossen Empire became the big kahunas on the continent. All thanks to the necessary evil known as the demon race. He insisted that for good to shine bright, there had to be a little darkness in the mix. That sparkle leads the gullible to faith, and that faith was the bedrock of Garton's national strength. Not long ago, they were yanking the Demon King's strings to orchestrate wars. But if the demons started evolving or acting up too much, they'd become trickier to rein in. Orvin IV remembered that from his spy intel, the next tournament match was taking place elsewhere. Cardinal Elrond confirmed it would be set in Inamoset, the notorious forest brimming with mischievous beast monsters, quite a distance from the Black Fortress. Orvin IV took that as a divine thumbs. Meanwhile, at the Black Fortress, Hyunuk noticed that adding demonic energy to his mana had turned his skill window into a chaotic mess. Rachel pointed out that before he was just getting by with his read-run style martial arts. Now his revamped read-run martial arts had joined the skill roster along with demon consumption and noblesse showcasing as separate skills too. At that moment, Hyunuk was leveling up at 466, boasting 170 strength, 165 agility, 170 mana, blank demonic energy, and 74 charisma plus 5 abilities and 5 skills like read-run style martial arts. Modified read-run style martial arts promote demon consumption and noblesse. His command skill rank was rising as a result. Thanks to this, whenever he took orders from the commander, the performance of his underlings soared, which was super handy. Rachel commented that he was steadily climbing the ranks of the demon army. Hyunuk wondered if there were any items on sale to supercharge his stats. To his shock, Hana popped up behind him and said that wasn't happening at his level. The surprise had him jumping like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. She told him to quit yapping and screaming. Then she demanded to know how many hero points he had racked up. He responded with 1,300 points. Next, she asked what grade his shop was, and he replied it was intermediate. This made her burst into laughter and call him a noob. He turned to the veteran for tips, wanting to know what she bought back when she was at his stage. She saw right through him. He was trying to play the experience card on her. She replied that She'd share her secrets if he answered all her questions. He eagerly agreed, fueled by his fighting spirit. She advised him to upgrade his store and grab subspace, which was essentially a fancier inventory. It was a solid deal for his cash. Then it was her turn to ask questions. She wanted to determine if he truly was a hero. He said technically he was. Then she grilled him about what brought him into the Demon King's army. He casually replied that it just sort of played out that way. Her third question was how he blended mana and demonic energy. He gave her the same just-happened explanation. After that, she summarized that he was a hero who by sheer luck joined the Demon King's forces and somehow stirred up a cocktail of mana and demonic energy. This annoyed her, prompting her to deliver a punch. He claimed she was in the same boat, too. After a while, she plopped down, making him her human chair. She invited him to join the 4th Legion and offered to whip him into shape. He shot back a resounding no. She huffed, cranking up her weight by 50 kilograms to torment him. Then she asked if he had any reason for sticking around. He replied that Hemis would have him for breakfast if he bailed. She pressed for his next goal. He declared that it was to marry a wealthy, blonde, noble lady and have 5 kids. This wasn't what she'd anticipated, so she was done talking. She realized he was a lost cause. Plus, she knew there was no way Hemis would let him off the hook. She left him to catch some Z's. She didn't pick up on it, but another reason was he was starting to grow fond of living there. The day of round 3 rolled around. Hyunuk slipped on his glove and cinched his belt. Once he was all set, he turned to Bobo, telling him to keep an eye on the house, promising he'd return as the champion. Upon arriving at the stadium, they were gearing up to teleport to Inamoset. Off they went to Inamoset, the land of monstrous creatures. The next thing we knew, Hyunuk leveled up. The guiding rule was 1 level for each mob kill, and during this time, he had already powered up 4 times. He set his sights on a dryad, a plant-based beast. Most of them were female, and they helped various plant beasts swap pollen to keep the reproduction train rolling. He already leveled up 4 times. He had his sights set on a dryad, a plant beast. Most of them were female, and they were busy helping the other plants swap pollen, like it was their job to help them procreate. He spotted a purple orb floating in the air and thought, well, that might just be the infamous double X field. In the 3rd round, they had to brave the Beast Forest. The tournament would wrap up once 10 out of the 24 players were sent packing. Every participant received 1 magical tool. That purple orb Hyunuk saw, it was the military tracking orb, a nifty little gadget made for Himi's entertainment, displaying everyone's locations every hour like a magic GPS. It even came with a sweet GPS feature. Rachel noticed that the Demon King's army had some pretty slick magic skills. She didn't think they could whip up such a complex ritual. Hyunuk decided to just grab some herbs and skedaddle before someone showed up, but out of nowhere something hit him, and whoops, there went the dryad. The one who had been hunting him finally found him. It was Holgot, ready to settle the score once and for all. Meanwhile, Royer was stuck up in a tree whining about his luck. He was on guard duty at the teleportation gate in Inamos, playing the role of canine cop. The goblin under his branch told him not to be too heavy-handed. This was the only gate linking to the castle. If it got busted, they'd be in deep trouble. Royer knew that too well, but he thought it was overkill since nobody ever came to this nowhere town. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure wandered into the forest. Royer sensed him and sprang to attention. There was definitely something lurking about. He thought they were probably just a bunch of humans out for some friendly beast hunting, but he didn't pick up any strong magic vibes. If they struck first and blew their cover, that'd be a real disaster. Innosite was a huge place, so he figured running into each other was pretty unlikely. He decided to just let them be. Meanwhile, Holgot was busy gloating to Hunsok, telling him he should quiver before the mighty Holgot and beg for mercy like a good little human. Holgot suggested if he didn't want the mercy route, he might as well just skedaddle. He reasoned that getting a scar on your back is a shame for a swordsman, but not so much for a martial artist. Hyunuk was fed up with Holgot's antics and thought maybe killing him might be easier. Holgot freaked out and warned him he'd regret it if he went through with that. Hyunuk asked Regret what exactly Holgot responded, that he had some mind-blowing information. Hyunuk wanted to know what kind of info he was talking about. Holgot spilled the beans that all the demons had decided to prioritize hunting him down. Hyunuk wasn't that interested in this news and asked where the rest of the gang was and why Holgot was all alone. Holgot's response was so confusing, he counted backward from 5. It was a countdown, and once he hit one, all the other demons swooped in right on cue and caught sight of him harassing the human. They charged at him like a demonic stampede. Hyunuk shouted at them to cut it out and stop messing with the system. Back at the Black Fortress's main war room, Hemis and Hyena watched as they all zeroed in on Hyunuk. Hyena observed that this was such a pity. Hyena told her to drop the smirk and speak like a professional. In the middle of their chit-chat, someone hollered for Hemis. Royer reported that they were under attack. Those humans were making a play to shut down the gate. He informed her that the enemy was a large squad of heavily armed humans using stealth gear. He couldn't figure out how they discovered where the gate was. The teleportation gate lit up with red magic. Hemis then called for Reedrun, who responded that they were moving out ASAP. She noted that the attackers were well prepared, which hinted that someone had leaked intel. She pondered the source of the leak. Hana gripped her armrest like it was a stress ball holding back her fury. Meanwhile, in Inamoset, Hyunuk crouched behind some bushes. He couldn't believe they rigged a sacred ranking battle. It was Rachel hushed him because the demons were just feet away. They thought he was MIA, so they just settled in to wait for the next tracking update. And then, poof, they vanished. Hyunuk breathed a sigh of relief. He was scared out of his wits. He wondered how they were supposed to keep on living. Rachel suggested starting a monster war to focus on leveling up. She asked if he had anything in the shop that could be helpful. He was curious about it too, so he started scrolling through the shop. He was looking for some game-changing item to rescue him from this chaos. While he was sprawled on the ground like a defeated hero, someone caught sight of him. It was a dude in a black robe who asked if he was the fabled hero everyone was buzzing about. Hyunuk sprang up like a jack-in-the-box. The man pulled back his hood, and behind him was an army that looked like they were totally zonked out, just following orders as if hypnotized. Their faces were about as expressive as cardboard cutouts. Hyuk could sense something was very wrong with them. The leader introduced himself as Andrew Taylor, the hero. Right after that, a system window popped up showcasing a hero quest. As Hyunuk encountered this villainous hero crew, he had to survive no matter what, and there was a bonus task of defeating them. The sweet reward, 1,000 hero points. Hyunuk greeted him and acted all respectful. He introduced himself as a rookie and asked what brought them to this neck of the woods. Andrew replied they were on a demon hunt. Hyunuk praised them, declaring their goal was commendable and justice would prevail. He stood up, planning to make his exit under the pretext of going after some demons himself. But Andrew whipped out his sword and launched an air slash right as Hyans tried to make a run for it. He warned him he was also there to take out human traitors. Just then, someone else popped up and yelled that they found the human again. It was Holgot. He told Hyun that there was no way he could shake him off. The other demons spotted the humans and started to ponder if Hyansak had magically multiplied himself. Andrew was scratching his head in confusion too. Just then, Hyansak decided it was showtime and called for everyone to join in on the chant for the 3rd Legion of the Demon King's army. The demons exchanged puzzled glances. Andrew thought to himself, "What's up with this fool?" Hyunuk kicked things off with a thunderous roar, announcing, "We are the mighty army of the great demon lord." He followed up with an enthusiastic, "Let's crush the humans." Holgot was so thrown off that he blurted out the next line without thinking, "Let's chow down on the humans." Hyunuk rallied the troops with a mission to obliterate the demon lord's foes. His secret stats for charisma and leadership just kicked in like a turbo boost. The excitement pumped up the allies' morale. He shouted for them to charge. The demons were a bit lost, but Hall knew he had a point. The others realized the Demon King's army still stood strong. Holit gave the order to charge, and everyone zoomed off like they were on a roller coaster. This whole mess was Yoon Suk's grand scheme, and he promised to honor his buddy's heroic sacrifice. He took off knowing they didn't have much time, and Andrew would be hot on his tail before long. He couldn't shake off the thoughts racing in his head, but out of nowhere someone yanked on his scarf. It was Royer asking what the heck was going on. He filled him in that the gate linking to the fortress had been wrecked due to a human ambush. He wanted to know what had happened to the gate defense squad. Royer figured they had been wiped out, seeing as even he barely made it out with his skin intact. Hyunuk couldn't wrap his head around it. There were only 40 attackers. Royer explained that they were all in the division commander class. 3 of them were captain level like him, with one even boasting corpse's commander strength. Hyun started to sweat about how they would survive this mess. Royer broke it to him bluntly. They were doomed. Neither of them had a fighting chance. Plus, Hyunuk had a tracking spell glued to him. It was crafted so well, it definitely had human fingerprints all over it, and since Roy was a demon army officer, they would surely be coming after him like bees to honey. Hyunuk asked if he could break the spell since he was a whiz at magic. He shot back with a sharp, "No, it would take forever, and we don't have time to play around." Just then, the military tracking orb beeped ominously, warning them of a master-level beast lurking nearby. Hyunuk had a hunch about what it might be. He called over the captain, revealing he had a scheme. A few minutes later, one of the robed guys reported that they had taken care of the demons, but the traitor hero managed to slip through their fingers, so they needed to skedaddle. Time was of the essence. One of the robed guys told Andrew they were in the east, not far from their location, but Andrew sensed another presence. He could tell it was Pla. It had combat power ranging from 250,000 to 300,000. Talk about a heavy hitter. It was the top predator in Inamos, a ginormous plant monster that required at least one hero-level fighter to take down. It was rated as a high-risk class beast. Sure, it wasn't impossible to subdue, but the collateral damage would be off the charts. Birds took flight as the plant made its dramatic entrance, halting those poor souls in their tracks. Andrew ordered his men to draw the monster's attention while he zeroed in on the traitor. Meanwhile, Hans whipped out a pheromone perfume, one that smelled like roses to monsters. While versatile, its effects were pretty weak sauce. It did bump up likability with the monsters a bit, but it cost 10 hero points. In the meanwhile, our buddy Hyun and Royer morphed into dryad skin and pollen, shockingly. They now sported the flora-omorph status. Hyunuk wore a proud grin for outsmarting their enemies, while Royer sported an annoyed look, though he couldn't complain. Hyunuk was willing to do anything to survive, even if it meant channeling his inner tree. Andrew shot them a look of disgust, but decided to keep pushing forward. He zoomed off with Hyunuk, catching sight of his approach. Royer knew what was coming and stepped in to block the attack, forcing Andrew to take a step back. He called upon advanced hero divination type 1 hero's path. Swords clashed while a pack of robed men surrounded Royer like bees. Hyunuk gave them a good kick to help out. As planned, Hyunuk had the mob duties, and he just needed to hold the fort a little longer. Andrew asked him if stalling was really their brilliant master plan. Royer just scoffed. Earlier, before the enemy crashed the party, they had been perched on top of the plant plotting their next move. The game plan was to play to their strengths like pros. Royer would keep dodging to tire out the enemy while using the beast as a shield against incoming attacks. His specialty was stealth whip-high mobility and binding magic pure fireworks. He was the mid to long-range support, while Hyunuk's job was to take out the leftovers with the monster. The crux of their scheme was to avoid direct confrontations. He dubbed the whole operation, "You Come at Me." Meanwhile, Andrew was starting to get frustrated. He grilled Royer on how long he planned to keep dodging and skedaddling, but they stuck to their guns. Royer pondered if this was really how humans did battle. He found it quite cowardly, to be honest. The beasts were getting in Andrew's way, and it was driving him up the wall. Royer admitted to himself that while it was a cowardly tactic, it was working like a charm to buy them some needed time. Hyunuk's opponent was on the ropes, having fallen to his knees. He looked spent but refused to give up charging at Hyun with all he had. But Hyunuk artfully dodged his sword strikes, and Hyun noticed he was strong. Even a little nick from that blade could slice him right in half, yet his moves screamed predictable. No tricks up his sleeve. But Hyunuk artfully dodged his sword strikes, and Hyun noticed he was strong. Even a little nick from that blade could slice him right in half, yet his moves screamed predictable. No tricks up his sleeve. The dude was flinging his sword around like it was nobody's business. Since the moves were as predictable as a cat's next nap, our guy tried to trip him up, and guess what? He actually pulled it off. The poor fellow went down, coughing up blood like a geyser. Then he followed up with a swift kick to the noggin. He was flabbergasted that the guy just crumpled like a cheap suit. Their goofy moves had him scratching his head. Suddenly, he got a notification about some serious leveling up. He realized he'd been hanging out in Florimorph for way too long. If he stayed much longer, he might as well be putting out a help wanted sign for his stamina. But without any warning, he was hit with a pain so intense it felt like a bad burrito. His demonic chi manipulation skyrocketed from C to B. Horns sprouted like they were auditioning for a role in a horror flick. His body synced up with his demonic Shay and voila transformation mode, activated meanwhile, in the mess of another brawl under a tree. Royer hit his breaking point. He could barely keep his cool, and neither could the beast. Andrew chimed in, letting him know that aside from his speedy legs, he wasn't exactly a superhero. And that fancy footwork, yeah, it was taking a nap. He spilled the beans that heroes power up every time they send a demon to the big sleep. His own level was hovering around 983, so if he decided to turn that beast he was using as a shield into a pancake, he'd be lounging in level 1000 territory. They clashed weapons again, and Royer made a revelation. When his hand grazed that beast, he felt some kind of power surge into it. He then smoothly blocked Andrew's strike again. Andrew quipped that once he leveled up, defeating scrubs like Royer would be child's play. But Royer wasn't about to back down. He revealed he hadn't just been running in circles like a headless chicken. The spots he marked lit up like a Christmas tree, and chains appeared out of nowhere. He activated the move Restraint Multi-Form. Chains from all over were heading straight for Andrew. Earlier, Hyunuk and Royer discussed their second plan, aptly named Last Hit Steal. Deep down, Royer questioned if that was some sort of superhero secret handshake. Hyunuk had figured that before the big beast had a faceplant, he would need to deal with the smaller fry first. Royer was tasked with keeping Andrew busy, and when the time was ripe, he'd swoop in to help take down that beast. They didn't have many choices, but Royer was skeptical about two things. Could Hyunuk really make it back before the restraint wore off? And even if he leveled up, did he really think he could take that guy on? He admitted the chances of everything going smoothly were less than 1%. But if it was a choice between 0 and 1, Hyunuk was all in on that 1% shot. Fast forward to the present, Andrew was completely blindsided by the binding skill. But he thought Royer couldn't do much with such a cheap trick. Royer told him to get ready for it. He reminded Andrew that they had a hero on their side too. That's when Hyunuk sauntered onto the scene. Our boy was just here harvesting some aura at this point. Andrew was baffled because he was in demon mode. Then the killsteal finally took place. Hyunuk delivered the final blow to the boss monster, leveling up faster than a kid on Christmas morning. The beast let out a shriek that could wake the neighbors as blood dripped from its wounds. Royer was relieved he made it just in time. Hyunuk cheered him on for a job well done, and from that moment on, he announced that Andrew was about to get a serious beatdown. Andrew looked at him like he was crazy. Did he honestly think that a last hit could help him win this showdown? He unleashed a fancy technique called Advanced Hero Swordsmanship Form, 3 Dragon Slayer /. Hyunuk blocked the attack like a champ with his forearms. Andrew noticed that Hyunuk was a close-quarters fighter, so he decided to be careful to keep that distance. Hyunuk glared him down and charged like a bull. Andrew flinched upon seeing him coming. He tried to counter with his Advanced Hero Swordsmanship Form 7, but he got a swift kick from Hyunuk first. The crash landing was like hitting concrete. Blood gushed like a broken faucet. He couldn't wrap his head around what just happened, questioning if Hyunuk was truly a demon. Hyunuk closed in and said that in every fight he'd been in, he always faced opponents who were stronger than him. He gave Andrew a kick that had him coughing up blood like a fountain. Then he nabbed Andrew's face and slammed him into the ground. Next, Hyunuk continued his philosophical chat about the lessons learned from fighting. Andrew was sweating bullets, desperately trying to convince him that they were on the same team. But Hyunuk just sent a punch right to his face. Level is just a number. That's the new insight our MC had as Hyunuk's punch turned Andrew into nothingness. After that, Hyunuk leveled up and snagged a hidden stat called Fighting Spirit Unleashed. This gem increased resistance to mental debuffs and sharpened focus in the heat of battle. Currently, he had a solid 10 fighting spirit. Meanwhile, our boy was sprawled out on the ground feeling like death warmed over from exhaustion. Royer approached cautiously, asking if he was still breathing. He just replied that he felt as good as dead. Royer then drizzled some liquid on his face and told him to drink up. Hyunuk grimaced, asking what that nasty potion was. Royer explained that his pet fairy had a stash of it. Rachel stepped in to clarify that it was a high-grade healing potion. She offered another bottle. This potion was no joke. It healed wounds and gave a slight mana boost. It cost 500 hero points. He was curious about where she'd snatched it from. She revealed it came from the fallen heroes. Apparently, they dropped everything they had when they bit the dust. Hyunuk commented that heroes in this realm were really out of whack. Rachel asked why. He replied that heroes were supposed to be all about justice. They should be out there saving the day, not tossing other heroes to the curb. But here, even if they knocked off another hero, there were no consequences. In fact, they reaped experience and gear like it was Christmas. Sounds like classic villain behavior to me, yet nothing ever goes down. Royer chimed in. That was just from a human perspective. From where he stood, he'd say, Hyunuk was a solid hero. I mean, he did save his bacon after all. He suggested not to get all wound up about the human way of thinking, since everything has two sides. He added that what's right or wrong isn't set in stone. Hyunuk awkwardly asked if he was trying to throw him a lifeline. He suggested that he shouldn't get too caught up in the human perspective, since everything has two sides, like a weird coin. He added that right and wrong aren't carved in stone. Hyunuk awkwardly asked if he was trying to give him a pep talk. Royer gave him a gentle kick and told him to pipe down and take a nap. Hyunuk whined about his aching bones. He also mentioned he called for backup before the comms went dark, so help is on the way. Just then, like a scene from a movie, a portal popped up and out strolled Redrun. Royer nudged Hyunuk to get moving. When he arrived at the ominous Black Fortress, he boldly announced his return. But what met his eyes was jaw-dropping chaos. His house was transforming into a bonfire. Then they sensed a presence. Hyunuk rolled in, telling her to quit the sulking already. She also firmly stated that she's no traitor. But, traitor or not, who cares? What mattered to her was the fact that she was furious and wanted to squash anyone cozying up to the Demon King. Hana couldn't help but call her bonkers. She stressed that everyone was aware she wasn't the bad guy. Just then, a loud boom shook the ground. Smoke filled the air. A new face popped up and called for Hemis. He was a messenger from the Demon King. He delivered the order to knock it off. His name was Ozgus, commander of the 5th Legion and Big Cheese of the Cowan clan. Hyunuk was impressed he made the trek all the way here. This meant he must have sprinted the moment the attack kicked off, just to barely scrape in on time. She puzzled over how the Demon King even knew to send him. It hit her that the guy was bait, and the Demon King had probably assigned someone else to keep tabs on her. Ozgus replied that she was being dramatic. She wasn't thrilled about that. She sauntered up to him and sarcastically admitted she was the one overreacting. She had to remind him that she saved Rotok from those pesky humans only to get punished for it. So she ended up under house arrest in the castle for a century, and she's still the one accused of being a sketchy character. It really chapped her that saving Roto turned out to be a blunder, and that Ozgus was seeing it that way too. Her shadow grew and wrapped around him. Redrun called out to her, begging both to calm down. Ozgus was thrown off by Redrun's plea. Thankfully, Hemis decided to cool things down for the moment. She told him to thank his nephew. Later that night, after getting patched up, Seok lay in bed contemplating what had just gone down. He figured the Demon King's army was also in shambles. Obleson heard he was made a battalion commander. She quizzed him if he actually intended to stick around in the Demon King's army. After all that went down, he basically torched any chance with Gatrin, and living with humans just seemed impossible, now that he had horns and demonic powers. Then he ticked off the heroes they encountered. He noticed besides the strongest one, the rest were just plain odd. He described their eyes as vacant, and they didn't even flinch, even when they were about to kick the bucket. He asked her if she had any inside scoop on that. She was exiled, so she was just as clueless about their inner workings, but she confirmed that the Holy Empire boasted quite a few tough heroes. Most of the demon wars were handled by folks of priestly rank. She confessed it was puzzling why so many heroes existed in the Holy Empire and why they powered up so quickly. Rumors swirled that they had some seriously shady methods too. Meanwhile, the Dasan Empire had a reputation for being anti-hero. Suddenly, the door swung open. Redrun dashed in, apologizing for the interruption, but Hemis wanted them in her office pronto. She had a delivery gig for them. They were tasked to set up a new spatial interference field. Hyunuk was lost, so she clarified it was like a device that zaps teleportation. They sure didn't want assassins dropping into their laps, and the only folks who could whip up that kind of gadget were from the 2nd Legion. The two of them started sweating because that meant they were headed out for a field trip. One would be her envoy, and the other would tag along as the envoy's personal doc. She reminded them that she saved their skins from humans so they could call it even. She had one more demon in mind to add to their crew, and that demon was none other than Royer. He was not thrilled about being forced into this ridiculous errand. Apparently, Hemis decided he would be their guide. Her note to him was all sweet and lovely, but the underlying vibe was a bit terrifying, as she stated if anything went south with the two of them, Royer already knew what that meant. In the following scene, the Demon King summoned everyone for a meeting, and Lot was predictably a no-show again. Osgoose was well aware he'd bail on emergency meetings like always. Ditus, the 1st Division commander, expressed it wasn't officially mandatory, so it wasn't a big deal, but it still got under his skin. Honor retorted that even if that beast did arrive, he'd just yap endlessly, so best to dive into the agenda. He kept mum. Tegra, the Demon King and head honcho of the Demon Army, decided it was time to kick off the meeting. Their subject of discussion, the 3rd Division commander Hyunuk. She threw a massive event with zero notice, which led to the human forces exploiting the security gap and striking. A bunch of folks got whacked and they lost several valuable talents. Osgoose laid out the grim numbers. 97 were dead, over 100 were seriously messed up, and countless more were nursing minor injuries. And Hyunuk even threw the first punch at the 4th Division commander Hyunuk, which meant she broke the rule stating that battles between division commanders required authorization. Therefore, their agenda was all about discussing what kind of slap on the wrist Hyunuk was gonna get. He urged anyone to speak their minds. She interrupted the Demon King because she had something to throw into the ring. She explained that the ruckus happened because some rat leaked info to the humans, and she attacked the 4th Division commander thinking she was the traitor. So she proposed they should prioritize hunting down the actual traitor first. The Demon King was not amused and shot her a look asking if that was a challenge. She made it crystal clear that her top priority was to track down the traitor first. The Demon King was trying to keep his cool, though you could practically see smoke coming out of his ears. A little while later, outside the meeting room in the Demon King's castle, Oz, Ditus, and Hyunuk were having a chat. Oz remarked on how chaotic everything was. Both sides were so emotional they couldn't even hold a proper meeting. Hana was left wondering if those two ever stood a chance at making up. Ditus wasn't so optimistic. She figured the closer people are, the messier things get when they fight. She bemoaned how much she detested this whole situation. Deep down, they all knew this kind of drama was bound to happen again. When it does, they'll have to pick a side, Hyunuk or the Demon King. Meanwhile, over at the 2nd Division Demon Magic Tower, Hyunuk and the crew made their grand entrance. The guards at the door stopped them in their tracks, the ratty-looking guards demanding to see some ID. Royer whipped out a document from the 3rd Division headquarters. After skimming through it, those guards transformed into friendly faces. As it turned out, they had been expecting them. They quickly escorted them to the commander like they were VIPs. Once inside Lotach's office in the 2nd Division, Lotach was sprawled out in his chair contemplating the bizarre situation of a human using demonic energy and actually turning into a demon. He sent a letter saying a human would be arriving soon and wanted him to check the patient without offing him. Lotach figured a human is still a human, no matter how much they try to channel their inner demon. Royer and Hyun reported in, while Ableson lurked behind. Hyunuk was taken aback when Lotach suddenly lunged at him. Lotach was simply amazed. He poked and prodded at Hyunuk, thinking he was hiding his demonic side pretty well, but he could still sense it. He warned him it would sting a bit, but hey, it's all part of the process. The energy surged through Hyunuk, and down he went. On his knees, Ableson's worry levels skyrocketed. Lotach was genuinely impressed by this remarkable human transformation. But he broke the news that if Hyunuk kept this up, he'd be a goner within 3 months. His body was rapidly becoming demonified. So far, only the unnecessary parts were changing. But things would get dicey once the energy hit his vital organs. If it reached his kidneys or liver, that's when the real trouble would begin. And once it got to the heart or lungs, poof. No more breathing, and he'd drop dead on the spot. Hyunuk couldn't wrap his head around it. He felt just fine. Lotach noticed Hyunuk's skepticism, so he told him to sit tight. He pulled out a pact that was as binding as it gets. According to that document, Lotach confirmed Hyunuk would meet his end in 3 months. So Lotach agreed to treat Hyunuk, and Hyunuk promised to cooperate fully with Lotach's crazy experiments. Lotach promised not to do anything that would kill Hyunuk, and Hyunuk couldn't object to any body changes from the treatment. He also couldn't whine about any minor personality shifts during the process. Hyunuk's jaw dropped at the sight of that body waiver. Ableson was in disbelief at the type of contract they had in front of them. She insisted he not sign it and that she'd heal him instead. Lotach scoffed at her naivety. He reminded her that holy power and demonic energy were like oil and water, always going to clash. Her healing worked when he was more human than demon, but once the demon-itis kicked in, her powers would become as useful as a screen door on a submarine. That comment made her flinch. Lotach factored that into the 3-month estimate and pushed Hyunuk to make a decision. After that complicated meetup, they all crashed at the 2nd Division male dorm. Rachel was worried sick about their poor hero. Turns out he was really sick, and a mad scientist wanted him to sign a body waiver. Luckily, they managed to postpone the signing. Hyunuk was scratching his head, wondering if there was really no way for Lotach to help him without experimenting. Royer suggested reaching out to Hemis. He explained there was an unofficial rank among commanders. Hemis was seen as the number 2 in the demon army hierarchy. Lotach was scraping the bottom, sitting way down the pecking order. Above him were the 4th and 5th commanders, and looming over them was the 1st commander. Then finally the Grand Poobah, the 3rd commander Hemisar, could potentially have the 2nd Division commander in a headlock if she chose. Later that day, they made their way to Lotach's lair. Lotach welcomed them with open arms. Hyunuk stepped inside first. Lotach quizzed him on what he was holding. They set a crystal ball on the table and Royer linked it up. Lotach's eyes widened as he realized it was a communication crystal connecting them to Hemis. Hemis answered right away. Lotach stammered through his greeting as he trembled like a leaf. She told him she had a small favor to ask and wanted him to listen closely so he could add it to the pact. First, Lotach had to swear to do everything in his power to heal Hyunuk. Second, he must not harm him. Third, he couldn't mess with Hyunuk's body without his say-so. And lastly, until this contract was up, he could not let Hyunuk kick the bucket. He barked back, asking why he had to toe the line when he was a division commander. He couldn't wrap his head around why he should go to such lengths for a single human. He firmly called out her name as a warning, reminding Lotach that 350 years ago, she took him in when his clan ditched him. 200 years ago, she helped him win the division commander contest. And 100 years ago, when humans almost offed him, she was the one who swooped in to save him personally. She ended up locked away in the Black Fortress prison thanks to the Demon King's fury over that little rescue. She told him if he got that, he better keep quiet and sign on the dotted line. Her words ignited a volcano of anger within him. He was none too pleased that both the human and Hemis were talking down to him. He barked at the lackeys outside, demanding they fetch a fresh communication crystal. The following day, Lotach geared up to welcome Hyunuk. He had a ton on his plate to discuss, so he dropped the formalities and dove right in. Hyunuk was taken aback. Lotach seemed completely unfazed. Lotach was curious if he knew why his body was morphing due to demonic energy. He shot back that it was totally blasphemous for a mere mortal to mess with such energy, which was a big fat no-no. Lotach laid it out straight. Humans typically can't handle demonic energy. The second it gets injected kaboom, they're gone faster than a pizza at a party. But thanks to a lucky string of mishaps and coincidences, it seems the demonic energy decided to take a vacation in his body. That's why he was going through those drastic changes. It was basically remodeling him to fit snugly with that demonic energy. Hyunuk jumped in, asking if there was any way to hit the brakes on these changes. Lotach replied he couldn't halt the transformation, but could steer it in a more fabulous direction. That's why they were scheming to plant some parts from demons or demonic creatures right into his flesh. He wondered what would happen if he gave a big old no. Lotach casually said he'd be living on borrowed time until he kicked the bucket. Lotach reassured him not to sweat it because they'd only toss in parts that wouldn't make him look like a walking horror movie, keeping his lovely outer appearance and vital organs safe and sound. They sauntered over to the indoor training hall of the 2nd Division. Lotach instructed him to skip the blessings. Hyunuk followed his orders. Lodok observed that he was cranking out some seriously impressive results by mixing mana and demonic energy. On top of that, his body and mental fortitude were holding up marvelously under the pressure. Talk about a heavenly gift. He told him to crank up the promote next. Hunyo sprouted some horns. Lotach pointed out the horns were the most noticeable change. Whether it was accidental or not, he was hitting the jackpot with an efficient upgrade to protect his insides. It made him feel the urge to study him like a mad scientist. If it weren't for Hemis keeping him in check, he'd have already gone full-on Edward Scissorhands on him. He dreamt of mass-producing that skill through chimeras so no one could ever look down on him again. But first, he needed to get his hands on an oath scroll. Since he'd been rather quiet, Hyunuk called his name to snap him back to reality. Hyunuk asked what his next move was after promote. He told him they'd take a break for now, since he had everything he needed. Then, starting the next day, they'd get to work on fixing his body and skills one step at a time. Soon after, Hun took on some horns, sprinted around the training hall, coughed up a storm, and wound up on the operating table. It became a merry-go-round, but he always bounced back like a champ. Though he had plenty of chats with Lotach, he eventually grumbled that he was on the verge of dying. But at that point, his control over demonic energy and mana was at a solid B level, and he had mastered promote to 28%. Lotach told him to cut the theatrics. His body and aura were way more stable than before. After that, they wrapped up for the day. Hyunuk trudged out of the room feeling like a deflated balloon. Once he shut the door, Lotach summoned the communication crystal. He asked the other end if she was available for a chat. The voice on the other side asked what was up. Lotach was itching for an answer to his proposal. He was on the line with Ha, suggesting they team up to take down the 3rd Division. Hana was entirely baffled. Sure, she had issues with Hemis, but that didn't apply to him. She had raised him like he was her pet goldfish. He shot back that they had split paths ages ago. That was when she shut down his chimera research, which had huge potential. She reminded him that no matter how beefy his chimeras were without a strong handler, they were completely useless. She called him out for being too weak. He threw it back at Hana, asking if she was in or out. She said even though they were no longer on the same page, he could just ignore her like before. That's how it had been until recently. But now, there was a fascinating specimen in Hemis's grasp. He was convinced if he could replicate the subject's power, it could usher in a massive breakthrough. She asked if he was talking about the human dude Hyunuk. She pondered if his talent was worth the showdown with Hemis. Lotach asserted it was worth more than that. He knew that no matter how formidable Hemis was, she couldn't juggle 2 division commanders at once. So he threw out an invite for her to join him for the showdown. She was on board. 2 against 1 would definitely tip the scales. She told him to drop her a line once he had a solid plan figured out. He promised he would. Unbeknownst to him, Rachel was lurking behind the sweets box, eavesdropping like a ninja, and quickly got in touch with Hemis. I asked if she was shocked. She shrugged it off, saying she had already sensed something was up. She asked if there was anything else they were on about. Hyunuk had another bone to pick. He wondered what someone like him, a tiny shrimp caught between giant whales, should do. She threw out a hilarious idea that would rain misery on Lotach. Later that day, right outside Lotach's lab, Hyunuk took down guards like they were dominoes. Royer called out to him when he stumbled upon the door. It led to the 2nd Division's treasure trove Hemis had raved about. The hall contained demonic energy ampules snatched from long-extinct monsters, and they were irreplaceable. Hyunuk spotted the nastiest, most toxic one. Royer chimed in before he nabbed it, warning that if something went south, he'd handle the funeral costs. Hyunuk responded with a heartfelt, "Aw, thanks," and then downed it in one go. Their operation's codename was the Fake Injury Scam Squad back in those days. During her call with Hemis, she ordered him to hurt himself. She asked if he was scared, making it clear she was dead serious. She had received word that Lotach was giving him half-hearted treatment. She could sense he was only planning on providing basic treatment to keep it all believable before kicking him to the curb. Hyunuk was curious what his self-harm had to do with anything. She explained that Lotach had some exceptionally rare magic. Essence he spent his whole life hoarding, and Husin had to chug that top-shelf magic essence like it was a smoothie. He was sweating bullets thinking it might just send him to the great beyond. She gave him the lowdown on the Demon's deal. As long as that deal exists, he can't kick the bucket in front of Lotach. Thanks to that pact, Lotach is not going to let him go 6 feet under. She urged him to put his faith in her since she was the one who raised Lotach from a wee little devil. She admitted he's a phenomenal doctor. She highlighted the need for contracts to be written with laser focus. Right then, Hyunuk took a sip of the essence. Rachel was on edge. She asked if he was all right. He said it wasn't as brutal as he thought it'd be. Then, oops, he dropped the vial, he coughed up some blood, and his hands were shaking like a leaf. The magic was kicking in. Rachel wanted to know what kind of potion he drank. Royer piped up, "It's a magic concentrate squeezed from an ancient beast." Human chugging this stuff without a care. Oh boy, that could lead to a whole lot of ouch. Hyunuk would have liked a heads up. Royer shrugged and said it was just common sense. Next thing you know, Hyunuk hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. When he woke up later, he was totally lost about where he ended up. Rachel let him know he was chilling in the 2nd Division commander's office. That little white rat had been running around like a headless chicken, taking care of him for 4 whole days while cursing like a sailor. She casually asked how he was feeling. He was perplexed as to why she was asking. Suddenly, someone strutted in. It was Hemis. She exclaimed, "Long time no see, Cho Hyunuk." Apparently, she got the scoop from Ray that he was on the mend. She noticed he looked fit and stronger than she expected. He didn't feel stronger at all. When she put her hands on his shoulders, he felt like something was off, and his hands morphed into a shadowy color. He asked in confusion what was going on. Ladish chimed in, saying it was just the ancient beast's magic settling in. This beast was known for its tough-as-nails endurance, so he was likely picking up that trait too. He teased her that she was just jealous. He had something shiny and didn't share it with her. Lad announced that the human treatment was a wrap. He asked if he could shred the pack scroll now. She nodded, saying the contract was only for the treatment. She torched it right then and there. Lad warned her she might regret it. She shrugged it off, unsure if she was really the one who would be feeling the burn. She was kind of curious how his choice would play out. The next day, at Reedrun's training ground, Hyunuk was busy sweating it out. Reedrun was grinning as he challenged him to come at him. Hyunuk got in the zone, throwing punches like he was training for a boxing match, but Reedrun's defense was like a fortress. Hyunuk kept at it and finally connected with a punch to his stomach, and he couldn't help but beam. Reedrun asked if that was all he's got before he elbowed him right back. Yansuk's soul practically left his body. He grumbled that people were saying he got stronger, but he was no match for Reedrun. At that moment, Yansash was at level 592, boasting 211 in strength, 207 agility, 216 stamina, 225 mana, 84 charisma, 32 willpower, and a whopping 2,300 skill points. His standout talents included Promote Magic, Devour Noblesse, and Mana Manipulation. Reedrun remarked that out of everyone he had the quickest growth. It was like he had never hit a wall, but he wasn't quite in tune with his juiced-up body just yet. Still, Reedrun was confident Hyunuk would be fully adjusted soon. But Hyunuk was doubting that, especially since he ended up needing a helping hand during the last ambush. Reedrun flashed a smile and offered his hand to help him up, telling him to chill out because he'd get his chance to shine eventually. Hyunuk took his hand, replying that next time he would totally bring his A-game. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's Army 2nd Division, the Rat Warriors were moving like they were on a mission. They were all grabbing their gear and securing all the chimeas in cages. The warriors then reported to their commander that everything was ready. Lotach commanded them to move out. Their mission, to take down the Black Fortress and reclaim the human test subject. Lotach was fired up to smash them down and grab everything for himself. Back to our boys. Just as Hyunuk accepted Reedrun's hand, kaboom! The building behind him went up in flames. The alarm bells rang as soldiers shouted that it was an attack from the Skiban clan. The 2nd Division had crashed their party. The Skiban clan looked like a bunch of rats. They stood at an average height of about 1.5 meters. With their petite size, they were a bit of a pushover in a brawl, but they were sharp as a tack. They were launching cannon fire at the 3rd Division's base. Hana remarked that the 2nd Division was packing some serious firepower or something. No wonder they were strutting around with confidence. A rat warrior updated Lotach that the castle wall had crumbled. Just as Hana predicted, they hadn't finished fixing the fortress. Lotach commanded them to push forward with the chimeas taking the lead. Then he ordered Gilda to snag that smug human test subject. While he personally dealt with the 3rd Division commander alongside the 4th Division commander, Hyunuk and Reedrun sprinted like their lives depended on it. Hyunuk had a feeling that Rat was up to no good. Reedrun told him to keep his cool, especially in a chaotic moment like this. Hyunuk asked what he should be doing too. Reedrun's plan was to rally their scattered troops. As for Hyunuk, Reedrun paused for a moment to think before instructing him to track down and take out Commander Gilda. Hyunuk was clueless about who that was. Reedrun informed him that he's Lotach's right-hand man. Normally, someone at that level would be handled by Reedrun himself, but he had faith in the strength Hyun had gained. That put a spring in Hyun's step. Reedrun had one more piece of advice to share. the most trusted buddy of Lotach. Normally, someone of his rank would handle things themselves, but he trusted in the mojo that Hyun had gained. This made Hyun quite thrilled. Reedrun had just one more nugget of wisdom to drop. He told him to take Ableson along for the ride. Hyunuk informed her that strutting around with divine vibes oozing from her is like throwing a buffet for demons. Now that he had Absin hitched to him, all that was left was to track down that Galo dude. Out of the blue, someone spotted them. It was Galao. His combat power clocked in at 162,730. He was packing more heat than Hyunuk had bargained for. He was right up there with, or maybe even tougher than Andrew. He started to doubt if victory was in the cards for him. Gala unleashed his pack of pooches. Hyun blocked 2 dogs with his leg and arm while hollering at Absin to hightail it. Gilda saw her chance and tried to smear him in one move. Galao turned back to check if he had him, and then Hyans chimed in that it was a massive mistake to say that. Those fists felt as soft as cotton, and the dog's teeth were like marshmallows. Not a scratch on him. Hun cranked up to phase 3, falling flowers. Gilda was taken aback. Hun made a beeline for her. He bragged that the 2nd Division's tech was the creme de la creme on the continent, so there was no way he'd lose to a mere human like him. He called for backup. Ableson informed Hyunuk that Chimeas were closing in. She tried to fend them off. She prayed. Her divine power lit up the area like a neon sign. It was so potent that you could see it from the street. She looked totally drained. It was a burst-type skill, and she couldn't use it much. Hyun said it was a huge assist. He thanked her while wrestling the arms off Galao's robot. That knocked Galao for a loop. He hadn't imagined a human could wield such strength. Yuk informed him that the operation was off the charts. He socked the robot, shattering its glass casing. With that, Hyunuk had taken down Commander Galao. He quipped that he was nothing special for a commander. Also thought he had really leveled up. Ableson asked if he was all right. He smirked and said he was feeling fantastic. He checked on her, but our boy had this cringe-worthy expression on his face. Meanwhile, Mommy Hemis unleashed her power. Lotach and Hana charged at her. She sarcastically remarked that they sure were intimidating and threw shade at Lotach for dragging along the 4th Division commander just to catch her. She called him a scaredy cat. He couldn't care less if it was cowardly. He was determined to bring her, gathering demonic energy all around him. Lodik asked Hana if she was ready. He had a plan to take down Hemsis with her help, but Hyana wore a devilish grin and replied that she suddenly felt peckish. He asked what kind of crazy talk that was. She chirped that she'd go whip up some ramen while they dealt with their issues. But just before she bounced, she recalled their little chat outside the Demon King's suite where they'd have to pick sides eventually. Hana reminded Hemis that she owed her one now. That put the bad blood behind them. He shot Lotach a look and asked what he was planning to do now that his reliable sidekick skedaddled. He got hot under the collar. She confirmed that his thoughts were spot on. The moment Hyana heard it, she figured out everything he was scheming. She asked if he was still going to go through with it. He replied that it didn't matter. He activated his weapon. He was eager to show her the path he'd tread over the past 100 years. Meanwhile, Hana swung by to check on Hyunuk. They were taken aback. She came to their rescue because she was had leveled up so much that her worries were unnecessary. He looked puzzled because she was supposed to be up there battling. She replied that Hemis told her to sit this one out. So she figured she'd kick back and observe. Hyunuk asked who she thought would bag the win. Lotach had prepped more than she expected, but she had a hunch he wouldn't take Hemis down. Right now, Lotach had conjured up ominous orbs swirling around her. Then he sent all those orbs hurtling toward Hemis, but she didn't budge an inch. He demanded to know what she was doing, yelling at her to fight for real. He reminded her that he was Lotach, the 2nd Division commander and chief of the Skiban clan. He wanted her to actually put some heart into this battle, but she questioned why when she was clearly going to win anyway. She soaked up the massive concentrated energy with her bare hand. She pointed out that Han A, whom he trusted, had ditched him, and all those weapons he honed over 100 years were now worth diddly. She asked if he was still going to press on. Lick admitted that she had a point, but he wasn't about to back down. He readied a powerful beam and unleashed it. Hemis threw up a barrier around her. She spread her arms wide. Lodik thought for sure she wouldn't withstand it, but then Heiss's voice rang out saying, "That was a close one." Turns out the barrier she conjured remained unscathed. She remarked that he wasn't the same youthful Lotach she remembered. He'd really stepped up his game. And then it was her turn. She crafted a massive magic circle and unleashed shadows from it. Lotach's eyes widened at the sight of that technique. The shadows zeroed in on him. They grabbed his limbs and tore them apart. Blood sprayed everywhere. He was barely hanging on. At this point, he still tried calling for Hemis. She asked if he was now begging for mercy. Lotach wondered if she saw him as a sad, pitiful, weak version of himself. Back then, he'd been excited about becoming strong like her. He wanted to become a powerful demon no one could look down upon, and he wanted her to keep an eye on him. Then another memory popped up where Lotach reported to her that the Chimera would definitely be a powerful technique. She asked how long he intended to lean on such minor tricks, because no matter how potent the Chimera was, the Lotach was caught off guard by that move. The shadows ganged up on him. They grabbed his limbs like they were in some twisted game of tug-of-war and ripped them apart. Blood flew everywhere. He was barely hanging on. At this point, he still attempted to call out for Hemis. She asked if he was pleading for his life now. Lotach questioned if she perceived him as a weak, sad sack of a Lotach. Back then, he was pumped about being strong like her. He dreamed of being a powerful demon that no one could look down on and wanted her to be right there cheering him on. Then we switched to another scene where Lotach was reporting to her that the Chimera was totally going to be a game changer. She asked how long he intended to lean on such cheap tricks, because no matter how awesome the Chimera was, Lotach was reporting to her that the Chimera would definitely be a powerful technique. She asked how long he planned to rely on such petty tricks, because no matter how powerful the Chimera was, the one calling the shots was still a bit of a wimp, making it all pointless. She told him straight up that he was weak, which meant she had to play the caretaker role. Meanwhile, Hemis was giving the old silent treatment. Then she went on about how time can really kick you in the shins. At first, it seemed like they had a bond stronger than Superman, but then folks started switching gears and regretting their choices. But still, she felt grateful for him for bringing some fun to the table. There was a smidge of warmth in her tone. She playfully grabbed his head and covered his eyes with her fingers. She thanked him and sent off a wish for him to rest in peace. The next day, the fortress was buzzing with shocked voices. They had just caught wind that Hemis was planning to move. According to her, the place was too wrecked to fix and live in. Hyun and Reedrun nodded in agreement. Reedrun asked where exactly they were headed. She pointed to Guardra Castle, where the 8th Division was stationed. He was on the verge of arguing, but she cut him off. She had made her decision. She ordered him to write a letter on her behalf demanding the 8th Division commander clear out pronto. After leaving her office, Reedrun scratched his head, baffled why she picked the 8th Division of all places. He couldn't wrap his head around her thought process. Hyunuk chimed in, questioning what was wrong with the 8th Division. Reedrun clarified that it was situated right next to human territory. It was a hot zone for battles. Hyunuk could sense the danger, but since it hadn't fallen yet, he figured the commander had some skills up his sleeve. Reedrun dropped the bombshell that it wasn't necessarily the case. He checked if Hyunuk was aware of where Hem Fortress was located, but Hyunuk was clueless. Reedrun let out a big sigh. He reminded him it was the spot where they first met, and they had lost that fortress, leading to a massive retreat. The one at the helm back then was none other than Commander Grat of the 8th Division. Hyunuk was flabbergasted that he had survived even after facing Reedrun's fury. Even amidst all the chaos, he managed to protect their main base, Guard Castle. Hyun noted that at least he knew how to keep the homestead safe. But Reedrun argued it was unclear if he actually protected it or just played some tricks at Guard Castle. Grat, commander of the Demon King's army and the 8th Division, received the letter and blew a gasket. Reedrun instructed him to clear out of the castle, since the 3rd Division needed it for their HQ. He started to wonder if the old witch Hemis was onto something. He had no choice, even if he wanted to cling to it a little longer. He used the communication crystal to announce himself. The other end responded that it was their first time speaking since the battalion leader selection, asking what he wanted. He had an urgent proposal. Meanwhile, at the Holy Empire, someone was mumbling about Gan, followed by Andrew. Orrin the Fort looked a tad disappointed since they held high hopes for Andrew. He figured that Hyunuk must have messed up again. Cardinal Elin chimed in, "Yep, Hyunuk's growth has been lightning fast." Orrin commented that it was all bad news. Cardinal Elrond suggested they tackle the conflict with the Dran Empire first. Sure, Hyunuk's growth was impressive, but he was still just one guy. If Hyunuk were an average Joe, he'd agree. But Hyunuk was a bona fide hero. He told Elron his view was naive since he didn't grasp what being a hero truly means. He felt the need to nip this threat in the bud before it blossomed in their world. He asked if there was any news from their spy. Elin said there was a recent update. They mentioned that they would work together to eliminate Hyunuk, the Red Nightmare, and the Gourmet all at once. Orin Ford raised an eyebrow, asking how they planned to pull that off. Elron explained that the 3rd Division was planning to move its base to Guard Castle, or IV commented that it sounded like an exciting offer. He wondered why Elron hadn't spilled that juicy information sooner. It was because Grat demanded 10,000 lives as offerings, reclaiming several strongholds and a 5-year non-aggression pact in return for his. He admitted he hesitated because the ask was downright ridiculous. Orin Forth questioned how Grat could make those demands. He replied it was because there was a vacancy for the 2nd Division commander due to some recent drama among the division leaders. He must have been gunning for that position by exploiting the rift between Hemis and the Demon King. Orin Forth conceded that offing 10,000 and reclaiming territory would earn him serious street cred. Elin pointed out that aside from the terrain, 10,000 was a way too high number. He wondered just what Grat thought about the lives of their imperial citizens. But Orvin Thor was on board with the plan. Eland was utterly stunned. Orvin IV saw it as a golden chance to wipe out multiple threats simultaneously and a shot to plant their mole deep within the Demon King's fortress. For that opportunity, he was prepared to offer not just 10,000, but 100,000, even millions of lives. But they had to carefully prepare for a massive sacrifice, especially considering they couldn't afford another screw-up. He ordered the legends from each region to be summoned. It would be their final showdown at the Guardra Fort. Reedrun, accompanied by Royer Hyunuk and Abelson, visited the castle. Groud informed them that he would vacate the castle immediately, but there was a snag. Reedrun asked what the issue was. He explained that the human army's movements near Gardrick Castle had been acting a bit shady, and based on troop and supply movement, this was going to be their final showdown at the Guardra Fort. Reedrun, along with Royer Hyunuk and Abelson, swung by the castle. Groud informed them that he was packing up and getting out, but there was a hitch. Reedrun inquired what the problem was. He explained that the movements of the human army near Gardrick Castle had been a bit fishy lately, and judging by the troop and supply movements, it appeared they were gearing up for an all-out siege. Reedrun inquired if he had any tricks up his sleeve. His master plan was to pick them off one by one before they decided to mob the castle. He also asked for some backup until the main unit from Hemis arrived. He figured they were a bit short-handed lately, thanks to a few too many mini-skirmishes. Reedrun gave a nod of approval. Then he wondered if the Saints party could tag along. That caught them off guard. Great chimed in saying it would just create a headache because looking at their skills, they would most likely just hold Reedrun back. Those three looked a bit miffed by that. Grat assured them that there were plenty of tasks needing an extra hand, so he'd assign them where they could shine. He told them to catch some Z's and they'd regroup the next day. As Hyun lay on his bed, he got lost in thought about what really makes a hero. Rachel spotted him in this deep thinking again. Hyun felt uneasy about marching off to war with humans, even though he was labeled a hero. Rachel just shrugged it off, saying, "It is what it is." Hyun Seok sought out the fairy who used to school him about a hero's genuine responsibilities. She played coy about what her duties really were. He had to remind her that she was always preaching about taking down the demon lord and saving humans. But Hyunuk had been pondering lately that perhaps being a hero wasn't solely about humans, and they might not always be the paragons of virtue they thought they were. Absin replied, claiming that heroes exist for the wishes of everyone. That piqued the interest of those two, so she went on to elaborate that according to some ancient texts, heroes are meant to bring joy to the vast majority. Hyun recalled a moment when Ryer mentioned that from his perspective, Hyun was a decent hero. It made him ask Absin if she believed the majority included non-humans too. She said it could be a possibility. Absin clarified that humans often think their happiness equals universal happiness. But looking at the bigger picture, what brings happiness for humans might not do the same for all intelligent beings. This covered all living creatures, which made Hyunuk comment that was quite an expansive view. Ableson chuckled, saying that's exactly why the world needs a different kind of hero like him. Hyunuk mulled over the idea of happiness for the majority. The next day, they were all assigned their duties. For Reed Run, his plan was to fly solo based on the intel from advanced scouts. He was tasked with either happiness for the majority. The next day, they were handed their assignments. For Reed Run, he was going solo based on the intel from the advanced scout. His mission was either to take someone out or get into a scrap. Royer got roped into the scouting team and was to engage any foes he came across. The main force of the 8th Division would come charging in after Reed Run finished his fight. Hyunuk, Obleson, and Bobo were stationed at the back to protect the supply facilities. At the rear mess hall of Guardra Fort, Hyunuk expressed that they had shown up per orders, but it made him a little jumpy. Rachel asked what was bothering him. He responded that their assignments felt weird. The disparity in job duties was just too extreme. Rachel didn't really grasp what he was getting at. Abson cleared things up, explaining that Reed Run was in a treacherous spot, while Ryer and his crew were set up in a much safer area. Rachel suggested that maybe they were paired with the Saints, and being safe was actually a perk. However, it was odd since they seemed to have pulled all available manpower. Reed Run and Royer both mentioned feeling stretched thin, yet here he was guarding the mess hall. Rachel started to see his point. Despite being practically a commander, it seemed strange for him to be stuck there, and Abson could definitely nab herself a bodyguard if she really needed one. This bothered Hyuk to the point he decided to leave. Rachel questioned where he was off to. Hyuk figured Bobo could handle that place solo. He just had a nagging feeling. Couldn't snag a bodyguard of her own if she needed one. It seriously bothered Hyuk, so he decided to bounce. Rachel asked him where he thought he was going. Hyuk figured Bobo could handle a place like that solo. He had a bad vibe about it. So, off he went. Ableson wanted to accompany him. He said he wouldn't stop her, but he wanted to ensure she'd be okay. He suggested she remain since Bobo was around too, but she insisted on being useful. If she pumped herself up with divine power, she could zoom around like a top-tier knight. Then she wouldn't be a dead weight like before. Hyun clarified that it wasn't her speed he was worried about. Abson asked what he meant by that. Hyunuk urged her to let it go. He agreed as long as she was all right. They reached the exit when the guards blocked their way. They were under orders from the division commander to keep them there. Hyunuk said he really had to pee. He promised to be quick, but the guard firmly replied no. The division commander had specifically commanded they stay put. Hyunuk found it odd that they were trying to stop them. A bad feeling crept up on him. He hoped Reed Run was safe. Meanwhile, Reed Run confronted a human. A red-haired dude told him he had some serious fighting skills. Even though Baron was a greenhorn hero, he managed to hold his own against both of them. Baron insisted that if he hadn't dropped his guard, he would have handled it solo. And the red-haired guy reprimanded him for being such a chatterbox after just now becoming a hero. He ordered them to finish the fight. He signaled for the Divine Magic unit to come marching in. Reed Run was taken aback to see them. It was an ambush. In that moment, he confirmed his suspicions that the traitor was indeed the 8th Division commander. At the same time, the guards were in chaos as the hero and the Saints bolted. They also couldn't figure out what to do about the dog. The dog was still chilling in the mess hall, so they just let it be. Hyunuk sprinted as fast as he could, sending a silent prayer for Reed Run's safety in Reed Run's battle zone. There were 2 heroes and a bunch of knights decked out with magic gear. Reed Run thought it was a bit overkill just to capture one lone guy. The red-haired hero seemed to agree, but they knew that he was the underling that the gourmet cherishes the most. Reed Run figured out that the real target was Hemis. He informed them that things won't exactly go according to their little plan. The red-haired hero told Baron to hit the brakes. They needed to tire Reed Run out while waiting for the perfect moment. He then ordered the 2nd Night Division to stay put. That really drove home their seriousness about the whole situation. Baron gave the 1st Night Division the green light to prepare for the intercept. Reed Run was livid. The red-haired hero told them to buy him some time until Baron could get back on his feet. Reed Run was dead set on showing them what the Red Nightmare could really do. His hair flared like it was on fire. A fierce energy radiated from him. He swung his fist through the air, creating a barrier to block the incoming arrows. They were flabbergasted by the sheer force of the wind. The archers were blown back by their own arrows. The red-haired hero attempted to pump up their spirits by claiming that they could drown the enemy in sheer numbers. He shouted for them to hit Redrun with harpoons like they were bull hunters on a mission. Redrun lashed out at them, unleashing his Redrun-style martial art known as No. 7 Explosive Destruction Wave. Redrun then sprang up like he had springs for legs. Then he zipped through the soldiers, taking them down with one punch each. Baron was seething, frustrated that Redrun was getting cocky just because he had a bit of strength. His emotions made him reckless, charging into battle without a second thought. The red-haired hero tried to rein him in, but the train had already left the station. Baron attempted to land a hit on Redrun. Redrun was caught off guard that he charged back so quickly, about to plunge his sword into the hero's gut. The red-haired hero yanked him back just in time, thwarting Redrun's claws. He gave the little brat a good talking to about listening and staying put. Redrun tightened his grip on his sword. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and as the smoke cleared, those two retreated. Baron couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Redrun was only at commander level. The red-haired guy wondered what on earth the intel department was doing. Right in front of them, the demon commander had exceeded all expectations. They couldn't even nick Redrun. But deep down, our dude Redrun knew he'd overused his demonic energy. He might run out of juice soon. Then the red-haired hero blew his whistle, signaling the 2nd Night Division to move in for the attack. He charged in too, giving Baron a hard time for still standing around. Baron followed a bit later while grumbling about not wanting to be bossed around. Redrun attempted the strike and break technique again, but this time Baron was not about to go down without a fight. Redrun kept his eyes on him. He snatched the sword, pushing away the other weapons. But those pesky harpoons, they all found their way lodged into his back. 2 more were sticking in there like he was a poorly cooked porcupine. He stood there bleeding non-stop, but a strange light started shining from the harpoons. The red-haired hero disclosed that they were magic tools devouring demonic energy. Most demons would be immobilized after just one hit. Moments later, Redrun crumpled onto his knees. The red-haired hero announced that the battle was effectively over, but just for good measure, he ordered them to shoot a few more harpoons into him to capture and transport him. Baron snatched a harpoon from a soldier, itching to land the final blow himself for the sake of a glorious story. He definitely didn't expect the Red Nightmare to be so helpless. Turns out he was just another run-of-the-mill demon after all. But then Redrun, surprising, spoke up, still struggling to move. Baron teased him, saying he couldn't quite catch what he was mumbling. Unexpectedly, Redrun bucked up, declaring that he was the Red Nightmare of the Demon King's army. He swung his arm, obliterating the not-so-humble Baron into oblivion. Redrun's blow was so mighty, it sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The red-haired hero saw what had happened to Baron, scratching his head over how a fool became a hero. Baron lay there in his puddle of blood. The red-haired hero couldn't help but feel a pang at the loss of Baron and the knights who were practically beasts. But he knew this was the last gasp of the Red Nightmare. He instructed the survivors to grab the magic tool and step forward. They had to reset the formation. Just then, the punch of destiny landed on his face. Our boy Hyun had arrived. He was absolutely fuming, swearing vengeance on them all. Hyun sent the red-haired hero flying. Redrun was shocked to see him. He asked why Hyun was here. Hyun, while trying to yank out the harpoon, explained that something felt off, so he showed up. He asked Redrun if he was okay. Redrun honestly replied that he couldn't exactly say yes. He was grateful for Hyun's arrival. The red-haired hero turned back to him, hearing about Hyunuk, a hero from the demon faction. Their soldiers had been completely wiped. At this rate, he knew he'd lose the Red Nightmare, but he couldn't let him escape. The hero would rather bite the dust than let that happen. Just then, Hyunuk and Redrun were stunned. The red-haired hero blocked their path, radiating divine energy. The guy claimed his body belonged to the gods. Hyunuk recognized that incantation. It could be the flame barrier from before. The red-haired hero completed the incantation, asking for absolute power to punish evil. And then his divine energy rocketed skyward. Redrun realized it wasn't a technique just anyone could pull off. This was a divine invocation. That's why only the most seasoned holy knights could handle foes like him. The red-haired hero told them not to even think about comparing him to the weak tricks of lesser folks, because what he wielded was the true might of a god. If demons had their promotions, then the holy knights had divine invocation. It grants overwhelming power, but oh boy, at a terrible price. Anyone who invokes this divine power is signing their own death warrant. the red-haired. If the demons had leveled up, then the Holy Knights had divine invocation. It grants insane power, but at a lethal price. Anyone who uses divine invocation is signing their own death warrant. The red-haired, the hero had to hand it to Redrun. The guy was sharp as a tack. He confirmed that when the user's divine power runs out, it's game over. It was like playing a game of high-stakes, unlimited power at the cost of your own life. But the hero was determined to make sure they didn't wriggle free, even if it meant he had to kick the bucket himself. He charged at Hyun. Sure, Hyun blocked the hit, but the impact still hit hard like a surprise pie to the face. Divine power and demonic energy were like oil and water, they just didn't mix. He told Hyun that he was looking less like a hero and more like someone who lost a bet. Redrun insisted that Hyans keep hanging on to him, but the hero wasn't about to be held back by a walking corpse. That divine power exploded like a soda can shaken too hard. Both Redrun and Hyunuk got caught in the blast like two lobsters in a boiling pot. Hyunsuk was flung away like a rag doll, but he quickly steadied himself. He turned his attention to Redrun, only to find that Redrun looked like he'd been hit by a truck. Hyunsuk's entire body felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. If that was tough for a mere human like him, he knew that Redrun had to be hurting even worse. Still, he realized that once the hero ran dry on power, he'd be toast, so he had to avoid the big explosive moves like the plague. Hyunuk thought about stalling or egging Redrun on to drain himself dry, but he was sweating bullets, worrying that Redrun might not hold up much longer. To his surprise, the hero started coughing up blood like a fountain of ketchup. He was burning through his divine power faster than a kid at an all-you-can-eat buffet. His ears were ringing like church bells and his vision was going black. But his enemies were demons, so even with his eyes closed, he could still sense where they were lurking. Hyun called out to him. He replied that he was on the brink of kicking the bucket and asked what was up. Hyunuk noticed the hero's eyes and asked if he was blind. The hero winked. Yep, but who needs sight when I can feel those demon vibes with my eyes closed? Redrun told Hyunuk to put a stop to him. Our clever boy figured out that the hero was super in tune with demonic energy. He asked if that was why, and the hero just looked confused like a cat staring at a cucumber. A staff brimmed with divine power as Hyunuk chatted with the hero. Then he spilled the beans that aside from sensing demon energy, the hero was completely blind. He then told Absin that it was showtime. 10 minutes earlier, up on the cliff, Absin attacked from behind. She was in a panic because if things kept up, they were both going to be toast. She was racking her brain for a plan when suddenly someone grabbed her foot. She was not expecting a knight to still be alive. He had been lying in wait for the monster to skedaddle, and now, surprise, there was no one left to protect her. He told the scientist to come quietly. Ablesson was left wondering, what in the world do I do now? Should she summon for help, Hyunuk had to stay by Redrun's side. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. He was already in a tight spot, so calling for him would only add to the chaos. Everyone had already laid it all on the line for her, and she had been riding the coattails while doing nothing. She finally understood what Hyunuk was worried about, and with that realization, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. She regained her composure and started fighting back against the Holy Knight. Plus, she got herself in gear and prepared to act without tripping anyone up. All of this was for the one she considered the world's shining hope. She managed to take down the Holy Knight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battleground, Grat was barking at the Holy Knight army, wondering why they were getting attacked too. When he handed over the Red Nightmare as promised, the Holy Knight called him vile demon scum and wanted him to pipe down. They blamed him and his tricks for knocking down two of their heroes. They also had the nerve to call him shameless for daring to slap the Holy Empire in the face with his cunning schemes. Grat was left reeling to hear that two of Gart's heroes had bitten the dust. He was completely in the dark about what was happening. Suddenly, a massive surge of power shot up into the sky. Then out stepped Hemis asking what in the world was going on. Grat was shocked to see her like a deer in headlights. The Holy Knight started thinking it was just another trap set by Grat too. Grat glanced at Hemis and pretended like he had orchestrated all those dim-witted humans to gather. It was the biggest unit among the nearby human mobs. He was flabbergasted that the useless Grat finally did something semi-brilliant for once. The ground was shaking, and he expressed that she wouldn't say no to such a delectable feast. The Holy Knights felt the tremors of the earth and the skies darkening. Then they spotted a flaming boulder plummeting from the heavens. When it smashed down, it caused mayhem and devastation, like a spun-out roller coaster. A few moments later, after the dust settled, there were hardly any holy knights left standing. Grat was singing Hemis's praises, showering her with flattery for wiping an entire army off the map all by herself. He claimed she was a living legend, unlike anything any human could ever measure up to. But Hemis had about enough of that blabbering imbecile. In the blink of an eye, Grat's head was lopped off. She had nailed down that he was the mole. He kept stirring the pot recklessly. She suspected there were more conspirators. Turns out he was just a big, reckless idiot. She regretted not putting a stop to his nonsense long ago. It was time to wrap up the loose ends. A few days later, following the battle against the Holy Knights at the Gadri Fort, Hemis had called Redrun Royer and Hyunuk for a troop shuffle. Redrun was slotted into Grat's 8th Division. That would keep him busy. So she made Royer his second in command. As for Hyunuk, she appointed him as commander of the Legion's direct regiment. Hyunuk's jaw dropped when he found out he was given command of the regiment instead of being stuck as a battalion leader. She explained that she couldn't just toss him in a tiny battalion. He'd earned that position for surviving and keeping her entertained this whole time. But for now, he wouldn't have any subordinates. This left everyone scratching their heads. Reed asked what was up with that. Hemis continued with Hyunuk might do just fine without any minions, you know. But she'll make her decision after seeing how the dust settles. Then, bam, someone knocked on the door and waltzed in. Welcome Modem, the new corps commander, because why not shake things up a bit? She gave them the classic pep talk. Take care of each other, all right. She recalled that Hyunuk and this guy had crossed paths before. He casually dropped the bomb that she had to step out for a hot minute since something urgent was brewing. After that, Hyunuk made a beeline for Absin's pad. He told her she really knocked his socks off last time. Who knew she'd just go all out for the guy's head? And let's be real, you probably noticed that too. Our holy test waifu now rocks the same outfit as our main character. She snapped back that she felt this urge to get off the couch and do something. It dawned on her that she'd been living her life far too comfortably thanks to all of them. He asked if she planned on keeping up the fight. She shot back, absolutely, if they still want me around. She reminded him that she is, after all, a saintess, so she can whip out powers that are almost divine. The kicker, her untrained muscles might not even realize it. Hyunuk thought to himself that at this rate, she might just outshine him. He confessed he was envious of her ultra-rare holy silver spoon, but she thought raw strength was just one piece of the puzzle in a brawl. Honestly, Hyunuk consistently came out on top with his wacky tactics. Rachel chimed in that if word got out, folks might just label Hyunuk a dirty trickster. She added that a battalion commander from the Demon Lord's army was no joke, basically a named elite that human heroes were sent to take down. There were around 1,000 hero-class fighters on this continent. Objectively, Hyunuk's no slouch either. He realized that within human society, there weren't even 1,000 top-tier fighters. The corps commander is the real deal in human circles, while the division commander is like a rising legend, kind of like a retired hero. And a regiment commander equal. Meanwhile, over at the edges of the garden, the village of Benedict lay in ruins. He stood tall on the church roof, feeling majestic. She told the priest to buckle up and listen closely, or else she declared that from this day forward, they'd be methodically wiped off the Holy Empire's map. The poor priest was trembling like a leaf and prayed to the Lord for some divine intervention. She repeated her ominous message with a grin that could freeze fire. Oh Lord, please look out for us. Fun fact about this world. 5 centuries ago, the continent was tossed into chaos thanks to a battle royale between the Drossen Empire and a gaggle of small kingdoms trying to hold their ground. One day, as the warfare escalated like an action movie, a new land popped up out of nowhere, complete with a colossal pillar of light. Everyone started to gossip that this place might be the legendary Burlington, the ancient super-powerful nation that, poof, disappeared without a peep, sinking below the waves. If this new land was indeed home to the ruins of Burlington, rumors flew that long-lost magic thought to have vanished with it could be making a comeback. Everyone was convinced that whoever snagged that revived ancient magic would reign supreme. Every nation rallied together to form exploration teams and set sail for the new land, each with dreams of fortune and glory dancing in their heads. However, surprise, what humanity actually stumbled upon in this uncharted territory wasn't the marvelous Burlington ruins or its ancient denizens, but a race from another world that had a serious beef with humans and a bottomless appetite for conquest. It was the demon race. Faced with this bizarre, hostile enemy, Drossen and the coalition of knights decided to throw their differences out the window and team up to defend humanity, kicking off a drawn-out showdown against the demons. In this chaotic new era, the demons quickly seized the upper hand thanks to their innate aggressiveness and their bulked-up physical prowess compared to us regular folks. To top it off, they could wield demonic chi, a nasty brand of power exclusive to their kind. Just when dark clouds loomed excessively over humanity's forces, even the clergy healers, priests, and your typical non-combat folks jumped into the fray. And guess what? They found out that holy power packs a serious punch against the demons. The clergy's battle cry became the spark that rolled out a wave of religion across the continent. And from the onset, the Holy Kingdom of Garten had already crowned Dausis as its state religion. The surge of faithful followers in neighboring territories helped unify everyone under the banner of Gart, transforming it into the gigantic Holy Empire of Gart. Fast forward 2 centuries, and you'd see that the spread of faith, an explosion in ready-to-battle clergy thanks to Gart's backing, and the surprise arrival of friendly otherworlders known as heroes, powered up humanity's forces to a point where they... And who do we have to thank for this epic turnaround? The reigning pontiff of that time, acclaimed as the first legend, the Pope, alongside his holy knights, built specifically for combat, and a daring collaboration with those otherworldly heroes sent the demons packing all the way to the continent's furthest edges. Thus we entered a sweet spell of peace. Fast forward to today, at the Kingdom of Circe, where they gathered for a continental conference. Orin IV stood before them, warning about a shiny new threat, the Man-Eaters. He couldn't help but ask why they were facing such a menacing prospect yet again. Apparently, it was because they had dropped the ball. The struggle of the clergy sparked a wildfire of religion across the continent, and right from the start, the Holy Kingdom of Garten put Dausis on the map as its state religion. The wave of new believers in nearby nations led to their unification, with Gart turning it into the massive holy empire of Gart. 200 years later, the booming faith, the skyrocketing number of battle-ready clergy thanks to Gart's backing, and the sudden appearance of otherworlders known as heroes who were chummy with humanity, flipped the tables on the demons, bringing humanity up to speed, and soon enough, they held the reins in the wargame. The superstar who contributed the most to this showdown against the demons was none other than the reigning pontiff of that time, known as the First Legend, the Pope, with his mind-blowing personal strength, along with the holy knights who were all geared up for battle, and by boldly calling in reigning pontiff of that era, famously known as the First Legend, the Pope brandished his incredibly powerful presence. Alongside his specially trained holy knights, who were all about the battle, they boldly launched into action. Otherworldly heroes, they sent the demons packing to the far corners of the continent. Hence, they snatched a brief peace. Now, back to present day, at the Kingdom of Circe, they were holding a continental conference. Orin IV told all the members that they were up against a new menace, the Man-Eaters. He questioned why they were facing such a threat yet again. He dropped the bombshell that it was because they totally failed. Back then, they were planning to completely uproot them, like weeds. Duke Olavin, the stand-in emperor of Drossen, was part of that chaotic conference. Orin IV kept insisting that it was because they focused more on fixing up the wrecked cities than on exterminating those pesky demons. The King of Circe, Princess Ian, and Valtir Marriott, the King of Marriott, were all ears, listening intently. Orin IV argued that prioritizing the well... In other words, he's cooking up a holy war, and guess who's leading the charge? That's right, Garten. He promised that Garten would throw all their manpower and resources into the mix. So he invited everyone to jump aboard this battle train, declaring it was all for mankind's grand future. Meanwhile, Cardinal Elin took the stage to announce that demons were once again messing with their lives. Just in the last few days, 3 cities were turned into just dust and memories. Who knows where the next strike will hit? With tears streaming down his face, he told them that the people of Benedict had been wiped out, just living their regular lives. Standing there recounting his tragic tale, he felt like part of his soul had died with those innocent folks. He had no clue how to keep on living without them. Cardinal Eland seized the moment to prove his point that the demon menace was growing stronger by the minute, so he declared he'd no longer be a whole bunch of other nations, including Dran, had also sworn to send their legends and heroes into battle. It was going to be a massive offensive, but surprise, surprise, it still wouldn't be enough to wipe out the demons completely. They needed every citizen's participation support and free pizza or something like that for an all-out brawl to determine the continent's fate. He proclaimed this holy war. In the meantime, Orvin IV called in another clergyman and said that while Eland had talent, his recent blunders had been piling up like dirty laundry. 2 heroes had fallen. In their attempt to nab the Red Nightmare epic fail, they didn't gain a thing and lost tens of thousands of lives for nothing. So he gave this priest 3 days for a handover. No pressure. Once that was settled, he planned to swipe Elrond's assets and send his whole. She playfully teased him for how much he missed her. He raised his voice, asking her what in the world she was thinking, attacking a human city all by herself. She explained that it wasn't a reckless act. It was for the future of the demon race. If she showed up, humans would have no choice but to play their ace cards. No one below legend level could stand a chance against her. After all the legends of each. Ryan, on the other hand, was completely confused. He asked why on earth did they even need time? She replied, time for the hope this new wind has brought us to grow. After their little chat, Hemis told Modem that it seemed like Reedrun wasn't really keen on her game plan. He replied that Reedrun was just a straight shooter. Then he asked if she really had no plans to play nice with the Demon King. She snapped back that she and he were already done over like a bad movie. Even if they could fix their relationship, it would carry a price tag she wasn't interested in. She admitted she didn't harbor any resentment because she understood why the Demon King wanted to steer clear of war. Not long ago, she thought he made silly decisions out of misplaced emotions. She used to question. She realized they were the ones who created that order, so she asked why the Demon King suddenly started acting like a dimwit. She couldn't help but butt heads with his timid nature, and eventually she lost it, stomping out after dropping her final words of wisdom. She told him to wake up and return to the strong, cold, heartless man he used to be. Looking back, she felt a twinge of regret because now Modem felt for her. It made her wonder whether she'd figured out sooner that she wanted to protect someone, or if she'd understood the Demon King a bit earlier, would things have turned out differently. The next day, we see Hemis swing open the door. She told someone named Far that he had put in a hard day's work. F stepped in and declared it was an honor to serve under her command. This Far was none other than Eland. She noticed that he was still wearing his priest getup. It was only then that he realized he was rather good at this disguise thing. He confessed that after being a cardinal for such a long time, playing dress-up was second nature. He revealed his true self and tossed aside the disguise. He was Hemis' trusted buddy. He proclaimed that the Holy War was a divine mission, leading them to peace. He boldly shouted to eliminate every single demon. The crowd was fully charged up. They loved the idea of hunting down all those demons. Meanwhile, Orvin IV had summoned another clergyman to reiterate that Eland was skilled, but the recent errors were racking up faster than debts. 2 heroes met their doom, and capturing the Red Nightmare was a total bust. They walked away with nothing but a pile of bodies counting tens of thousands lost for no reason. He set a 3-day deadline for the priest to hand things over. After it was settled, he was ready to confiscate Elrond's property and wipe out his entire family tree. Meanwhile, Reedrun burst into the office like a whirlwind announcing that Hemis was back. Hemis chuckled, noting that he had totally forgotten about knocking. She poked fun at him for missing her so much. He raised an eyebrow, asking what had possessed her to take on a human city solo. She clarified that it wasn't a reckless move, it was for the future of her demon kind. If she jumped in, the humans would be forced to reveal their legendary fighters. Nobody below the legend tier stood a chance against her. The legends each nation boasted were basically the yardsticks of their strength. If she took out even one of Gart's legends, they could snag themselves some much-needed delay time. But Ryan still didn't get it. He asked. She replied, time for the hope this new wind has brought us to take root. After their deep convo, Hemis turned to Modem and said it looked like Reedrun wasn't on board with her grand scheme. Modem remarked that Reedrun was just keeping it simple. Then he asked if she genuinely had no plans to team up with the Demon King, because regardless of how capable she was, she answered that she and he were history. Even if they patched things up, it would come at a cost she wasn't ready to pay. She confessed she wasn't bitter because she understood why the Demon King shunned war. Not too long ago, she viewed him as a fool for letting feelings sway his decisions. She often questioned why it mattered if subordinates' comrades or even family perished. She accepted it was a natural part of life. When weakness prevailed, only the strong had the right to seize victory. She knew they brought about this natural order, so she found herself asking why the Demon King had suddenly switched gears and started acting like a fool. Their clashes over his cowardice became too much, and in the end, she couldn't take it anymore. She stormed out after dishing out her final advice to him. She urged him to wake up and revert to the strong. Looking back, she felt a pang of sorrow because now she was on the verge of making a choice she'd never dared to consider before. Modem shared her feelings. It sparked her to wonder if she had grasped her desire to protect someone sooner, and if she had comprehended the Demon King's mindset just a little earlier, could she have made a better call? The next day, we find Hyunuk opening the door, and she told someone named Far that he had worked himself to the bone for quite some time. F stepped in, expressing his honor to serve under her command. This F was in fact Eland. She noticed he was still pretending to be a priest. Suddenly it dawned on him, after being a cardinal for years, pretend play became just a part of him. He unveiled his true self and ditched the act. He was Hyunuk's trusted ally. It had been ages she kept butting heads with his cowardly attitude, and in the end she just couldn't take it anymore. Lost her cool and stormed out after giving him her final piece of advice. She told him to wake up and return to the strong, ice-cold dude he used to be. Looking back, she felt a twinge of regret because she was about to make a choice she would have never considered in the past. Modem felt for her. It made her ponder if she had realized earlier that she wanted to protect someone. And if she had figured out the Demon King's true colors a little sooner, could she have made a better decision? Modem totally felt her struggle. It got her thinking if she'd realized sooner that she wanted to shield someone and perhaps figured out the Demon King's deal a bit earlier, maybe she could have made a real difference. The next day, we see Hyunuk swing open the door. She told someone named Far that he had really busted his butt all this time. F stepped in and voiced that it was an honor to serve under her command. This F turned out to be none other than Eland. She noticed he was still pretending to be a priest. It was only then that he caught on. He admitted that after being a cardinal for so long, disguises had become second nature. He finally dropped the act and showed his real self. He was Hyunuk's trusted ally. It had been ages since she saw him without the disguise. So she handed him a letter. She needed him to drop it off to Ryun and Mum. Sure, she could deliver it herself, but sending him was way easier on the heartstrings. He got her meaning like a champ. Then she thought of Hyunuk. She told FR to make sure he doesn't kick the bucket. Surprised by her request, he asked why. She said she was starting to feel her age and didn't want to leave everyone hanging without her. It struck her as odd, since this was her first time feeling that way. The next day at Guard Castle, the door creaked open, waking Hyunuk. He wasn't thrilled and barked at who dared to interrupt a commander's beauty sleep. When he realized it was Reed Run, he instantly switched to his polite mode. He asked what the fuss was about. Reed Run told him to pack his bags and skedaddle fast. Hyunuk was puzzled by the sudden urgency. Reed Run broke the news that the human army was storming Guard Castle the next day. It was going to be one epic showdown with legendary heroes and the toughest humans around. To Hyunuk, that was even more reason to stick around. Reed Run explained that the mission was to take out Hyunuk. They had zero doubts about her winning, but if by some cosmic joke something went sideways, he knew he couldn't do it all by himself. Earlier, Reed Run got his hands on a letter. In it, Hyunuk assumed he was well versed in the continent's history. Endless losses forced them to the farthest corners of the land and beyond. The humans almost wiped them out entirely. There were a bunch of reasons for that, but the biggest, the Holy Empire, thought they were a nifty little inconvenience. The Demon King used that to strike a secret deal with Garten to keep the front lines secure and look out for each other's turf. And as human interest in war started to wane, the demons made sure to stir the pot just enough to keep Gart and the others united with a sprinkle of fear. The Demon King let her in on the secret pact all by herself, but she shot it down. She figured a glorious death was better than living like a doormat. The reward for her defiance, a one-way ticket to exile at the Black Fortress. Under the pretense of the Lotach incident, she knew that the letter had plenty of juice, so she got to the important part. Far tipped her off about a huge human offensive tomorrow. It would be a colossal battle with heroes and legends from every nook and cranny. While she faced the music, he needed to guard the castle. After all was said and done, he would step up as Legion Commander Gay Lodrin. She recognized that with his current skills, it would be like trying to swim upstream. But she knew during the big assembly vote, Hana and Ogus would have his back. She made amends with Hyana under those terms. And since August thought of him as a nephew, he wouldn't just turn a blind eye. That was as far as his help would go. The rest would be on him. She believed he could totally pull it off. She acknowledged that it was him who made her time trapped in that suffocating castle a bit less dull. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Oh, and she also arranged for Hyunuk so he wouldn't need to lose sleep over it. Hyunuk would be firing up his exit from the Demon King's crew, but if everything went according to plan, they would cross paths again. With that, she said her goodbyes. Fast forward to now, Redrun told Hyunuk to bounce with the Saints without delay. He explained that once things settled and he'd secured his spot, he would reach out via the communication crystal. Hyunuk looked perplexed. Suddenly, someone hollered at Hyunuk. It was Ableson. He asked who was tagging along with her. FR introduced himself, saying he'd be joining them courtesy of Hemis. He hopped off the carriage and filled them in that they'd be blending into human society and scouting things out. In the meantime, the Saints would be posing as pilgrim apprentice priests. He handed her an identification tag. Then he and Hyunuk would masquerade as mercenaries in her service. After laying down the plan, he motioned them to hop in the carriage so they could hit the road. Hyunuk grabbed the carriage's door, silently wishing them all a safe journey. He then asked FR where they were headed. FR realized he forgot to mention that the Holy Empire was a hotspot for danger, and Drossen had a rep for giving the cold shoulder to heroes. So they were headed to the kingdom of Marriott as the sun dipped below the horizon. Redrun stared at Hemis's empty office chair, mulling over all the demons falling like dominoes. At this rate, they'd keep piling up without a shred of meaning. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was Royer. He told him it was time to roll out. Redrun thought about Hemis. He was convinced that demons would change from here on out. He was determined to make that happen. He called his army's attention. He reminded them that they were demons born to battle, and no one could rein them in. They were going to fight and die for their freedom as the brave warriors of the demons' future. He rallied them to show their mettle with their own hands, proving they were proud fighters. The wind rustled. Hemis sensed that Redrun had finally taken action. It was her turn to step up too. As she wandered into the forest, a human was waiting there. He knew she was on her way, so he bided his time. It had been 150 years since their last reunion. She could see he looked youthful. The man quipped that it meant he had finally joined the ranks of legends. This guy was the legendary figure from Drossen, the one who lived to tell the tale twice. His name, Basil Scott. Hemis confessed she was expecting a different human, but it appeared that coward was still hiding away, even masking his magic. Basil mentioned that Gart's command post was directly the opposite way from there. This meant they could scrap without anyone butting in. Even while keeping his magic under wraps, Basil told her Gart's command post was in the exact opposite direction from there, which meant they would have a showdown without any interruptions. Interruptions. She told him to pick his words wisely. While the knights were blocking him, he took off like a chicken and managed to survive solo. She realized he was there to scrub away the shame from yesteryears. She whipped out a unique domain called the Boundary of Lamentation. Basil confessed that back in the day, he was defeated by a move he'd never laid eyes on before, but he was convinced this time would be a different story. Stars of loss were set loose. He charged ahead, slashing through it, wondering if this time truly would be different. She laughed at him, saying she didn't see much improvement yet. He nudged his sword toward her scythe, relieved that their powers were evenly matched. So all he had left to do was dodge the magic bullets raining down like a bad superhero movie. Hemis unleashed tears of lament, this time springing up from the ground. He was sent sprawling, and Hemis lunged to give him a haircut with her scythe. He had to leap back, suddenly alarmed, as she crept dangerously close. The scythe nearly got his hair, just barely missing a cut. She gave him credit for improving with that dodge, but that only annoyed him more. He charged at her again, cautious, as she hinted at where the tears of lament would splash next. She knew his plate was full of worries. The moment he dropped his guard, he'd be a goner with just one hit. He kept his eyes glued on her as he barreled toward her. Then she dropped the bomb. The next strike shot up from the ground, and it walloped him hard. He got skewered by 3 spikes erupting from below. She acknowledged his new record. 100 years back, he couldn't even last 2 rounds. But then she noticed his body started to blur. She wondered if it was an afterimage, but was pretty sure she had connected. He activated a transcendent, unique power called the Last Shield of Dawn. When death reached out for him, he got a miracle and was yanked back from the jaws of fate. She could see he had genuinely stepped up. Basil had been saving that trick for this moment. Despite his improvement, he was still 200 years behind her. She parried his sword and jabbed him with 2 fingers, delivering a hit that knocked the wind out of him. He crumpled to the ground, gasping. He had already played his trump card and started to think it was game over for him. He felt bummed out since he hadn't even landed a proper hit, much less gotten his revenge. She asked if he was the Legend of Zen now. Hemis moved closer and asked if he could grant her one little favor. Basil couldn't believe it. This was coming from her talking to a plain human. She clarified it was something personal. She said that eventually he'd meet a hero named Hyunuk. And if that day came, she wanted him to cut the guy some slack at least once. Suddenly, a blast of divine energy burst from the sky. Basil was done for. She was trying to chat, and someone rudely interrupted her. She knew only one person could pull that off. A dude in white clothes and a lady in a white dress showed up. She had been expecting them. Asahel Bald, the commander of Garton's legendary Holy Knights, and Morian Dancia, the saintess of the Holy Empire. Asahel noted he planned to show up after she wrapped up matters with Basil, but seeing how that wasn't happening, he had to step in. She remarked that it was cruel business among fellow humans. He replied it didn't matter since that guy hailed from Drawson. Even if he was playing nice at the moment, Drac had always been a contender against the Holy Empire, so taking him out early was a clever move. The death of a legend would be a national disaster. He recognized that's why she wrecked the city just to draw him out. She confirmed he was onto something. They had prepared for this with tons of power. They kicked off round 2 of the battle. Suddenly, divine power spread through the area. He recognized that pillar. It wasn't just any barrier. It was pushing back her domain. A holy force gathered over a long period. Asahel declared that the saints would hold the pillar while the knights backed them up. They erected a barrier to ensure Hemis wouldn't be making an escape. There were so many holy knights packed in there. It formed a massive barrier that he'd never seen before. She felt a strong force pushing back. Her domain crumbled under the holy might. The shield she maintained turned into a mere shadow. But without that disadvantage, they wouldn't have even bothered to fight her. So she figured she just needed to give it her all. She charged at them, whipping her weapon. Asahel blocked it with his sword. Their weapons clanged together. He barely avoided a hit by darting sideways. Then he sprang up high. When he landed, he focused his energy and aimed for her neck. But all he tagged was an illusion that evaporated. He was taken aback that it scattered. Morian warned her to look up. He was airborne. Then she let loose the Hellfire Nova. He couldn't dodge it this time. She unleashed it with a bang, but was tickled by the drama. He managed to block it using a transcendent unique authority called Grand Barrier. When her attack fizzled out, she couldn't believe he had completely staved it off. Even though he was a defensive authority wielder, she didn't expect him to emerge without a single scratch. She wondered if it was thanks to the barrier. The Holy Barrier absorbed damage from demonic energy. A top-notch defensive authority user, a saintess, and a massive shield upheld by the holy power of hundreds. It was an annoying setup crafted perfectly for a drawn-out battle. She knew it was a tough one. The demonic energy she had spent in the fight against Basil weighed heavier than she imagined, but if she didn't step up her game, she wouldn't be breaking through that wall. She realized she found herself in Basil's shoes. Thinking about him hit her like a ton of bricks. As the sun dipped down, several pillars lit up like they were powered by disco balls. Meanwhile, the epic showdown between Hemis and Asahel raged on, and Asahel was ready to put an end to the whole circus. Holy powers skyrocketed into the heavens. He unleashed divine might. With the sword of revelation, it was a magnificent destructive explosion, while poor Hemis was just huddled in a tiny little bubble of protection that looked about as useful as a wet napkin. It had been ages since she had seen that flashy move. She casually teased that it was way too soon to call it quits. "That attack is a snooze fest," she declared right before she was swallowed up by the light like a moth to a flame. Her barrier was toast. Before she knew it, she was nursing her injuries with a cute little splatter of blood from her chest. The knight couldn't believe his eyes. Morian couldn't believe he actually took down the giant monster. Even Asahel looked like he'd just seen a ghost. He plummeted from the sky and landed next to her, looking like he'd stepped in something squishy. He wondered if he'd really pulled off the impossible. Her hand twitched, and suddenly a massive mouth engulfed his head. Yeah, you read that right. A colossal maw just chomped down on poor Asahel Crunch. With a gruesome slurp, blood oozed out. Morian, already panicking, just stared. She dropped the bombshell that she'd nicked the idea from Basil. She could practically hear them thinking they'd sent her packing. Oh, the Holy Empire is really pulling out all the stops with this play dead act, she thought. Yet her body coughed up some of that precious red stuff too. Was it from her injuries or the fact that she just gobbled up a legendary paladin who knew? But hey, it was game time. She ordered the knights to buckle down, chant like their lives depended on it, while she handled the flimsy barrier. They broke into groups, getting their chant on. She was struggling, feeling like a slow cooker because digesting was taking an eternity. Was it the barrier messing with her mojo? That leftover demonic energy sure wasn't helping. She sighed, accepting that this could very well be her swan song. But hey, she was cool with it since she felt her mission was done. The future those kids would build excited her. In her last moments, she thought about how she'd never get to do her #1 wish. But with Hyunuk, Reedrun, and the gang, she knew they'd pull through like champions. And with that, the Holy Knights unleashed an arcane holy magic known as demonstration. Fingers crossed those kids would flip the script on demon history. She spiraled into the light. Adios, Hemis. The holy energy tapered off, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Morian was looking as pale as a ghost. She blasted Asahel for getting all caught up in the glory of slaying the big bad. Come on. Even she knew the Pope would lose his mind over Asahel biting the dust before the grand finale. One of the Holy Knights asked her what next. She directed them to return to the capital like it was an Uber ride. Remember, Asahel and Basil of Deason went down fighting for Garten side by side with the Devourer. Talk about a legendary exit. No other fairy tales. Meanwhile, Reedrun had been busy playing Who Can Take Out the Most Humans. Modem's eyes practically sparkled. The average fighter wouldn't even stand a chance against him. He joked, "I'm flattered, but trust me, I have a long way to go." Modem meant every word. He could see Reedrun surpassing him well before the year came to a close, and that made Reedrun raise an eyebrow. After a beat of silence, Modem confessed that the link with Hemis had snapped. They both knew what that meant. She was either in serious trouble or on a one-way train to disaster. Reedrun asked his master about the plan. Well, since Hemis was his only lifeline, he was sticking to her last words like glue. His loyalty was unshakable whether she was alive or taking a dirt nap. Reedrun was curious about her final orders. They were to look after him until he took over as division commander. Henceforth, he'd whip him into fighting shape until folks recognized him as one of the top commanders, strong enough to turn the demon race around. He would stand at his side in Hemis's absence. Back at the church, Orvin IV was having a moment announcing that a bright star in the Holy Empire had dimmed. The crowd mourned. Asahel was a martyr who had dedicated nearly 2 centuries to the cause, a buddy who had been through thick and thin with him, and of course the other living legend Quinley. Orvin portrayed him as a dude who lived for God, like it was a full-time job right until his last breath. He worried about the population of the Holy Empire, even when faced with the nastiest monster. The glutton, he chose to take it down at the expense of his life. In his speech, Orvin IV told them that even in mutual destruction, Asahel was still sending out prayers for peace and security for all. They prayed to honor his heroics and to keep his sacrifice fresh in their minds until the day divine retribution rained down on anyone who dared defy God. Once he wrapped up his public appearance, Orvin IV couldn't help but think how he had already warned Asahel 1,000 times not to get cocky after gaining the upper hand. A priest tapped him on the shoulder, reporting that Drossen pinged Marriott with a request. They wanted to poke around the glutton's battlefield. It was clear they were sniffing for the juicy details behind Basil's demise. He felt confident that there was nothing left there for them to find since they had cleaned up nicely. Still, he motioned to contact Marriott discreetly and shoot down Dross's request. Before the priest shuffled off, Orvin Thor had one more thing on his mind. He asked what happened to Abelson and Hyunuk. There had been no sign of them since the last battle. They were able to get why Abson was quiet. A priest reported to him that Drossen had sent an envoy to Marriott. They had asked for access to probe into the glutton battlefield. He knew they were on a mission to unearth the truth behind Basil's death. They had cleaned it up, so he was pretty confident they wouldn't uncover anything juicy. But just to be safe, he ordered that Marriott be contacted secretly and told to reject Dross's request. Just when the priest was about to skedaddle, he had a parting inquiry. He wanted to know what had become of Abelson and Hyunuk. Apparently, there were no sightings of them during the latest showdown. They could totally understand Absin's situation, though. But, hey, Hyun had no reason to dodge the battlefield. He had a hunch that someone might have pulled a fast one and snuck him out of the demon army. Orin the Fourth always sees them as his pesky little thorns. He figured with the big glutton gone, they'd be a piece of cake to get rid of. He commanded Priest Karan to scour the whole continent for those two and warned that anyone caught hiding or helping them would be facing a divine smackdown. Meanwhile, the carriage kept rolling along. Hyunuk grumbled that Rachel was way too loud. First, she was busy cursing the demon army, and now she was whining about missing it. She was all teary-eyed, saying she got a bit attached. She reminisced about the bonehead squid-face Royer, the biggest doofus ever. He told her to quit her whining and check if the dye did its job. Hyunuk was shocked to see that he was done already. She barely recognized him with those fiery red locks. Hyuniak whined about his scalp burning and started questioning if the dye was legit. He transformed back into a human and reminded him not to make a mountain out of a molehill over his new hair color. Absin was done with her makeover too. She eagerly asked how she looked with her shiny blonde hair. Heck's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He exclaimed that she looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. She graciously thanked him for the compliment and added that even if she wasn't from a fairy tale, she was a real-life princess. She was the princess of Marriott. Hyunuk's jaw dropped like a ton of bricks. Fresh asked him if he was living under a rock. Her last name was Marriott, and they were heading to Marriott, duh. Rachel couldn't even defend him at this point. He fell to his knees, groveling. She reassured him that it was no biggie now and told him to keep calling her like he used to. He rationalized that being Korean meant he kind of had this slave mentality. Knowing she was an actual princess took a load off his shoulders. He figured she must have some clout in Marriott, but she wasn't so sure. And if she could, she really didn't want to spill the beans about her identity or head back to the palace. Hun was totally lost. Frisk slapped him, not believing how clueless he was. He explained that the two biggest empires on the continent were after her, so she didn't want any trouble coming to those she cared about. She clarified it wasn't like she'd never go back. If things got hairy, she'd still ask for help because at the end of the day, they were still family. Meanwhile, on the glutton battleground, the rubble was stirring. A mist rolled out slowly, forming a sneaky shadow slithering out from the wreckage. Yo, thanks for sticking around until the end. If you had a blast, be sure to smash that like button and subscribe. It really makes a difference. The next part of this epic saga will be uploaded on the other channel, so don't miss it. And if you want to keep that Giga Chad energy going, check out the video popping up right here. Stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll catch you in the next one.